Chapter 226. Preparation for the auction event. 6 holographic white lights suddenly lit up above the conference table. The lights hovered over 6 empty chairs positioned at the front of the conference room, directly opposite Ezra's seat. Park immediately straightened his posture. Even his usual energetic smile became more restrained. The atmosphere inside the room changed, and the casual feeling from earlier disappeared. One after another, human-shaped figures began materializing within the lights. 3 figures appeared on the left side. 2 appeared on the right, and the final figure occupied the seat at the center front. His position alone made it obvious. That must be the owner of the group. Ezra silently observed the arrangement. His eyes calmly studied the 6 holographic executives as their appearances became clearer. Every one of them carried a different temperament. Some looked approachable, others looked stern, but all of them possessed the natural pressure that came from standing at the top of one of Britannia's most powerful broadcasting organizations. "Good day, my leaders of this wonderful group." Park bowed respectfully. His voice carried far more respect than it normally did. The 6 executives nodded lightly. "Park, how are you?" The man seated on the right side spoke first, his voice sounding relaxed. "I'm doing fine, sir." Park smiled politely. "Oh, I hope your family is doing well." Another executive joined in. "They're doing fine," Park replied. The brief greetings continued for a few moments. Only then did the attention of the executives slowly shift toward the young boy sitting quietly at the back of the conference room. "Now, Park." A female executive seated on the left side spoke. Her voice immediately carried authority. "Introduce us to the new rising inventor." Her eyes landed on Ezra. "Okay, ma'am." Park nodded. Then he gestured toward Ezra. "This is Ezra Ashenlocke, the creator of the Phantom Rolls." Several executives carefully examined him. Looking at him through videos and reports was one thing. Meeting him directly was another. Looking at him up close through the call. One of the female executives spoke thoughtfully. "He's younger than I expected." Her eyes lingered on Ezra. "How old are you, child?" she asked. "I'm 13. Ezra answered plainly, his voice remaining calm. There wasn't the slightest nervousness. Park glanced sideways at him. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. Not only was Ezra maintaining his composure under the gaze of the BNC executive board, he wasn't showing any signs of pressure at all. Park became even more impressed. When Lara pressured him earlier, he remained calm. Now he was speaking directly to some of the most influential people in Britannia and still looked completely relaxed. Wow. I guess the children of Ash really are built differently after surviving the trial of steel. The thought surfaced naturally in his mind. 13. The third male executive looked genuinely shocked. "He's too young." His gaze shifted toward the other executives. "Are we sure he'll be able to stand in front of all those people and properly present his invention?" The female executive seated closest to the owner frowned slightly. The uncertainty in her voice was obvious. The auction wasn't a small gathering. It was one of the biggest stages in Britannia. "Park." She looked toward him. "What do you think?" Park immediately answered. "Ma'am, Lara will personally train him for the presentation." He glanced toward Ezra. And honestly, a smile appeared on his face. He seems like a confident child. Several executives remained silent. Some nodded. Some didn't. "Have you forgotten?" The owner finally spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, the room naturally became quieter. His fingers were interlocked before him. His gaze remained fixed on Ezra. He's one of the children personally acknowledged by the Duke House of Ashenlocke as part of their future. His words carried weight. The female executive still looked uncertain. But still, the owner raised a single hand. She immediately stopped speaking, then he leaned slightly forward. His attention focused entirely on Ezra. "Ezra Ashenlocke, do you know why the board wanted to speak with you first?" The question came calmly, without any hesitation. "Because you want to see whether I'm truly capable of presenting my work." Ezra answered calmly. His reply came immediately, with no hesitation, nor thinking time, nor nervousness. His dark eyes met the owner's gaze directly. The pressure that would have made most adults uncomfortable seemed completely absent to him. The owner smiled. "What brought you to that conclusion, child of Ash?" he asked. "The auction event will become the biggest event your group has ever hosted," Ezra replied. One executive immediately interrupted. "How are you so certain it'll be that big?" Ezra looked at him. then calmly answered. Because the elder already answered the question herself. He pointed toward the female executive who had doubted him earlier. The woman's eyebrows rose slightly. This event has already attracted major companies, major industries, high-ranking representatives, master craftsmen from different regions of Britannia, and important nobles. The level of attention surrounding the auction has already surpassed a normal event. His voice remained flat, yet every word sounded logical, with every sentence flowing naturally. The executives listened quietly. Ezra continued. So, I reached my earlier conclusion. He looked toward the owner. As executives of such a large group, you don't want a situation where I collapse under pressure and ruin the presentation myself. His eyes narrowed slightly. And if I fail? He pointed toward the owner. The investment your group has already made into this auction event will be viewed as a failure. Several executives blinked. Ezra wasn't finished. And also the projected profit you calculated before contacting me would disappear. The room became silent. Completely silent. Even Park stopped breathing for a moment. The confidence of the boy sitting before them felt strange. Not arrogance. Not recklessness. But straight-up confidence. The kind built from understanding what he was talking about. Damn. Park wiped a bit of sweat from his forehead. This kid is really on a completely different level. Well, one of the male executives smiled. I think he's capable enough. He nodded. Capable enough to survive the scholar's bombardment. Several others nodded. I agree. The confidence is there. He should manage. More voices joined in. The atmosphere became noticeably lighter. Only then did the owner ask another question. Do you know what the scholar's bombardment is, Ezra? No. Ezra shook his head. The answer was honest. The female executive immediately looked toward Park. You haven't explained that yet? Her expression wasn't pleased. Park quickly bowed. I'm sorry, ma'am. I planned on briefing him tomorrow. It's all right. The owner waved casually. He can explain it now. Park immediately nodded. Then he turned toward Ezra. Ezra, the scholar's bombardment, also known as the value scale session, is one of the most important parts of an invention presentation. His expression became serious. It is the moment where master craftsmen, scholars, researchers, and industry representatives begin asking questions. He paused. But most of those questions aren't friendly. Ezra listened attentively. They'll point out flaws. They'll criticize. They'll highlight disadvantages. And they'll attack weak points. Park gestured with his hands. If the inventor isn't able to give satisfying answers or properly explain why a question doesn't affect the invention the way it was presented, then the value of the invention will begin to fall. Park demonstrated with his hands as he spoke. His right hand slowly moved downward through the air. The executives watched quietly while Ezra remained focused on him. The market is ruthless. Park's expression became more serious. The moment people begin doubting an invention, its value starts dropping. Companies begin pulling back. Buyers start looking for reasons not to spend money. He continued, moving his hand lower. And there have been cases where inventors completely failed during the scholar's bombardment. His voice slowed slightly. They couldn't answer properly. They just kept panicking and contradicted themselves. At the end of the day, they lost control of the presentation. Park shook his head. The result was simple. The value of their invention collapsed. His hand stopped near the table. In some cases, inventions that were expected to change industries became practically worthless within a few hours. Lucy quietly listened from her seat near the entrance. Even she could feel the pressure of such a situation. Presenting an invention wasn't simply standing in front of people and talking. It was a battlefield. A battlefield fought with knowledge, confidence, and words. But Park raised his hand again. This time it moved upward. If you're able to stand your ground, if you're able to answer every criticism, and if you're able to prove your invention's value. His hand continued rising. Then the opposite happens. A smile appeared on his face. The value climbs, the attention continues to grow, the demand increases, and your invention can surpass even its original estimated worth. Park picked up this phone resting on the conference table. Several holographic windows appeared above it. His fingers moved across the screen a few times. Then he dragged one of the windows outward with a smooth motion. A larger holographic image appeared before everyone. The image displayed Britannia's public stock market projections. Right at the center, the phantom rolls. Ezra's eyes immediately landed on the data. rows of numbers, projected values, public interest statistics, market expectation indexes, and most importantly, the estimated worth. The rising arrow beside the invention was impossible to ignore. So, my invention has already reached that point. Ezra silently observed the information. The projected value had already crossed into the 1,000 dals range. Even though his face remained calm, he understood what that meant. The expectations surrounding the phantom rolls were no longer ordinary. The invention had already become a main target. The higher the expectation value, Ezra looked away from the holographic display and toward Park. The harsher the questions become. His voice remained flat. Park immediately pointed at him. Correct. He gave a thumbs up. Exactly correct. A grin appeared on his face. The bigger the opportunity, the more people want a piece of it. The owner leaned back comfortably in his chair. His fingers rested against the armrest. It's an underhanded tactic. His voice carried experience. The greedy ones love using it. His gaze shifted toward Ezra. If they want your invention but don't want to pay its proper value, they'll attack it during the scholar's bombardment. The owner crossed one leg over the other. If you choke or become nervous, or if you fail to answer properly, a faint smile appeared on his face. They'll use that opportunity to devalue your invention. His eyes narrowed slightly. And once the value falls, they'll come to buy it, for far less than it's actually worth. The room became quiet. Lucy frowned slightly. The whole thing sounded shameless. But she wasn't surprised. Money makes people do many things. The owner suddenly rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But his eyes settled on Ezra. A curious look appeared on his face. I do wonder about something. The executives looked toward him. Even Park became interested. The owner continued. You're a low-line member of the Ashenlocke family. He paused. But you're also becoming an important figure within the Duke house. And next year, you'll be attending the Royal Academy. His gaze became sharper. So tell me, are you planning to sign a contract with one of the major companies? His fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Or are you planning to sell your invention entirely? The question lingered in the room. Even the executives became curious. Everyone wanted to know. After all, the phantom rolls had already attracted enormous attention. Several major companies would undoubtedly be willing to spend heavily to acquire it. Park himself looked toward Ezra. Waiting. Lucy also looked at him. Waiting. Even she didn't know what her master was planning to do with his invention. The executives looked at him. Waiting. Then, I'll reserve my comment on that. Ezra answered plainly. The room became silent. His answer revealed absolutely nothing. Park blinked. The executives exchanged glances. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Then, ha! The owner suddenly laughed. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried genuine amusement. Ha! A few of the executives also smiled. The owner shook his head lightly. You're an interesting one. He tapped the table once. His attention shifted toward Park. Make sure everything is properly prepared. His voice returned to business. I won't be attending personally. His gaze moved back toward Ezra. But I'll be watching. A faint smile appeared. Then he added, Good luck, young inventor. The holographic image dissolved into particles of light. The owner's figure disappeared. One by one, the remaining executives also began ending the call. Good luck. One executive waved. I'll be looking forward to the presentation. Another smiled. Don't disappoint us. A third added jokingly. Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. Ezra bowed politely. Even though his tone remained flat as always, the gesture itself was respectful. Soon, the final holographic figure disappeared. The conference room returned to normal. The meeting was over. Park remained standing for a moment. Then, he released a long breath. His shoulders relaxed. The tension visibly left his body. I was nervous. He laughed awkwardly while rubbing the back of his head, especially when she asked why I hadn't explained the scholar's bombardment yet. The thought alone made him sweat again. Those executives were far scarier when they were disappointed. Before Ezra could reply, Master, Lucy suddenly rushed over. She had been sitting quietly near the entrance throughout the entire meeting. Now that it was over, she practically ran toward him. They were scary. She grabbed both of Ezra's shoulders, then began shaking him lightly. Back and forth. Back and forth. How were you able to stay so relaxed? Her eyes were full of disbelief. The pressure in the room had been enormous. Even she had felt nervous just watching. Yet Ezra had spoken to the executives as if he were talking to ordinary people. Ezra narrowed his eyes. Then he calmly removed her hands from his shoulders. Haven't we already experienced worse? His answer came immediately. Flat. Simple and direct. Lucy pouted. I know. She folded her arms. But this is different. Her expression became thoughtful. This is a completely different field. She pointed toward where the executives had been sitting moments ago. Being questioned by powerful people is different from fighting someone in front of a crowd until one side dies. She spoke casually, as if discussing the weather, as if fighting to the death was a perfectly normal comparison. The room fell silent. N. Park stared at her. His expression froze. The confusion on his face couldn't have been clearer. He slowly turned toward Ezra, then back toward Lucy, then toward Ezra again. His brain was struggling to process what she had just said. Why did she make fighting to the death sound normal? More importantly, why is Ezra looking like he's completely unbothered by what she just said? Chapter 227, Preparation for the Auction Event Part 2. Wow. I completely forgot these two are alchemists. Park looked at both Lucy and Ezra with a strange expression. A moment ago, he had simply been listening to their conversation. Now, however, he wasn't quite sure how to react. I can understand the maid, but she's really talking about fighting to the death like it's normal. His eyes shifted toward Lucy. The young maid was still pouting slightly as she spoke to Ezra. Then his gaze moved toward Ezra. The boy looked completely unfazed, as though the topic itself wasn't worth thinking about. Park rubbed his forehead. Well, he did survive the trial of steel. Still, alchemist children are really something else. The man sighed quietly. Then he clapped his hands once. The sound drew both Lucy's and Ezra's attention. All right, guys. His usual energetic smile returned. He stepped forward and folded his arms. You two should head back to the hotel and get some proper rest. He pointed toward them. Tomorrow, the real work begins. His tone became more serious. The auction event officially starts 5 days from now. The reminder immediately brought everyone's attention back to the main reason they were here. Okay. Ezra nodded once. His response remained simple. Park didn't mind. At this point, he had already become used to Ezra's way of speaking. The three left the conference room together. As they walked through the busy headquarters, employees occasionally greeted Park while sneaking curious glances toward Ezra. Word had already spread throughout the building. The inventor of phantom rolls was currently inside BNC headquarters. Eventually, Park escorted them outside and introduced them to the attendants responsible for arranging their accommodations. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two were taken to their hotel. The vehicle moved smoothly through Camford's roads. Before long, they arrived at one of Northwick's most prestigious establishments. A 5-star hotel. Not only one of the best hotels in Camford, but one of the finest in the entire dukedom. The moment they entered, Lucy couldn't help but look around. Crystal lamps hung from the ceiling. The marble floor reflected the lights above. A fountain decorated the center of the reception hall. The atmosphere itself felt expensive. After completing the necessary procedures, they were escorted to their rooms. Each room was practically a private suite. There was a study area, large bookshelves, a spacious bathing room, a private dining corner, elegant furniture, and decorations crafted from high-quality materials. The level of luxury even surpassed what they had experienced aboard the noble-class private dirigible. Lucy immediately threw herself backward onto one of the chairs. She stretched both arms toward the ceiling. Her body relaxed instantly. I'm so tired from moving around everywhere. Her eyes wandered toward the colorful crystal lamps placed neatly on Ezra's study desk. The lights reflected different colors across the room. They looked beautiful even during the daytime. You should get used to traveling like this. Ezra replied flatly. He sat in the study section of his room. Several folders rested on the desk before him. One hand held a document. The other held a slice of apple he had ordered from room service. His eyes calmly moved through the pages. The documents contained details regarding the auction event. Schedules, procedures, few guest information, presentation arrangements. Everything he needed to know. Well, Lucy smiled softly. I'm enjoying it, though. She adjusted herself in the chair. Traveling and everything else. A look of genuine happiness appeared on her face. It's been a nice experience. As she thought about everything that had happened since leaving the trial base, she suddenly realized something. The two of them had been constantly moving. One place after another. One city after another. One experience after another. In a strange way, it almost felt as though they were traveling across Britannia itself, exploring pieces of the world one step at a time. Lucy chuckled lightly. Then, her smile disappeared. The memory of someone immediately surfaced. Her brows furrowed. That Lara lady really annoyed me. She folded her arms. The frustration on her face was obvious. Ezra didn't even look up from the documents. She's a professional. He flipped a page. What did you expect? I know that. Lucy immediately replied. Her voice carried lingering frustration. But it felt like she was targeting you because you said you didn't know who she was. She puffed her cheeks slightly. The image looked almost childish. I know she did. Ezra's answer came without hesitation. His tone remained as flat as always. Lucy blinked. He knew? Then why aren't you annoyed? She asked. Ezra finally lowered the document slightly. His eyes shifted toward her. Because she wasn't completely wrong. The answer caught Lucy off guard. Ezra placed the folder down. I already knew I made mistakes in that presentation video. His fingers lightly tapped the document. And honestly, he paused. I know standing in front of people at this event won't be easy. His eyes narrowed slightly. Nobles and those master craftsmen are all troublesome. That simple statement carried experience. Far more experience than a 13-year-old should possess. Especially now that I've learned about the scholar's bombardment. Ezra stroked his chin thoughtfully. His mind replayed Park's explanation. The concept itself didn't worry him, but it was something worth preparing for. Art. Lucy's shoulders immediately slumped. She looked even more annoyed now. The jealous nobles and greedy craftsmen are definitely going to try everything possible to lower the value of your invention. She scratched her hair in frustration. It's so annoying. Lucy leaned back. Why can't things just work out normally? A heavy sigh escaped her mouth. Ezra tilted his head slightly. His blank eyes settled on her. For a moment, he simply stared. Then, because that's not how the world works. His answer was simple. Lucy pouted. Still, I'm not worried about it in the slightest. Ezra calmly replied. That immediately caught her attention. Lucy straightened, while her eyes widened slightly. You're not worried? Ezra placed the document aside completely. It's my invention. His voice remained calm. No matter how much they study it, no matter how much they criticize it, they'll never know more about it than I do. The confidence behind those words wasn't arrogance. It was a simple fact. Lucy stared at him, surprised. Wait. She leaned forward. You know all the disadvantages of your own creation? Ezra looked at her as though the answer was obvious. Lucy, as the creator, it's natural that I know them. He stretched out his hand. His eyes followed the flow of cognition moving through his veins. The faint energy traveled through his arm and gathered near his palm before dispersing again. There is no such thing as a 100% efficient product. His fingers slowly curled into a fist. Even alchemy doesn't have one. He tightened his grip briefly, then released it. Of course. His gaze shifted toward her. That's only true for creations below the 9th grade. He returned to reading. The conversation seemed finished in his mind. Lucy remained quiet, then slowly nodded. All right. She relaxed a little. The tension in her shoulders eased. Her eyes drifted toward Ezra's face. The boy was already focused on work again. As always. Don't stay up too late. She pointed at him. Her tone sounded exactly like a mother scolding a child. You can't afford to have dark circles under your eyes when you step onto the stage. She folded her arms. So, make sure you sleep early. Good night. Ezra replied immediately without even looking up. Lucy stared at him helplessly for a few seconds. Then she smiled. A gentle smile. Good night, master. She waved softly. After that, she left the room. The door quietly closed behind her. The suite became silent once more. Only Ezra remained inside, and the work that still waited for him. He spent several more hours inside the study of his hotel suite. The documents Park had given him were spread neatly across the study desk. One after another, he carefully continued reading through them. The room remained quiet. Only the occasional sound of turning pages broke the silence. By the time Ezra finished reading through the final document, the sky outside had already darkened completely. The lights of Camford glowed beyond the large hotel window. Steam lamps illuminated the streets below. Steam carriages continued moving through the city, their lights creating long trails across the roads. Ezra placed the last document aside. Then he reached for his Starlix 11. Since simply reading information wasn't enough, he opened the official BNC Linsta page and searched for videos from previous auction events. One by one, he watched them. Some featured famous inventors presenting their creations. Others focused on the auction itself. There were recordings of successful presentations. There were also recordings of complete disasters. Ezra paid close attention to all of them. The way the presenters stood, the way they answered questions, the reactions of the audience, the pressure they faced, the atmosphere of the auction hall. Everything was carefully observed and stored away. The more videos he watched, the clearer the event became inside his mind. By the time he finished, he could already picture parts of the auction in advance. Only then did Ezra finally prepare to sleep. The room became dark. The crystal lamps were switched off. The city lights outside remained visible through the curtains. The hotel room fell into silence. Then, "You really are enjoying your lucky life, murderer." A deep voice echoed beside his ear. The voice was cold, slow, filled with mockery. Ezra's eyes opened instantly. His body remained still. His gaze moved toward the ceiling. The chandelier above him sat motionless in the darkness. The room was empty, silent. A nightmare at this time. Ezra stared at the ceiling blankly. The familiar feeling settled inside him. Not fear, not panic, not even anxiety. Only annoyance. Like a mosquito. That was the best comparison he could think of. A mosquito that continuously buzzed around his ear. Relentless, irritating, and refusing to disappear. Ezra sighed softly. Then he turned his head toward the standing clock near the wall. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The sound echoed through the quiet room. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's already morning. Normally, this was the exact time he would wake up and begin his daily routine. Training, reading, working, planning. Yet when he remembered Lucy's warning from yesterday, he paused. The auction event wasn't a trial. It wasn't a battlefield. It wasn't something he could solve by simply forcing himself forward. Proper rest was also preparation. After reaching that conclusion, Ezra pulled the blanket slightly higher and closed his eyes again. A few moments later, he returned to sleep. Hours passed. The darkness disappeared. Sunlight gradually spilled through the curtains. The city outside slowly came to life. When Ezra finally woke up again, it was fully morning. After freshening up and eating breakfast with Lucy, the two departed for the BNC headquarters. And like that, Ezra's training officially began. The moment they arrived, Lara immediately took control of the schedule. There was no greeting, no small talk, no wasting time. Several members of the auction planning committee gathered inside one of the presentation halls. A stage had been prepared. Rows of seats faced the stage. The atmosphere resembled a miniature version of the auction event itself. Lara stood near the front. Then she casually handed Ezra a random topic. Present this. Her tone made it sound less like a request and more like an order. Ezra took the paper, read it once, then walked onto the stage. Lucy sat among the audience seats. Unlike her usual maid attire, she wore casual clothing today. A fitted black long-sleeved blouse, high-waisted tailored trousers, and brown knee-high boots. The outfit made her look less like a maid and more like a young office worker accompanying an important executive. She quietly watched from her seat. Meanwhile, Ezra stood at the center of the stage. Several committee members crossed their arms. Others opened notebooks. Some prepared to take notes. Everyone focused on him. As always, Ezra showed no sign of nervousness in the slightest. His calmness alone surprised many of the professionals present. Standing on a stage was one thing. Standing on a stage while experienced broadcasters and event planners judged every movement was another. Yet Ezra remained composed. More surprisingly, he was actually showing more emotion this time. Occasionally, a faint smile appeared. At other moments, he adjusted his tone slightly. When appropriate, he inserted small remarks that helped keep the presentation engaging without drifting away from the main topic. The changes were subtle, but they existed. Lara watched quietly. Her sharp eyes followed every movement, every pause, every gesture, every word. She looked less like a broadcaster and more like a hunter observing prey. Eventually, Ezra finished. The room became silent. Then Laura immediately stood. No applause. No compliments. Just straight to work. She walked onto the stage. Your eye contact was weak during the middle section. She pointed directly at him. You held your hands too stiffly here. She demonstrated. When explaining information, your pacing slowed too much. Again, she demonstrated. One mistake after another. One correction after another. The entire process was efficient. After finishing her explanation, Laura folded her arms. You're a fast learner, Ezra. She pointed at him. A pleased smirk appeared on her face. So, I'm confident you'll be able to absorb everything I'm teaching you. She nodded. Then, that's why I'm going to teach you absolutely everything possible. The smirk widened. It increases my pay. She winked shamelessly. Several committee members laughed. Laura looked completely serious about that reason. Then she returned to her seat. Ezra stared at her. His face remained blank. What a strange woman. Earlier that morning, Lucy had shown him several news broadcasts hosted by Laura. During the ride to headquarters, he had even watched one of her reports covering the Sterling household destruction. She was professional, extremely skilled, yet somehow, still strange. All right. Laura suddenly clapped her hands. The sound echoed through the hall. Action. Ezra immediately began again. This time he followed the corrections she had demonstrated. His posture changed. His pacing improved. His delivery became smoother. The presentation restarted from the beginning. Hours passed like that. Practice. Correction. Practice. Correction. Again and again. During one of the break periods, Ezra met with the head of the technical team. The man's responsibility was reviewing presentation structures and ensuring technical explanations remained understandable. He had only been allowed to read Ezra's introduction section, not the invention details themselves. Even so, the man was visibly impressed. The structure is excellent. He adjusted his glasses. The flow shows it was rewritten smoothly. He tapped the document. You explain information in a way that keeps people listening. Several members of the technical team agreed. Afterward, they demonstrated how Ezra's presentation slides would appear on the stage. Massive holographic projections appeared around them. Visual transitions. Interactive displays. Information layouts. Everything was shown. The scale far exceeded anything Ezra had expected. Days passed. The training continued. Every day, Ezra practiced with holographic presentations. Every day, Laura corrected another mistake. Sometimes positioning. Sometimes timing. Sometimes eye contact. Sometimes body language. Park also held short meetings with him. The man explained additional programs that would occur during the auction event. Guest introductions. Presentation schedules. Media interactions. Security arrangements. A list of important attendees was also handed over, with several names highlighted. People Ezra needed to pay attention to. People whose opinions could heavily influence the value of an invention. Then, the third day arrived. And finally, the phantom rolls reached the BNC headquarters. The moment the transport vehicle arrived, several committee members secretly gathered nearby. Only a small number were permitted to see it. Security remained strict. Even then, excitement filled the area. As the covering was removed, several people froze. The elegant black body reflected the surrounding lights. The smooth curves, the noble appearance, the commanding presence. Everything looked even more impressive in person. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then, wow, someone finally whispered. Another person swallowed. Several wanted to move closer. A few even stretched out their hands, only to be immediately stopped. Lucy stepped forward first, then the security personnel followed. No touching. Lucy folded her arms. Her tone carried a mature authority. The group immediately withdrew their hands. After Ezra completed his inspection and confirmed everything remained in perfect condition, the Phantom Rolls was transported directly to the auction venue. The transfer happened under heavy security. Routes were kept secret. Schedules were hidden. Everything was handled carefully. No risks were taken. And like that, the final preparations came to an end. The training was complete. The invention was ready. The venue was prepared. The guests were arriving. The auction event day had finally arrived, and everything was ready for full action. Chapter 228, B&C Auction Event. Hello, my fellow Britannians. A female host stood brightly in front of a live recording camera, her voice carrying excitement as she waved toward the audience watching through the Skynet. The morning sunlight shone across her elegant outfit, while the camera focused perfectly on her smiling face. "Welcome to Glasgow Palace." She stretched her arm toward the massive building behind her. The camera immediately shifted. A magnificent structure appeared on countless screens across Britannia. The palace looked almost unreal. Large glass panels covered much of the exterior, reflecting the sunlight in countless directions. The entire building glittered under the morning sky like a giant crystal standing proudly in the heart of Camford. Steam-powered decorative fountains surrounded the entrance grounds. Beautiful glass sculptures stood along the pathways. Noble steam carriages continuously arrived through the grand gates. The brilliance of the structure alone was enough to make ordinary citizens stop and stare. "Yes, we are at the one and only Glasgow Palace, my people." The host laughed cheerfully. "And I think every Britannian already knows why we're all gathered here today." She raised an eyebrow playfully toward the camera. Immediately, countless comments flooded the live broadcast. The chat section moved so fast that many viewers could barely read the messages appearing. "Yes. Ismir. Phantom Rolls. Lex 000. The auction. BN_loyal. I took today off work for this. Joseph 274. Show US Ezra. Pink_34. The host laughed again. "That's right, my people." She pointed dramatically toward the venue. "We are all here for the biggest auction event ever held by the BNC Broadcasting Group." The camera angle changed once more. This time it focused on the massive courtyard surrounding Glasgow Palace. Rows upon rows of noble steam carriages were parked neatly. Some belonged to counts. Some belonged to high-ember families. Some belonged to powerful industries. Servants stood respectfully beside their employers. Nobles dressed in expensive attire walked toward the entrance while discussing business and politics. Representatives from major industries arrived one after another. Camera flashes constantly illuminated the entrance area. The entire front section had been transformed into a grand red carpet event. Announcers stood near the entrance, introducing important guests as they arrived. Each new arrival attracted another wave of excitement. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was even livelier. Elegant music flowed throughout the venue from a large orchestra positioned near the center of the hall. The sound blended with hundreds of conversations occurring simultaneously. Guests discussed inventions, business opportunities, politics, future investments, rumors. Every topic imaginable could be heard if one listened carefully enough. To ensure every moment reached viewers across Britannia, BNC had stationed numerous hosts throughout the venue. Some interviewed master craftsmen. Some spoke with famous scholars and researchers. Others interviewed representatives from Britannia's largest steam carriage companies. The entire event felt alive. It felt important, like something people would talk about for years. Security was equally impressive. State guards stood at strategic locations. Members of the BNC security division moved quietly through the crowd. Several alchemists remained stationed near important entrances. Their sharp eyes continuously observed the surroundings. Any disturbance would be dealt with immediately. Meanwhile, servants moved through the hall carrying trays filled with exquisite drinks and refreshments. Crystal glasses reflected the light from the chandeliers overhead. Guests gradually found their assigned seats. Each table carried a nameplate identifying its owner. Everything had been prepared with precision. After all, every person present had purchased a ticket long before the event began. That was how the BNC Broadcasting Group operated. Nothing about this event was ordinary. Representatives of companies occupied their designated sections. Noble families sat together. Industrial leaders discussed business while waiting for the main attraction to begin. Above the main floor, the second level hosted many influential nobles and high-ranking company executives. Their seats offered an excellent view of the stage below, and above even that, the VIP floor, the most exclusive section of the entire venue. Private rooms lined the top level. Each room was concealed behind elegant wine-colored curtains. No one could see who sat inside. They could only see the heavy security standing guard outside. Everyone knew the truth. Only representatives from duke houses and the royal family could occupy those rooms. Their identities remained hidden, but their presence alone created speculation. Then, "Good day, Britannians." Lara's voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. A burst of stage smoke erupted around the center platform. The crowd immediately turned. Lara stepped onto the stage. She wore an elegant sky blue gown decorated with crystal gems arranged in intricate patterns. The lights reflected from the crystals as she moved. The entire hall erupted into applause. Some viewers watching from home even began posting excited messages online. "It's that time again." Lara smiled brightly. Her professional stage presence immediately captured everyone's attention. Although, she tilted her head slightly. "It's been a very long time since we've held an auction event that isn't really just an auction event." A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Everyone understood what she meant. This wasn't simply an auction. It was also an invention presentation. A historic one. The Phantom Rolls had already transformed this event into something much bigger. "I'm sure all of you understand what I'm saying." Lara walked toward the front of the stage. The spotlight followed her perfectly. Outside Glasgow Palace, the broadcast continued across Camford. Large glass display boards showed the live event. People gathered around them. Workers, students, shop owners, travelers, even carriage drivers paused briefly to watch. And it wasn't only happening in Northwick. The same broadcast played in Metallica, Frostmarch, Stonefall, Thornwick, Ravensheim, and even Eldenford itself, the heart of Britannia, the seat of the royal family. Countless eyes watched the event unfold. "Before we begin," Lara raised her voice. "As proud Britannians, we all have something important to do first." The crowd immediately quieted. Whether you're a duke, a count, a worker, a scholar, or simply a citizen watching from home, she pointed forward. "We will rise together and recite the Britannian Scholars' Anthem." One by one, people stood. Guests, servants, guards, executives, everyone. Even the individuals seated on the upper levels rose respectfully. The orchestra slowly began playing the anthem. A familiar melody filled the hall. For several minutes, the entire venue stood united beneath the same music. Then, the anthem ended. Everyone returned to their seats with the excitement only growing stronger. Lara smiled. "Now then." She adjusted her posture slightly. "Let's move to the next program." She glanced at the floor above the main floor. "We have to welcome some of the important guests present at this event." Lara gently extended her hand toward the second floor of the grand hall. Immediately, a massive holographic screen materialized above the stage. The screen expanded until everyone in the venue could clearly see the distinguished guests seated on the upper level. Many audience members turned their heads upward. Others focused on the holographic projection. Even the viewers watching through the Skynet became excited. The comment sections exploded with activity. "I would like to introduce and welcome the representative of one of Britannia's best-selling phone companies." Lara paused briefly. A smile appeared on her face. "Starlix." The moment the name was announced, the holographic screen shifted. A well-dressed man appeared on the projection. He stood up from his seat immediately. Several executives and attendants seated beside him also rose to their feet. The representative waved toward the crowd with a practiced smile. The audience below erupted into applause. Many young people in the crowd cheered loudly. After all, almost everyone in Britannia knew the Starlix brand. Some even raised their own phones while laughing. The representative bowed politely before sitting down. Lara smoothly moved on to the next guest. "I would also like to welcome a noble family that we all know for producing some of the finest scholars and researchers in Britannia." Her voice carried clearly throughout the hall. "Please welcome Count Kane and his family." The holographic screen immediately shifted again. Count Kane appeared seated beside his wife. His two children sat near them, dressed elegantly in noble attire. The Count rose calmly. His wife followed. The children also stood and waved politely. The family carried themselves with refined grace that naturally attracted attention. The audience applauded warmly. Some scholars seated within the crowd nodded respectfully. The Kane family had long built their reputation through education and research. Even many inventors present admired them. Moving on to our next distinguished guests. Lara smiled brightly. "I would like to welcome the representatives of one of the largest steam carriage production companies in Britannia." She pointed toward another section. Silver wheels. The holographic screen instantly displayed the company representatives. Several men and women dressed in professional business attire stood from their seats. The Silver Wheels crest could be seen on their formal clothing. They waved toward the audience. The applause that followed became even louder. Many investors present immediately paid more attention. After all, Silver Wheels was one of the giants of the steam carriage industry. And considering why everyone had gathered here today, their presence was particularly important. Lara waited for the applause to settle before continuing. Next on our list. She smiled mysteriously. We have the surprise appearance of a very important guest. That statement immediately caught the crowd's attention. Many people leaned forward. Curiosity appeared on numerous faces. Lara enjoyed the reaction. She is not only one of Britannia's foremost experts in alchemy circle conversion. She raised a finger. But she is also the current head of Britannia's largest blacksmithing company. The crowd immediately began whispering. Some already guessed who was about to be introduced. Please give a warm round of applause for Mrs. Rena Bremer. Lara pointed dramatically toward one side of the second floor. Head of Bremers and Steel. The holographic screen immediately displayed Rena. She stood gracefully from her seat. A bright smile appeared on her face as she waved toward the audience. Beside her, her husband stood as well. Several executive board members of Bremers and Steel also rose and greeted the crowd. The applause became noticeably louder. Even some master craftsmen stood briefly to acknowledge her. Bremers and Steel wasn't simply a company. It was one of the foundations of Britannia's industrial world. Rena maintained her elegant smile before returning to her seat. The introductions continued. One important guest after another. One influential figure after another. The list seemed endless. Time slowly passed. Many people had arrived solely for business opportunities. Others came out of curiosity. Some attended simply because they wanted to witness history. And eventually, Lara arrived at the final important guest on the second floor. And our final distinguished guests. Her smile remained professional. Are representatives from a company that hardly needs an introduction. The crowd immediately became more attentive. Even several nobles sat up straighter. Lara continued. We actually have many important members of this company present today. She took a few slow steps backward across the stage. This event wouldn't truly be an invention presentation without their presence. The suspense quietly built. Then, please welcome. Lara stretched out her arm. The members of the Eclipse. The hall instantly erupted. The holographic screen displayed several members of the Eclipse standing from their seats. They waved calmly. Their expressions carried confidence. The applause that followed was among the loudest so far. Some inventors in the audience couldn't hide their excitement. Many companies dreamed of attracting the Eclipse's attention because their presence alone increased the value of any invention event. After the applause gradually died down, Lara waved her hand dramatically. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, she smiled. I would like everyone to know that this event currently hosts 5 VIP rooms on the top floor. She pointed upward energetically. The holographic screen changed. The 5 private rooms immediately appeared. Wine-colored curtains concealed the identities of those inside. Outside each room stood heavily armed security personnel. Several powerful alchemists remained stationed nearby. The faint pressure leaking from their cognates alone made many people instinctively lower their voices. The audience immediately began whispering. Do you think the Duke House of Ashenlocke came? A young noble seated among his friends asked excitedly. I mean, one of their own is the star of today's event. Obviously, the Galehart family is here. Another noble replied confidently. I heard someone from the royal family is attending. A different voice joined in. That wouldn't surprise me. I heard members of the Scholar Tower also arrived this morning. More whispers followed. Speculation spread throughout the venue. Everyone wanted to know who occupied those mysterious rooms. Yet despite the growing excitement, Lara never lost control of the stage. We are now moving on to the next program, my lovely people. She began walking toward the right side of the stage. Several cameras followed her movements smoothly. Her smile never disappeared. It's time for a musical performance by Northwick's special pianist. The audience immediately applauded. Lara raised her voice. Please give a warm round of applause to not only the beautiful flower of Britannia. She paused deliberately, allowing anticipation to build. The audience grew quieter. but also the youngest musical star and one of the greatest geniuses of the Galehart family. The applause started before she even finished. Many already knew who she was referring to. Lara smiled brightly, then announced with a clear voice that echoed throughout the entire hall. "I would like to welcome to the stage Northwick's own finest flower." The lights dimmed slightly, making the anticipation reach its peak. Lady Selina Galehart. The crowd erupted into applause. Chapter 229, Phantom Roles Presentation. The crowd erupted with cheers, applause, and excited shouts. The entire hall came alive with more energy. The reason was simple. The young woman who had just stepped onto the stage wasn't merely one of Britannia's most famous rising musicians. She wasn't merely one of the flowers of Britannia. She was also an alchemist prodigy from the Duke family that ruled Northwick. A true daughter of one of Britannia's most powerful noble houses. Many young noblemen stared at her with admiration. Some hid their fascination better than others. A few couldn't even take their eyes off her. Meanwhile, many young noble ladies cheered her name openly. "Lady Selina! Lady Selina! Lady Selina!" Their excited voices echoed throughout the venue. Selina stepped out from the backstage entrance with graceful movements. Her emerald green hair was neatly tied behind her head, decorated with blooming white and pink flowers woven carefully into her hairstyle. Under the stage lights, her pale skin appeared almost radiant. The elegant white and emerald Victorian gown she wore perfectly displayed the dignity and beauty expected from a noble lady of a Duke family. Every movement she made seemed calm and natural. There was no need for exaggerated elegance. Years of noble upbringing had already become part of her. Her emerald eyes slowly settled on the grand piano being wheeled onto the stage by several workers. The workers moved quickly and efficiently. Within moments, the instrument was positioned at the center of the platform. Selina approached it. The entire hall seemed to quiet down naturally as she walked. Then she sat. Her back remained straight. Her posture, perfect. Her slender fingers hovered slightly above the black and white keys. Everyone watched. No one wanted to miss even the smallest movement. A genius of music was about to perform. Slowly, Selina raised one hand. The simple gesture immediately silenced the entire hall. The conversation stopped. The whispers disappeared. Even the photographers became quieter. The only remaining sound came from the distant hum of the venue itself. Seconds passed. The anticipation continued building. Then, her hands descended. The performance began. The first notes flowed gently through the hall. It felt warm, comforting, and soft. Several guests immediately smiled. Others leaned back in their seats and closed their eyes. The melody wasn't loud, yet it carried a strange ability to draw people in. Selina's fingers moved smoothly across the keys, like flowing water, like a breeze moving through a field of flowers. The entire hall slowly became immersed in the music. The melody rose, then slowed, then rose again. Each transition felt natural. Each note blended perfectly into the next. People found themselves unconsciously following the rhythm. Some gently tapped their feet. Some nodded their heads. Some quietly hummed along. Even those who knew little about music couldn't help but become absorbed. Wow! Lucy's eyes sparkled. She stood near the backstage area. Normally, the area behind the stage remained busy with workers moving around constantly, staff exchanging information, and security personnel maintaining order. Yet now, everything had slowed. The workers stood quietly. The staff paused their conversations. Even some security guards listened while pretending not to. Everyone had become part of the audience. Meanwhile, the live broadcast chat completely exploded. Comments rushed upward so quickly that they became impossible to read. Amazing. Selina_fan 2000. Lady Selina never disappoints. Servant_of_the_emerald_queen. This is beautiful. Selina_fan 1345. I'm crying. Joseph 274. Play forever. BNs_loyal. The more Selina played, the deeper the audience sank into the world she was creating. The hall felt different. The tension of business. The excitement of investment. The pressure of competition. All of it seemed to fade away. Only the music remained. The melody flowed through the venue like a fresh spring breeze. Many elderly guests smiled nostalgically. Many younger guests sat completely captivated. Some people even forgot why they had come to the event in the first place. For that moment, only the music truly existed. 1 hour passed, yet it didn't feel like an hour. The final melody slowly approached. The rhythm softened, and the notes gradually descended. Then, Selena played the final key. Silence. The entire hall became still. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Everyone remained trapped in the lingering emotions left behind by the performance. Then, whoa! The venue exploded. The applause shook the hall. People stood from their seats, with cheers erupting everywhere. Lady Selena, you are amazing. Beautiful. Encore. One more song. Praise echoed from every direction. Selena smiled softly. Her expression remained gentle. Thank you, everyone. Even her voice sounded elegant and had a light tone. She rose from her seat and bowed toward the crowd. The applause only grew louder. Moments later, Lara returned to the stage. That was incredible, Lady Selena. She bowed politely. You never stop amazing us here in Britannia. Lara's bright smile looked completely genuine. Well, thank you. Selena smiled politely. Then she prepared to leave the stage. However, please wait, my lady. Lara raised her hand slightly. Selena stopped. Curiosity appeared in her eyes as she tilted her head. Lara stepped forward. I would be honored if you would do us the favor of welcoming today's main star to the stage. She bowed slightly, then extended a hand toward Selena. The Galeheart heiress looked at Lara's hand. A soft laugh escaped her lips. She covered her mouth lightly with one hand, just as noble ladies often did. It would be my honor. Her smile became warmer. The photographers immediately became excited again. Flash after flash illuminated the area. From the moment Selena entered the stage until now, the cameras had never stopped following her. Every angle, every expression, every movement. Nothing was missed. That's a yes, my people. Lara raised her hand dramatically. The crowd immediately responded with cheers. The atmosphere surged once more. Because right now, Lara's expression gradually became serious. The orchestra behind them began playing a slow and suspenseful melody. The crowd quieted. Everyone understood. The real event was finally beginning. The main event. Lara slowly looked around the hall. The star of today's gathering. She could see the anticipation in the faces of the audience. Investors, scholars, craftsmen, nobles, merchants. Everyone had come for the same reason. The presentation of the groundbreaking invention. Her voice lowered slightly, which became the fastest invention presentation in Britannian history to reach 6 million views. The crowd listened attentively, and which has now become the fastest invention presentation to surpass 10 million views. The excitement immediately rose again. Lara handed the microphone to Selena. Selena accepted it gracefully, then she stepped forward. A soft smile appeared on her face. Please welcome to the stage. Her voice wasn't loud, yet the hall listened carefully. Every word reached the audience. Ezra Ashenlocke. She paused briefly. The creator of phantom roles. The orchestra immediately shifted. The slow melody transformed into a grand and energetic score. The atmosphere exploded. At that moment, Ezra walked out from backstage. The bright stage lights fell upon him. Lara and Selena stepped aside. As they passed each other, Selena glanced at him thoughtfully. The young inventor who had captured the attention of all Britannia. Yet Ezra didn't react. His gaze remained forward. His steps remained steady. His expression remained calm and plain as usual. He walked directly toward the center of the stage. The applause intensified. Now, every important guest, every executive, every craftsman, every scholar, every noble, and every VIP hidden within the private rooms above. All eyes were focused on him. Ezra could feel the countless gazes, the expectations, the curiosity, the pressure, but as always, he felt nothing. Good day to all guests, distinguished guests, and honored VIPs. Ezra spoke confidently. His eyes swept across the crowd, not with nervousness, not with arrogance, but with simple confidence. The confidence of someone who thoroughly understood his own creation. My name is Ezra Ashenlocke. He paused briefly. And I am the creator of phantom roles. He gave a signal toward the technical team. So, Ezra walked a few steps forward. The moment he moved, the technical team responded immediately. A large holographic presentation screen materialized behind him, floating above the stage for everyone in the hall to see clearly. The crowd gradually quieted down. Many guests adjusted themselves in their seats. Scholars took out notebooks. Merchants prepared their pens. Several company representatives opened their Starlix devices and phone devices to record important points. Everyone knew the real presentation had finally begun. A lot of people have been asking me something. Ezra paused. The hall remained silent. His calm and flat voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every corner of the venue. What made you come up with this invention? He glanced at the audience. Since every creation has a reason behind its existence, and as I already briefly explained in the post I uploaded. Ezra raised a hand. The first slide disappeared. The second slide immediately appeared. An image showing 3 different classes of steam carriages materialized on the holographic screen. Normal, noble, royal. The 3 carriages were displayed side by side. Many people immediately recognized the models. Some even nodded before Ezra continued. As we can see, both the noble and royal steam carriages differ from the normal steam carriage because of the amount of decoration, materials, and overall refinement invested into their production. Ezra pointed toward the image. The purpose of these additions is to display elegance, nobility, status, and royalty. Many nobles nodded in agreement. Several carriage manufacturers also agreed silently. After all, that was exactly how the industry currently operated. Ezra swiped his hand again. The second slide vanished, and the third slide appeared. That is why I asked myself a simple question. His voice remained steady. What happens if we remove all the decorations and exquisite patterns? The image changed. The crowd immediately became more attentive. The noble and royal steam carriages appeared again. This time, all decorative carvings, all golden trims, all expensive embellishments, all luxurious patterns had been removed. Only the basic exterior structures remained. This, Ezra pointed calmly, is the outcome. A low murmur spread throughout the audience. The difference was obvious. Or rather, the lack of difference was obvious. Without the decorative additions, the 3 steam carriages looked nearly identical. A random citizen would even struggle to tell them apart. Several scholars exchanged glances. Many craftsmen narrowed their eyes thoughtfully. The realization struck them almost instantly. If a random person was asked to identify which carriage was normal, noble, or royal, Ezra continued, there is a high chance they would confuse them. The audience slowly nodded. Some even laughed lightly after realizing how true the statement was. Many people had never actually thought about it before. Yet once the idea was presented, it suddenly seemed obvious. A large number of scholars, craft-based alchemists, craftsmen, merchants, business owners, and nobles all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, many others hurriedly wrote notes. They carefully recorded every part of Ezra's introduction. No one wanted to miss an important detail. That realization brought me to a conclusion. Ezra swiped his hand again. The presentation returned to the first slide. Steam carriages intended for the noble and royal classes should possess their own unique exterior identity. His calm voice echoed through the hall. The difference should not exist only through decoration. It should exist through the body itself. Several executives from major carriage companies immediately sat up straighter, because the statement alone already carried enormous commercial value. Now, Ezra slowly moved away from the center of the stage. The ideology behind this design originated from a simple objective. He stopped walking, facing the audience directly. I wanted to achieve a smooth body structure. Many people blinked. A smooth body structure? Such a simple explanation seemed almost disappointing. Yet nobody interrupted him, because they had already seen the results. And that goal, Ezra raised his hand, eventually led me to the phantom rolls. He pointed toward the center of the stage. The next moment, PSSSSHHHHHHH. Steam burst upward. Mechanical sounds echoed throughout the venue. Metal gears rotated beneath the stage. The audience immediately turned their attention toward the center platform. Slowly, a hidden section of the stage began to rise. The movement was deliberate, building anticipation. The orchestra softly lowered its volume. Even the crowd unconsciously held their breath. Then, the phantom rolls emerged, rising from beneath the stage like a noble beast making its appearance before the world. Steam continued flowing around it. The black body reflected the stage lights. Silver detailing traced its elegant frame. The smooth curves gave it a sense of refinement completely different from traditional steam carriages. The moment the steam finally cleared, gasps erupted throughout the hall. Many people had already seen the phantom rolls through Skynet. Many had watched Ezra's original presentation countless times. Yet seeing it in person was completely different. The scale, the craftsmanship, the presence, everything appeared far more impressive. The photographers immediately moved into action. Camera flashes exploded continuously. They rushed to capture every angle possible. Every curve, every reflection, every detail. The live broadcast chat descended into chaos. Comments flooded the screen so quickly that they became difficult to read. This is beautiful. Lex 000. It looks even better than the video. Ismir. How can a carriage look like that? Stark_Drake. Buy it immediately. Green_Alchemist. I need one. Flame_00. The excitement only continued growing. Even some representatives from the largest carriage companies couldn't hide the interest in their eyes. On the second floor, Rena couldn't stop smiling. The satisfaction on her face was obvious. After all, she had personally helped during part of the creation process. Seeing the finished phantom rolls standing proudly before all of Britannia gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. Her smile became so obvious that her husband eventually leaned closer. Are you all right? He asked quietly. Rena simply smiled wider. Perfectly. Meanwhile, Ezra calmly walked toward the opposite side of the phantom rolls. The invention stood beside him like the centerpiece of the entire venue. Now, he raised his hand slightly. You must all be wondering why I chose a smooth exterior structure as the foundation of this design. The audience focused again, perhaps because it makes the carriage look cleaner. Ezra answered his own question. More elegant and more pleasing to the eye. Several audience members nodded. Yes. Ezra gave a small acknowledgement. That is one reason. Then he paused, allowing the words to settle. But there is more. Ezra stepped forward, standing near the front side of the phantom rolls. You see, his gaze swept across the audience. After studying the steam engine systems used throughout our kingdom, he continued calmly. I realized that Britannia possesses a tremendous advantage. The next slide appeared. Then another. Ezra swiped through several slides until he reached the fourth. Charts, engine diagrams, performance illustrations, all appeared on the holographic screen. We are blessed with a reduced need for fuel consumption compared to what might otherwise be required. Several craft-based alchemists immediately became interested. Some even leaned forward. They could already tell the discussion was moving toward a technical explanation. Ezra pointed toward the fourth slide. Buy fuel. His finger stopped on one specific diagram. I mean the coolant required for the steam engine. Chapter 230, Phantom Rolls Presentation Part 2. You see, the two main elements used in the creation of steam engines are novarite and cryolix. Ezra's calm voice echoed throughout the hall. Even though he still spoke in his usual flat tone, nobody found his presentation boring. In fact, many people were becoming more invested as he continued. His explanations were straightforward, easy to understand and easy to follow. There was no unnecessary complexity, no attempt to sound superior. He simply explained things in a way that allowed everyone present to keep up with his train of thought. Scholars listened. Craftsmen paid attention. Business owners took notes. Even nobles who normally cared little for engineering found themselves interested. Because of the non-boiling properties of cryolix, the reaction that occurs when novarite and cryolix are combined within a steam engine produces the steam required to power the system. Ezra swiped his hand. The holographic slide shifted. A detailed image of a steam engine appeared. Internal chambers, pressure systems, coolant channels, energy flow diagrams. All of them floated above the stage. The steam produced from heated cryolix directly corresponds to the thermal output generated by the novarite. Another slide appeared. Many craftsmen and production specialists immediately narrowed their eyes. Several representatives from steam carriage companies leaned forward. Some had already begun discussing quietly among themselves. Now, Ezra pointed toward one section of the diagram. Because of the amount of heat being generated, A regulation system is required to prevent the steam engine from reaching dangerous operating temperatures. The highlighted section glowed. The method used to achieve this is coolant. The word appeared across the holographic display. Immediately, several members of the major steam carriage industries exchanged glances. Some had already begun trying to predict where Ezra was leading the discussion. After all, everything he had said so far was basic knowledge. Nothing revolutionary. Yet that was exactly what made it more mysterious, because Ezra was clearly building towards something. What many people fail to realize, he continued calmly, is that there are additional factors capable of increasing the heat generation of a steam engine. His gaze swept across the audience. And one of those factors is the focus of this presentation. The atmosphere became quieter. Curiosity steadily increased. Ezra swiped his hand again. The fifth slide disappeared, and the sixth slide appeared. Then he pointed toward the title, The Exterior Shape of a Carriage and How It is Affected by Wind Resistance. Several eyes widened. A murmur spread through the crowd. Wind? What does wind have to do with steam carriages? Even a few executives from the major carriage industries looked a bit puzzled, yet at the same time, interested. People cannot see it. Ezra's voice remained steady. So, they often forget it exists. It was a simple statement. Yet many listeners immediately found themselves paying even closer attention. But every time a carriage moves, it is constantly pushing through an ocean of air. The sixth slide expanded. A detailed diagram appeared. Airflow patterns flowed around a carriage model. Colored lines demonstrated resistance forces. Pressure zones formed around sharp edges. The technical team immediately enlarged the diagram further. A secondary holographic screen emerged beside the original display. Everyone could now clearly see the airflow illustration. The audience stared at the image. Many people were seeing this type of visual explanation for the first time. Sharp corners split the airflow. Ezra pointed at the diagram, and the air becomes unstable. The airflow lines began vibrating within the projection, which creates resistance. Several scholars immediately started writing notes. A few master craftsmen exchanged surprised looks. Meanwhile, many carriage manufacturers were beginning to understand the direction of Ezra's argument. Most steam carriage manufacturers design around the engine. Ezra swiped back to the second slide. The images of the three carriage classes returned. They focus on fitting the necessary components together. His finger moved across the image. The engine, the piping, the passenger compartments, the suspension systems. They build around functionality. The audience nodded in agreement, because they all knew that was exactly how the industry operated. And then they stop. The statement caused a few chuckles. Some representatives even awkwardly avoided eye contact. The result, Ezra pointed at the carriage, is a vehicle covered in edges, exposed joints, bolts, and uneven surfaces. The moment those words left his mouth, several master craftsmen froze with their eyes widening. A few top craft-based alchemists immediately sat upright. Even some scholars suddenly looked at the diagrams again. Something clicked in their minds, like a connection beginning to form. A lot of you are probably wondering. Ezra raised his hand slightly. What any of this has to do with wind resistance? He paused, allowing the discussions to spread. Whispers immediately filled the hall, with people debating quietly among themselves. Many already had theories, while many also didn't. Then Ezra spoke again. It has everything to do with it. The hall quieted once more. When a carriage moves at speed, it forcibly pushes through the wind. The airflow animation resumed. Pressure waves formed around the projected carriage. You may not see it. Ezra shrugged slightly. But you can certainly feel it. His tone remained calm. If you stick your head outside the carriage window. Several nobles immediately laughed. The mental image was too familiar. Many younger nobles remembered doing exactly that when they were children. Some had even received scoldings from their parents afterward. A wave of amusement spread throughout the hall. Even Lara covered her mouth while laughing softly. That pressure creates resistance. Ezra continued. And resistance increases the workload placed upon the steam engine. The diagram shifted. Heat levels began increasing. The engine glow intensified. The rougher the exterior, the greater the resistance. The greater the resistance, the harder the engine must work. The harder the engine works, the more heat it generates. The audience followed every step. The The chain of logic became increasingly obvious. And eventually, Ezra paused. The engine image turned red. The coolant began struggling to keep up. The projected temperature gauge rose sharply. Then, clap. Ezra brought his hands together. The sharp sound echoed throughout the hall. Several audience members flinched. The steam engine began showing signs of overheating. The holographic engine released steam. Warning symbols appeared. And then, Ezra looked toward the crowd. You refill the coolant. A few carriage manufacturers suddenly looked uncomfortable because they knew exactly how often customers complained about coolant consumption, but those complaints were laid low from major news carrying it up. Ezra calmly walked toward the phantom rolls. His hand gently brushed across the smooth body. That is why I chose the smooth body approach. A faint smile appeared, small and subtle, yet visible, that the audience immediately noticed. Because a smooth exterior allows airflow to travel naturally around the carriage. The airflow diagram changed. This time the wind flowed smoothly. The resistance indicators dropped and the heat generation values lowered. Less resistance means less force is required to maintain speed. His gaze moved toward the hidden exhaust vents, which means lower fuel consumption, reduced boiler strain, and less wear on internal components. The crowd became increasingly silent, not because they were bored, but because they were now thinking. Many of them had never considered the relationship between exterior design and mechanical performance, at least not for steam carriages. Dirigibles already used similar principles. Ships also benefited from streamlined designs. Yet somehow, nobody had seriously applied the concept to land transport. Several scholars looked stunned. Some craftsmen visibly regretted not thinking of it themselves. Of course, Ezra continued, we Britannians are fortunate. He pointed toward an image of Britannia's road network. Our roads are exceptionally well constructed. The audience nodded proudly. That was one achievement every Britannian respected, which reduces many of the factors that could worsen this issue. He paused. But the word immediately regained everyone's attention. Using this principle, I designed the phantom rolls with a smooth exterior. The holographic model rotated. The curves of the vehicle became visible from every angle, which not only creates elegance, he pointed toward the carriage, but also creates elegance during movement. Several nobles visibly liked that statement. After all, a noble vehicle wasn't only meant to look beautiful, it also needed to move beautifully. Ezra swiped toward the 7th slide. A video immediately began playing. The phantom rolls appeared on a road. The crowd focused on the screen, watching the vehicle accelerate smoothly, quietly, and effortlessly through a road. Gasps spread throughout the hall. Even though it was only a recording, many people could see the difference. The movement looked so fluid and natural. The carriage seemed to cut through the air rather than fight against it. The sound produced by the engine was noticeably softer than traditional steam carriages. This is really amazing. One of the Silver Wheel's representatives blurted out without thinking. His voice wasn't quiet. Several people nearby immediately turned toward him. Yet nobody disagreed. More whispers spread throughout the audience. The live broadcast descended into complete chaos. Comments flooded endlessly. I need one. Lex 000. Take my money. Stan 22. Mass produce it already. Joseph 274. This is the future. Steam_carriage_lover. Of course, only the families capable of affording such a vehicle could seriously make those statements. Now, for my final point. Ezra swiped toward the last slide. The holographic screen shifted smoothly. The previous diagrams vanished one after another until only a single sentence remained floating behind him. The entire hall gradually quieted. Many people instinctively leaned forward. Even those who had been busy taking notes stopped writing for a moment. They wanted to hear how he intended to conclude his presentation. Elegance is not born solely from a carriage's appearance. Ezra spoke calmly. His voice wasn't loud. Yet after spending nearly an hour guiding everyone through his thought process, every person in the hall found themselves listening carefully. The sentence appeared behind him in large glowing letters. Several photographers immediately captured the moment. It is also born from how fluidly it moves through the wind. Ezra allowed the words to settle. The hall remained silent. Many people found themselves unconsciously nodding. After hearing the explanation regarding wind resistance and efficiency, The statement carried much more weight than it initially seemed. A few scholars even hurriedly wrote it down. Then, Ezra paused. His expression remained calm, almost blank. Yet those who had been paying attention throughout the presentation could tell he was intentionally allowing the audience to digest everything he had explained. Then he added one final line. "Oh." A faint smile appeared on his face. Subtle, barely noticeable, but it was there. "And from the sound it makes." The statement immediately drew laughter throughout the venue. Not mocking laughter. Appreciative laughter. The kind that naturally appeared when a speaker ended with something memorable. Many guests remembered the smooth and refined sound the Phantom Rolls had produced during its unveiling post. The engine noise alone had already become one of the invention's most discussed features across Skynet. Then, Ezra bowed. "Thank you." The moment those words left his mouth, the hall exploded. Thunderous applause erupted from every direction. Cheers followed immediately after. Some people even stood before realizing they had done so. Others quickly followed. Within moments, nearly the entire venue was on its feet. The sound of clapping filled every corner of Glasgow Palace. Several nobles applauded openly. Scholars nodded with approval. Investors exchanged excited glances. Representatives from major industries clapped while simultaneously calculating the potential value of the invention in their minds. The live broadcast chat completely lost control. Messages flooded upward so quickly that they became unreadable. Ezra slowly straightened his body. His dark eyes swept across the audience. Then, following Lara's training, he offered a faint smile again. Not too much, not too little, just enough to show appreciation. He raised his hand and waved lightly toward the crowd. The applause immediately intensified. Many viewers watching through the Skynet took screenshots of the moment. Several young noble ladies even covered their mouths while whispering excitedly among themselves. Meanwhile, on the second floor, several representatives from the steam carriage industry wore complicated expressions. Some were impressed, some were excited, some were worried, and some were already calculating how much money the Phantom Rolls might take from their future sales. Wow. Lara walked back onto the stage. Her bright smile looked genuine. Even she appeared impressed by how smoothly the presentation had unfolded. That was truly an incredible breakdown of how your invention came to be and why you chose smoothness as the foundation of its design. She stopped beside Ezra. The two stood near the Phantom Rolls while the applause gradually settled. "I honestly learned quite a lot." She placed a hand over her chest dramatically. "For someone like me who spends most of her life riding around Britannia chasing the latest stories." She wiped an imaginary tear from her eye. "I finally understand why I spend so much money refilling coolant." Laughter spread throughout the hall. Many people immediately related to the complaint. Even several nobles chuckled knowing how many times they have shouted at their drivers for being careless with the coolants. After all, maintaining steam carriages wasn't cheap. Lara allowed the laughter to settle before turning slightly toward the audience. Then her smile became slightly mischievous. But the single word immediately regained everyone's attention. She glanced toward the second floor. More specifically, toward the representatives of the largest steam carriage production companies. Several of them immediately narrowed their eyes. "Don't you think your words might cause the value of present-day steam carriages to decline?" The question immediately caused murmurs throughout the venue. Some investors exchanged glances. Several business owners began discussing quietly. The representatives of the carriage companies maintained composed expressions. Yet many of them were already paying close attention. Lara raised both hands. "Now, don't look at me like that." She laughed lightly. "I'm not a craftsman." She pointed at herself. "Nor am I a scholar." She waved her hand dismissively. "I don't know much about steam engines, metalworking, or invention development." The crowd laughed again. "But," she slowly turned facing the audience, "I do know there are many people here who have been waiting patiently to ask certain questions." Her eyes moved from one side of the hall to the other. A smile remained on her face. Immediately, the atmosphere began changing. The warmth left behind by the presentation slowly faded. The excitement remained, but it was transforming into something else. Something sharper. Something more competitive. Many scholars adjusted their glasses. Several craftsmen sat straighter. Investors folded their arms. Merchants exchanged glances. Even the nobles became more attentive. because everyone knew what came next. Lara suddenly raised her voice. Yes, people. The entire hall focused on her. It's time for the next program. The orchestra lowered its volume. The lights subtly shifted. The atmosphere became heavier. Lara's smile widened. The segment that has created fortunes. She paused. And destroyed fortunes. The crowd grew quieter. The segment that has increased the value of inventions. Another pause. And shattered the value of inventions. Several inventors seated among the audience unconsciously swallowed. Even some experienced businessmen became serious. Because this was where the true battle began. The presentation was only the introduction. What came after determined everything. Lara raised her arm dramatically. Her voice echoed throughout the venue. I would now like to commence. The audience held their breath. The scholars' bombardment. The hall erupted once again. Cheers. Applause. Excited shouts. Many people had specifically purchased tickets for this part alone. Scholars eagerly adjusted their notes. Craftsmen prepared questions. Craft-based alchemists exchanged knowing smiles. Investors sharpened their focus. Merchants sat forward. Everyone prepared themselves. Because this was where brilliance would either stand firm or collapse. Ezra could feel their eyes. Hundreds of gazes locked onto him simultaneously. The feeling was almost physical, like countless wolves turning toward a single target. Waiting, watching, searching for weakness. Honestly, after Ezra's explanation, there weren't many legitimate criticisms that could be aimed at the invention itself. Even ordinary nobles could understand that much. The logic was sound. The presentation was clear. The application was practical. And the results were visible. Yet, the people gathered here weren't ordinary people. They were leaders of industries, masters of their fields, veteran scholars, experienced craftsmen, investors who had spent decades competing against one another. Many of them had already made a decision before arriving. The value of the phantom rolls couldn't continue rising unchecked. Not when its creator was still merely a low-line member of a duke family. Not when a 13-year-old boy was standing before them and threatening to reshape an entire industry. Pride, greed, status. Many reasons existed. Some wanted cheaper access to the invention. Some wanted leverage in future negotiations. Some simply disliked the idea of a low-line achieving such overwhelming success. So despite the applause, despite the praise, despite the admiration, Ezra could feel their intentions. They were coming. Not with swords, not with bullets, not with bloodshed, but with questions. Questions designed to expose weaknesses. Questions designed to create doubt. Questions designed to lower value. Questions designed to corner him. This wasn't a battlefield of blood. Yet standing on this stage, it felt strangely familiar. Because this was still a battlefield. Only this time, the weapons were knowledge. The ammunition was logic, and the battlefield was intelligence. Ezra stared back at them. His black eyes remained calm, expressionless and fearless. The growing pressure surrounding the hall didn't affect him. The countless gazes didn't affect him. The hidden hostility didn't affect him. As usual, he simply waited. Chapter 231, Scholars' Bombardment. So, since it has been quite some time since we last held a value scale session, Lara spoke while walking slowly toward the side of the stage. The lights above continued shining brightly upon her, while the massive audience remained focused on every word she said. I'll explain how this session works once again, both to refresh everyone's memory and to properly introduce it to our new audience and viewers watching across Britannia. She stopped near the edge of the stage and looked across the hall. The excitement was already visible. Many people sat forward in their seats. Others adjusted their notebooks. Several scholars even held their pens ready. Everyone knew this was the true battlefield of the auction. The presentation had only been the opening act, while this was where inventions either rose higher or fell apart. First, everyone is eligible to ask a question. Lara raised one finger. However, you must have registered beforehand on the BNC site under the questioner role during the invention presentation. She pointed toward Ezra. After registration, a light rod is distributed by our attendants. Her eyes swept through the crowd. Which has already been done, right? Yes. The reply came immediately. The hall erupted into light laughter. Lara smiled. A staff member quickly walked onto the stage carrying a silver-colored rod, before handing it to her respectfully and retreating. So, she raised the rod. The cameras immediately zoomed in. The giant holographic screens magnified the object for everyone watching. You can see these 3 buttons located at the rear section. She turned the rod around. 3 glowing buttons came into view. Yellow, red, green. To ask your question, you simply press the yellow button. Click. The yellow light activated. The crowd watched carefully. Once the yellow light activates, our technical department will determine who pressed first. She continued calmly. Then they will relay the information to me, and I will call that person's name. She nodded. That individual will then have the opportunity to ask their question. Many newcomers immediately began paying attention. Several viewers watching through the Skynet took notes. Once Ezra answers, Lara pressed the red button. The yellow light instantly shifted into red. If you are not satisfied with the answer, you press this. She then pressed the green button. The red light changed into green. But if you are satisfied, she smiled. You press this. Lowering the rod, she continued. Each questioner is allowed only one question. Her voice became firmer. So please think carefully before asking. She raised a finger. Also, discussions on a single question cannot exceed 5 minutes. She lightly shook her head. If they do, I will intervene personally and end the discussion. The crowd laughed. After all, many scholars were famous for turning simple questions into hour-long arguments. We have many questioners waiting. Lara spread her hands. So, everyone deserves a chance. She paused briefly. If 10 full minutes pass without a single yellow light activating. She smiled. Then the scholars' bombardment, also known as the value session, will officially end. Her arm swept toward the giant screens. And we will immediately display the updated market value of the invention on the Britannia market exchange. Excited whispers immediately spread. Many investors exchanged looks. That was the moment they were truly waiting for. The final value. The final verdict. The final judgment. Now, Lara turned, her gaze landing on Ezra. Good luck, young inventor. A playful smile appeared on her face. Then she raised her microphone. Let the bombardment begin. Her amplified voice thundered throughout the enormous hall. The very instant she finished speaking, yellow lights exploded across the upper floor. 1, 5, 10, 20, dozens. It looked like a field of stars suddenly lighting up. Wow. Even Lara blinked. Seems quite a lot of people are eager to come after you, young inventor. She glanced toward Ezra. The boy stood calmly beside the phantom rolls. His expression didn't change. Not even slightly. The audience below reacted immediately. Many expected a fierce session. Others hadn't expected such enthusiasm. Lucy stood backstage watching. Her hands unconsciously tightened together. Although she knew Ezra had prepared extensively for this moment, her heart still felt nervous. This wasn't the trial of steel. This wasn't combat. This was different. The enemies here used words, and words could be just as dangerous as alchemy. Several seconds later, a message arrived through Lara's earpiece. Oh, she smiled. We have our first questioner. The hall became quieter. Our first questioner. She raised her hand dramatically. Mr. Anderson. The giant screen immediately shifted. A middle-aged man appeared. The audience reacted instantly. Representative of the eclipse. The atmosphere changed. Excitement spread throughout the venue. The reason was simple. Anderson wasn't some random craftsman. He was one of the eclipse's highest-ranking craft-based alchemists. An Arcanist-ranked alchemist. The inventor responsible for the famous colorful crystal windows currently installed in royal steam carriages and royal-class dirigibles throughout Britannia. A genuine authority. A veteran inventor. The type of person whose words carried weight. And he would be the first to challenge Ezra. Anderson stood. His expression remained professional. So, he raised a finger. You spoke extensively about the smoothness of your exterior design, reducing fuel consumption. He adjusted his glasses. This is the area I wish to focus on. The crowd immediately became attentive. Several scholars lowered their pens. Anderson continued. The noble and royal steam carriages you're attempting to improve have existed for decades. He paused. Some of them existed before you were even born. Several people nodded. So I wish to know. He looked directly at Ezra. What is the exact difference between their fuel consumption and the phantom rolls? His voice remained calm, professional, like a senior inventor testing the depth of a younger inventor's understanding. All eyes turned toward Ezra. Many people smiled faintly. The question wasn't a hard one, but it held the absolute power that could drop the difference between the phantom rolls and the other steam carriages alow. Yet, Ezra simply narrowed his eyes slightly. To answer your question, his voice remained calm. Allow me to show the top speed, cruise speed, novarite consumption, and coolant consumption of every major steam carriage class compared directly against the phantom rolls. The hall instantly became quiet. Ezra raised his hand toward the technical team. You've got to be kidding me. Lara glanced at Ezra from the side of the stage. For the first time since the event began, she nearly lost control of her professional expression. Her heart shook, not because of Anderson's question, but because of Ezra's response. No, more accurately, because he had already prepared the answer before the question had even been asked. Her mind immediately drifted back to the final day before the auction event. At the time, the preparation team had been busy making last-minute adjustments. The technical department was checking holographic projections. The planning committee was reviewing schedules. Staff members moved in and out of conference rooms carrying documents and reports. During that busy period, Ezra had suddenly arrived carrying another stack of papers. Without any hesitation, he handed the documents to the technical team. This will be used during the scholars' bombardment. His voice had been as calm and flat as ever. The technical staff accepted the documents. Naturally, everyone became curious. After all, the presentation itself was already complete. Why would he suddenly provide additional material? When they opened the files, they discovered prepared answers, prepared explanations, prepared charts, prepared demonstrations, prepared comparisons. Each one corresponded to a different potential question. At the time, Lara had thought he was simply being cautious. After all, any inventor would naturally prepare for criticism. But now, watching the giant holographic screen displaying the exact chart needed to answer Anderson's question, she felt her scalp tingle. I didn't believe he could predict the exact question that would be asked. A drop of cold sweat almost rolled down her face. She quickly maintained her smile. The cameras were still watching. The audience was still watching. As a professional broadcaster, she couldn't allow herself to lose composure. Yet inside, she was completely stunned. But it's 100% accurate. Her eyes moved from Anderson to Ezra, then back to Ezra. It was as though Ezra had already known Anderson would ask this question. Lara remembered confronting him immediately after receiving the documents. At the time, she had marched straight toward him. How did you know these would be the questions they ask? She remembered asking. Her tone had been serious. She found the whole thing ridiculous. Because predicting a question was one thing. Predicting multiple questions and preparing detailed responses beforehand was something entirely different, especially when it involves humans who think differently. She felt Ezra was opening himself to a mistake. If he was to focus too much on these prepared answers, what if they don't ask the question? And Ezra's answer? It's just a guess. The memory made Lara's eye twitch slightly. Just a guess? What kind of guess predicts this perfectly? Meanwhile, backstage, Lucy stared at the giant screen with shining eyes. Unlike Lara, she already knew, because Ezra had explained it to her. At that time, they had been sitting together reviewing documents, when Lucy had asked him the same question, and Ezra had simply replied, I'll bait them into asking the questions I want, and then I'll answer using prepared explanations. At the time, Lucy had smiled. She thought it sounded impressive. Very impressive. After all, her master was always thinking several steps ahead. But now, seeing it happen in person, she felt completely speechless. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed again, because she genuinely didn't know what to say. The very first question had gone exactly the way Ezra wanted. Lucy suddenly understood why Ezra looked so calm throughout the entire event. It wasn't because he was fearless. It wasn't because he was overconfident. It was because he had already prepared the battlefield beforehand. The realization sent a chill through her. A pleasant and frightening chill. At the same time, even the technical team couldn't stop themselves from exchanging looks. Several staff members quietly laughed. Not because they found the situation funny, but because they were amazed. The planning committee members looked at one another. Some shook their heads. Others smiled helplessly. This kid is really scary. The same thought appeared in their minds. Inside one of the VIP rooms, Park sat beside several BNC executives. The Duke of Galehart and several members of his entourage were also present. They all watched the event through the private holographic display. He rubbed his forehead, remembering receiving those documents. He remembered thinking the boy was being overly cautious. Now he felt slightly embarrassed. Back in the main hall, the holographic screen appeared displaying the comparison table. Noble carriage, cruising speed, 50 kilometers per hour, maximum speed, 70 kilometers per hour, Novorite consumption rate, 8 rods per hour, coolant consumption rate, 16 liters per hour, Cryolix utilization efficiency, 68%. Military carriage, cruising speed, 60 kilometers per hour, maximum speed, 85 kilometers per hour, Novorite consumption rate, 12 rods per hour, coolant consumption rate, 30 liters per hour, Cryolix utilization efficiency, 63%. Royal carriage, cruising speed, 75 kilometers per hour, maximum speed, 100 kilometers per hour, Novorite consumption rate, 7 rods per hour, coolant consumption rate, 10 liters per hour, Cryolix utilization efficiency, 82%. Phantom rolls, cruising speed, 90 kilometers per hour, maximum speed, 120 kilometers per hour, Novorite consumption rate, 5 rods per hour, coolant consumption rate, for liters per hour, Cryolix utilization efficiency, 94%. Several people blinked repeatedly as they looked at the comparison table displayed on the giant holographic screen. The difference between the coolant consumption of the existing steam carriages and the phantom rolls was far larger than they had expected. At first, many of them thought the invention was merely a new exterior design, a revolutionary exterior design, but still just an exterior design. Yet now, the more numbers Ezra revealed, the more they realized the phantom rolls wasn't simply beautiful. It was practical, dangerously practical. It only uses 5 rods per hour of Novorite. Anderson stared at the holographic screen. His eyes remained fixed on the numbers. Even as a veteran inventor and senior representative of the Eclipse, he found himself genuinely shocked. Around him, other craftsmen, scholars, and craft-based alchemists had already begun discussing among themselves. Quiet voices spread throughout the hall. Several people quickly took notes. Others began performing calculations on their personal devices. The value of an invention wasn't determined only by how impressive it looked. Efficiency, longevity, resource consumption, and maintenance costs. Those were the things that generated true wealth. And Ezra had just touched all of them at once. Yes. Ezra nodded calmly. His voice remained steady. As you can see, because of the reduction in air resistance and other factors capable of increasing the thermal output generated by the boiling Cryolix. He pointed toward one section of the chart. The holographic display immediately enlarged the highlighted area. Many audience members focused their attention there. Then Ezra's finger moved again, stopping at another section. The CUE. He tapped lightly. The abbreviation glowed brighter. Cryolix utilization efficiency. A secondary diagram appeared beside the chart, showing energy conservation flow throughout the Phantom Rolls steam engine system. The CUE demonstrates how efficiently the generated thermal energy is conserved and utilized. The animation continued moving. The audience followed it carefully. Because of the improved airflow structure and reduced thermal waste, the Phantom Rolls conserves more usable energy. His hand moved toward the coolant section, and because of those factors, he tapped the value. The coolant requirement drops to only 4 liters per hour. The hall immediately erupted into discussion. Several scholars nearly stood from their seats. Many craftsmen looked stunned. Even some representatives from major production companies could not hide their reactions. For liters per hour, that figure alone carried enormous implications. Maintenance costs, operational costs, travel distance, long-term ownership expenses. Everything changed. That means, Anderson slowly looked up from the chart. His expression appeared slightly dazed, almost as if he was still trying to process the information. This Phantom Rolls isn't only faster. He raised one finger. Quieter. A second finger. More powerful. A third. It produces hotter Cryolix steam. A fourth. And yet, his voice slowed. It consumes less coolant. The entire hall became quiet. Everyone looked toward Ezra, waiting, expecting. perhaps hoping there was a catch, a hidden flaw, a limitation, something. But, yes, Ezra answered. Just one word. Simple and direct. Without hesitation nor embellishment. The simplicity of his answer somehow made it hit even harder. Anderson stared at him, then slowly turned toward the other Eclipse representatives seated nearby. Every one of them looked equally stunned. One representative rubbed his forehead. Another stared at the chart. A third had already begun calculating projected industry losses if the Phantom rolls entered mass production. Finally, one of them spoke. This. His voice trembled slightly. This is practically a revelation to one of the biggest problems in Crydalic's steam technology. The representative couldn't stop staring at the efficiency values. Years. Entire generations of craftsmen had accepted coolant consumption as a natural limitation. And now a 13-year-old boy had arrived and casually reduced one of the major causes. The realization left many people speechless. Anderson suddenly laughed. Not mockingly, not bitterly, but with genuine admiration. The kind a veteran inventor felt when seeing something truly innovative. Then he looked directly at Ezra. Does this answer your question? Ezra asked. His dark eyes remained calm and his expression remained blank, as though none of this was particularly surprising to him. Anderson smiled. Yes. Without hesitation, he raised the light rod. Click. The green button lit up. The moment the audience saw the green light, the hall erupted into applause. Clapping echoed throughout the venue. Many people stood again. Others nodded in approval. The answer had been accepted. Completely accepted. Wow. Laura immediately stepped forward. Her voice carried excitement. We have our first question answered successfully. She pointed dramatically toward the audience. And our questioner is completely satisfied with the response. The applause grew even louder. Laura turned toward Ezra. The admiration in her eyes wasn't hidden anymore. Honestly, she placed a hand over her chest. I didn't understand half of what they were saying. The audience burst into laughter. Even Anderson laughed. But, Laura continued, I can absolutely feel how much thought, planning, and research went into this invention. She smiled warmly at Ezra. And that alone is impressive. The audience applauded again. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Rena sat comfortably in her seat. Her legs remained crossed, and her arms folded beneath her chest. A satisfied smile rested on her face. As expected of the boy praised by Rogers. She muttered quietly. Her eyes remained fixed on Ezra. The answer had been excellent. But that wasn't the part that impressed her most. The truly impressive part was what Ezra had just accomplished strategically. He hadn't merely answered a question. He had reshaped the battlefield. The moment he revealed the Phantom roll's fuel efficiency advantage, countless planned attacks instantly lost their effectiveness. Many criticisms became meaningless. Many arguments became weaker. Several people who had intended to question the practicality of the invention were now forced to rethink their approach. Rena's smile widened while her gaze shifted toward the other questioners seated around the upper floor. She noticed several of them looking frustrated. Some were already changing notes. Others looked deep in thought. Their original plans had clearly been disrupted. Good. Rena leaned back slightly. Now let's see what the rest of you got. A faint smirk appeared on her face. Chapter 232, Scholar's Bombardment Part 2. The cheers erupting throughout the hall gradually settled. The applause faded and discussion softened. Yet the excitement remained. Everyone could feel it. The atmosphere inside the auction hall had completely changed since the beginning of Ezra's presentation. What had started as curiosity had slowly evolved into anticipation. And now, after witnessing the first question being answered flawlessly, the crowd wanted more. Laura naturally noticed this. As a professional broadcaster, reading the mood of an audience was one of her greatest strengths. The moment the noise lowered to a manageable level, she immediately stepped forward. Her smile remained bright. All right. Her energetic voice echoed throughout the venue. Let's move on to the next question. She pointed dramatically toward the second floor. The cameras immediately followed her movement. The audience also turned their heads. Almost instantly, several yellow lights appeared. 1, 3, 5, then a few more. The lights shone from different locations around the second floor. The number wasn't as overwhelming as the first round. However, it wasn't small either. Laura blinked slightly. Even she looked surprised. I honestly thought that after revealing that comparison table and the efficiency advantage, nobody would be able to ask another meaningful question. Her eyes drifted toward Ezra. The boy remained standing beside the phantom rolls, calm and expressionless, as though he wasn't standing in front of thousands of people. You really can't underestimate experts at the top of their fields, Lara thought inwardly. At that moment, information arrived through the communication device attached to her ear. The technical team had already identified the next questioner. For our second questioner, she paused for effect. It's Mrs. Candace Kane. The giant holographic screen immediately shifted. A woman stood from her seat. Her posture was elegant with a pair of glasses resting neatly on her face. The moment many scholars noticed her identity, several people nodded knowingly. Candace Kane, the wife of Count Kane, a respected scholar, someone whose words carried weight. Candace adjusted her glasses before looking toward Ezra. You have created a beautiful invention. Her voice was calm and professional, yet sincere. The compliment wasn't forced. Many people could tell she genuinely admired the phantom rolls. Thank you. Ezra bowed politely, his response remaining simple as always. Candace nodded. Then her expression became slightly more serious. My question concerns the coolant system. The atmosphere immediately shifted. Many listeners straightened in their seats. Several craftsmen narrowed their eyes. Because this was another technical question, and judging from Candace's reputation, not an easy one. If the coolant pump suddenly stops operating, she paused briefly. How long before the pressure chambers rupture? The hall immediately became quieter. Many people exchanged glances. The question sounded simple, yet it actually felt extremely dangerous. Candace continued before anyone could react. I believe many of my fellow scholars, researchers, craftsmen, and craft-based alchemists understand this concern. She looked around. The more powerful an engine becomes, the more dangerous a cooling failure becomes. Several people nodded. Others murmured in agreement. Even her husband, seated nearby, smiled with satisfaction. It was an excellent question. A very dangerous question. Not because it attacked the invention directly, but because it attacked something even more important. Safety. Lara immediately understood where the question was heading. So, she chose the danger route. Her expression remained professional. Yet inwardly she felt pressure, using fear of a possible accident to reduce public confidence. It's a very effective method. If people become afraid of using the invention, its value drops. No matter how beautiful it is, no matter how efficient it is. Since we people still cared about surviving more than we care about luxury. Lara glanced toward Ezra. If he fails to answer properly now, the value of the phantom rolls will take a massive hit. And even if he answers correctly, questions involving safety almost always cause some reduction in value. That is simply how investors behaved. Nobody likes uncertainty. Nobody likes danger. At least, that's how things are supposed to go. Lara sighed inwardly. Then a helpless smile appeared on her face because she remembered something. Another prepared answer. Another prepared slide. Another prediction. You really are ridiculous, she muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Ezra calmly looked at Candace. There wasn't a trace of panic in his black eyes. Not even the slightest sign of nervousness. It will cause a terrible explosion if the pressure chambers rupture, but the time taken for this to occur is after 60 minutes. His answer immediately caused whispers. Many audience members nodded. The honesty was refreshing. He wasn't trying to avoid the danger. He acknowledged it directly. But, Ezra continued, haven't we already solved this problem for high-performance engines? The whispers stopped. Candace blinked. Several scholars frowned. What did he mean? Ezra turned slightly, then pointed toward the holographic display. To explain properly, the technical team immediately reacted. The previous chart disappeared. A new image appeared. Detailed diagrams of the phantom rolls coolant system spread across the giant screen. Pipes, pressure chambers, emergency systems, control mechanisms. Everything became visible. The audience focused immediately. I present the phantom rolls steam engine coolant setup. Ezra's voice remained calm. Not only does the vehicle possess sensor systems capable of detecting warning signs, he pointed toward one section. The highlighted area glowed. But the coolant system also contains an automatic novarite suppression system. Several engineers immediately sat upright. That got their attention. The audience became even quieter. The moment coolant failure indicators are detected, Ezra continued, the suppression system automatically activates. The animation began moving, showing the process step by step. After activation, emergency pressure vents open automatically. The corresponding components lit up, and the thermal reserve coolant system immediately releases reserve coolant into the boiler and critical engine sections. The audience watched attentively. The emergency procedure continued playing. The pressure indicators lowered. The temperature values stabilized and the danger disappeared. A wave of realization spread throughout the venue. As many of you already know, Ezra continued, this concept already exists in steam trucks, military steam carriages, streamliners, and dirigibles. Many engineers nodded. That much was true. These systems were already proven technology. I simply adapted and refined them. His voice remained calm. To create a safer system, Candace stared at the diagram. Her eyes slowly widened. Meanwhile, several investors who had looked worried moments ago relaxed visibly. The fear factor was disappearing. Then Ezra added another line. Of course. He paused. I cannot explain more than this. A few people immediately narrowed their eyes. Because part of that refinement belongs to the invention package. The crowd laughed lightly. Several businessmen smiled knowingly. Naturally, no inventor would reveal every secret for free. However, Ezra pointed toward the reserve system. I can reveal one thing. Everyone focused again. The reserve coolant capacity exceeds the size of the primary coolant container. Silence. Then, whispers exploded throughout the hall. Many people immediately understood what that meant. A larger emergency reserve meant a longer reaction window, which meant more protection, more reliability, and more safety. Candace stared at Ezra for several seconds. The more she thought about his answer, the more impressed she became. She hadn't expected him to not only have a prepared answer ready for her question, but to also possess an entire presentation slide specifically designed to explain the coolant system in detail. What surprised her even more was how he managed to answer the question while simultaneously creating curiosity around the phantom rolls. Instead of merely defending his invention, he had made people want to know more. His explanation had answered enough to satisfy the audience while carefully hiding the parts that truly mattered. It was a delicate balance, and he had executed it perfectly. There were many mysteries hidden within the creation of the phantom rolls. The invention itself wasn't as simple as it appeared from the outside. Many of the concepts used in its creation weren't entirely new. In fact, a large portion of them already existed within Britannia's transportation industry. The problem was that most people had never bothered looking in that direction. Their eyes had been focused elsewhere. For years, attention had been placed on decorations, expensive materials, and noble status symbols, while the actual technology of ordinary steam carriages lagged behind. Many craftsmen had become too comfortable, too proud, too satisfied with what already existed. Because of that negligence, they failed to notice how slowly certain parts of their technology were falling behind other transportation systems. Steam trucks, military steam carriages, streamliners, dirigibles. Many of those industries had already solved problems that ordinary carriage manufacturers continued struggling with. It was surprisingly similar to the situation of the Gun Alchemists of Ashenlocke. The path possessed enormous potential. Yet years of arrogance and tradition had caused many people to stop looking forward. Candace sighed inwardly. Then she looked toward Ezra once more. A 13-year-old boy had noticed something that countless professionals had ignored. That is my answer. Ezra spoke calmly. His voice remained flat as always. His black eyes met Candace's gaze directly. There was no confidence in his tone, no arrogance, no excitement. He simply sounded like someone stating a fact. Candace released a slow breath. She already knew the outcome. The answer was good. Far too good. Trying to continue would only make her look stubborn. Without hesitation, she raised the light rod in her hand. Click. The green button lit up. Immediately, the crowd erupted once again. Cheers spread throughout the hall. Applause followed shortly after. Many investors nodded in satisfaction. Several craftsmen exchanged impressed glances. Even some of the representatives who originally wanted to lower the value of the invention couldn't deny the quality of Ezra's response. Candace sat back down gracefully. The faint smile on her face carried a hint of defeat. Meanwhile, Lara stepped forward once more. The excitement in her eyes was becoming harder to hide. The event was performing far better than she had expected. And now, she swept her gaze across the audience. "Do we have any more questions?" Her voice echoed throughout the hall. Once again, yellow lights appeared, one after another. Although the number had dropped compared to earlier rounds, there were still enough people willing to challenge Ezra. The sight caused many audience members to become excited again. Like that, Lara received the information from the technical team and announced the next questioner. "For our third question," she pointed toward the second floor. "It comes from a representative of Silver Wheels." A woman stood up from her seat. Her expression appeared calm and collected. Yet beneath that calm appearance, her thoughts were moving rapidly. Unlike the previous question, this one wasn't about technology. It was about market positioning, a question that could influence how the public viewed the phantom rolls. She adjusted her sleeve before looking directly at Ezra. "Where exactly would you place the class of the phantom rolls?" she asked. The crowd became attentive. Many representatives from carriage production companies immediately focused on the stage, because this question concerned them more than anyone else. The woman continued. "You stated that the phantom rolls represent a new exterior concept for noble and royal steam carriages." She paused briefly. "However, wouldn't that still leave both categories fundamentally the same?" She folded her arms. "The only difference would be that they no longer resemble ordinary steam carriages." The representative looked at Ezra expectantly. Several people nodded. It was a reasonable question. If every company adopted the phantom rolls design philosophy, how would noble and royal classes continue distinguishing themselves from one another? Many eyes focused on Ezra, waiting and anticipating his answer. "Then, that should be you steam carriage production company's problem." Ezra answered instantly, without any hesitation nor preparation, without any attempt to soften the blow. The woman froze. Her eyebrow twitched. For a moment, she wasn't even sure if she had heard correctly. Around the second floor, several representatives from other carriage production companies immediately frowned. A few looked visibly displeased. Some even exchanged looks. The answer sounded almost rude. Lara nearly choked. Even some audience members laughed nervously. Yet Ezra remained completely serious. Seeing their reactions, he continued. "Don't misunderstand my point." His voice remained calm. "My invention has opened the door to a new design philosophy." He gestured toward the phantom rolls. The holographic screen displayed the vehicle behind him. For the first time, people can clearly separate exterior identity from decorative identity. Ezra slowly looked toward the representatives. His dark eyes remained steady. "My work creates the possibility." He pointed toward the companies seated above. "What happens afterward depends on you." The representatives narrowed their eyes, listening carefully. If carriage manufacturers decide to use this ideology to create more specialized exteriors, Ezra continued, then noble steam carriages and royal steam carriages can naturally develop unique appearances that properly represent their respective classes. Several craftsmen immediately understood. Many began nodding. The phantom rolls wasn't supposed to be the final answer. It was the first step, a foundation, a door opening toward future innovation. As for the class of the phantom rolls itself, Ezra turned slightly toward the invention. It can belong to any class. The audience became quiet. His next words attracted everyone's attention. "We possess countless materials capable of increasing quality." He pointed toward different sections of the vehicle. Different metals, different interior materials, different alchemy engravings, different security systems, and different luxury features. His hand moved calmly. Those differences can naturally separate a noble phantom rolls from a royal phantom rolls. The crowd immediately understood everything he was getting at. The exterior concept remained, but the quality level could be differentiated. Ezra finished speaking, then looked directly at the representative. "Does that answer your question?" His flat tone remained unchanged. The woman stared at him. Several seconds passed. Then, "Arg," she flinched slightly. The directness of his answer had completely disrupted the direction she wanted the discussion to go. She had expected a long debate. Instead, Ezra handed the responsibility back to the companies themselves. "Ah," she sighed. A helpless smile appeared on her face. "Yes." Slowly, she raised her light rod. Click. The green light appeared. The hall exploded into cheers. Applause thundered throughout the venue. Several audience members stood up again. And that's 3 green lights for 3 questions. Lara shouted energetically. Her excitement infected the crowd. The audience immediately cheered louder. Some clapped. Others whistled. The atmosphere became increasingly lively. Honestly, Lara shook her head. At this point, I was expecting at least one failed question. She laughed. But seriously, she pointed toward Ezra. This is impressive. Then she turned toward the second floor. Now, she raised her voice. Let's not waste any more time. Her finger pointed dramatically toward the audience. Any more questions? The hall quieted. Everyone looked toward the second floor, waiting and watching, expecting another challenger to appear. But nothing happened this time. No yellow lights appeared. No one stood up. Only quiet discussions could be heard. The reason was simple. Every scholar, every researcher, every investor, every craftsman, every craft-based alchemist, every representative from the major carriage companies, all of them were thinking, searching, trying desperately to find a weakness, trying to find a question capable of reducing the value of the phantom rolls. But the task had become extremely difficult. The first question had already increased the invention's value by a huge margin. The second question had strengthened public confidence in its safety. The third question had transformed it from a single invention into an entire design philosophy. Of course, the phantom rolls still possessed disadvantages. No invention was perfect, yet the advantages currently visible were simply too overwhelming. Finding meaningful criticism had become increasingly difficult. 5 minutes remaining, Lara announced. Her voice carried anticipation. The audience shared the same feeling. Many people leaned forward. Some stared toward the second floor. Others glanced at the VIP section. A thought appeared in everyone's mind. Was this really the end of the scholars' bombardment? And in such a short amount of time at that. The entire hall could feel it. The scholars' bombardment was reaching its end. What started as an event meant to challenge, criticize, and pressure a new inventor had slowly turned into a stage where the phantom rolls continued proving its worth again and again. Many of the people who had arrived hoping to see its value drop now sat quietly. Some looked thoughtful. Some looked frustrated. Others simply accepted reality. The invention was good. Far better than they had expected. Then, suddenly, a yellow light appeared. The light shone brightly from the top floor. From the VIP section. For a brief moment, everything froze. Lara froze. The audience on the main floor froze. Even the scholars and company representatives seated on the second floor froze. The cheers that had filled the hall vanished almost instantly. Silence spread. Then, a VIP questioner, Lara exclaimed. Her eyes widened slightly. Even she hadn't expected this. The giant holographic screen immediately shifted. The image displayed a guard standing in front of the 4th VIP room. The light rod was held firmly in his hand. His posture remained perfectly straight. His expression remained emotionless, like a statue standing guard over royalty. The crowd immediately became excited. Whispers spread across the venue. A VIP had finally decided to ask a question. And not just any VIP. One of the mysterious guests hidden behind the curtains. No one knew who was inside. That mystery alone caused countless speculations. Then, a voice emerged from the room. It was a woman's voice. Soft and pleasant, yet carrying a natural authority. My question isn't a technical question. The voice echoed gently throughout the hall. Many people blinked. A non-technical question? That immediately caught everyone's attention. After all, every question so far had focused on the invention itself. Its value, its performance, its safety, and its market position. But this sounded different. The woman continued. I simply wish to know. Her voice paused briefly. Whether you alone thought of this idea, Ezra Ashenlocke. The moment the question was asked, many people became curious. Some investors narrowed their eyes. Several company representatives looked toward Ezra carefully. Even the scholars paid attention. After all, originality carried enormous value. If the invention was truly his own idea, its worth increased further. If it wasn't, that was an entirely different discussion. Ezra lifted his head slightly. His gaze settled on the 4th VIP room. The curtains remained closed. The figure behind them remained hidden. Yet he answered without hesitation. Yes. His voice remained calm. I was the only one who thought of this idea. The audience listened carefully. Then Ezra continued. But that single word immediately caused many people to become attentive. I was helped by several people during the creation process. His tone remained flat, honest and direct. They assisted me in bringing the invention into reality. The answer wasn't complicated, nor was it designed to impress anyone. It was simply the truth. On the second floor, Rena smiled softly. There was pride in her eyes, not because Ezra had mentioned her directly, but because he hadn't taken all the credit for himself. Many inventors loved claiming every achievement. Many people forgot those who helped them. Yet Ezra openly acknowledged the people who assisted him. That alone made her feel satisfied. Beside her, her husband glanced at her once again. He was completely confused. Ever since the event started, she had been smiling more than usual. At this point, he was beginning to wonder if she had secretly invested in the invention. Meanwhile, Lucy nearly teared up. Her eyes became slightly moist. She quickly looked away. Master actually mentioned the people who helped him. The thought alone made her chest feel warm. To others, it might seem normal. To Lucy, it meant something, because she knew Ezra rarely expressed things openly. Yet he still chose to acknowledge everyone who contributed. Back on the stage, Ezra looked toward the VIP room once more. Does that answer your question? His voice remained calm. The audience immediately became quiet again. Then, yes. The female voice replied softly. The answer carried a hint of satisfaction. The moment she finished speaking, the guard holding the light rod pressed the button. Click. The green light illuminated. For a second, the audience simply stared. Then, the entire hall exploded. The applause that followed was even louder than before. Cheers erupted from every direction. The sound crashed through the venue like a wave. Many people stood up. Others whistled. Several audience members even began chanting Ezra's name. A fourth green light. Laura shouted excitedly. And it's from a VIP. Even her professional composure cracked slightly from excitement. The event had exceeded expectations. Completely exceeded expectations. The atmosphere was electric. The audience's enthusiasm had reached a peak. Laura pointed dramatically toward the crowd. Her smile widened. I think it's safe to call this event a huge success, right? The crowd immediately responded. Yes. Their voices merged together. The answer shook the hall. Laura laughed. Then I suppose. She looked toward the second floor, then toward the VIP rooms. This is the end of the scholars' bombardment. Everyone waited, watching and expecting. Perhaps another challenge would appear. Perhaps another yellow light would shine. But nothing happened. No yellow lights. No new challengers. Only quiet conversations remained. 5 minutes passed. Nothing. 7 minutes passed. Still nothing. The audience gradually began accepting reality. The scholars' bombardment was truly over. Then, 9 minutes passed. Only a few seconds remained before the official 10-minute closing period ended. Laura raised her hand high. Her voice filled the hall. Everybody. She pointed toward the audience. Count down the final 10 seconds with me. The crowd immediately became excited. Thousands of voices joined together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final number echoed throughout the venue. And immediately, boom, streams of colored smoke erupted from both sides of the stage. Small bursts of fire shot upward. Sparkling lights exploded into the air. The audience cheered loudly. Music by the orchestras erupted throughout the hall. The stage lit up with dazzling brilliance. Laura stepped forward. Her voice boomed through the speakers. The end of the scholars' bombardment. The crowd erupted once more. Because everyone present knew. They had just witnessed the successful birth of a new invention. And perhaps, the beginning of a new era for steam carriage design throughout Britannia. Chapter 233, Auction War. The crowd erupted into a standing ovation. Thousands of hands clapped throughout the Glasgow Palace. The applause rolled through the hall like waves crashing against a shoreline. Many guests rose from their seats. Some applauded because they were genuinely impressed. Some applauded because they had witnessed the birth of an invention that would likely change the steam carriage industry. Others applauded because they had just watched a young inventor survive the scholars' bombardment without suffering a single defeat. Of course, Not everyone looked pleased. Several representatives from companies and noble families sat quietly in their seats. Their expressions were stiff. Their smiles looked forced. The goal they had entered the event with had completely failed. Instead of lowering the value of the phantom rolls, they had watched its value rise higher and higher with every successful answer Ezra gave. The bitter feeling left in their hearts was difficult to hide. Yet even they couldn't deny reality. The phantom rolls deserved its value. The invention had proven itself, whether they liked it or not. Meanwhile, the live chat on the Skynet had completely exploded. Messages rushed past so quickly that most people couldn't even read them properly. The excitement of the online viewers was no different from that of the audience present inside the Glasgow Palace. Lara looked toward Ezra. A pleased smile appeared on her face. Now, she waited for the applause to settle. Gradually, the noise softened and the cheers lowered. The atmosphere remained lively, but people became attentive again. Lara walked back toward the center of the stage while Ezra remained standing beside the phantom rolls. The polished black body of the vehicle reflected the lights hanging from the ceiling. It almost looked like a noble beast calmly resting after winning a battle. Let's see the latest stock value of the phantom rolls. Lara waved her hand. Immediately, a giant holographic screen materialized above the stage. The crowd instinctively looked upward. The screen displayed the current market analysis directly from Britannia's stock exchange network. Many investors immediately sat straighter. Several merchants narrowed their eyes. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. As of the last time Ezra and Lucy had checked, the phantom rolls had been valued at 1,000 dowels. But that was before the scholars' bombardment, before the successful presentation, and before the growing increase in public attention. Now, the number began updating. The chart climbed upward, then finally stopped. For 1,000 dowels, the hall fell silent. For a brief moment, nobody spoke. Then, gasps exploded throughout the venue. Many people widened their eyes. Others immediately checked their personal devices to confirm the value. For 1,000 dowels, a fourfold increase. And all of it happened during a single event. Even many veteran investors looked shocked. Such growth was extremely rare. So much money. Ezra thought silently. His expression didn't change. Yet his eyes carefully observed the chart. The arrow showing the market trend continued moving upward little by little. The value still wasn't stable, meaning people were still buying confidence in the invention. The sight alone would have made many inventors faint from excitement. Ezra simply continued watching. Wow! Lara looked at the screen. Even she couldn't hide her surprise. This is genuinely mind-blowing. She nodded repeatedly. Then her expression softened. Well, she looked toward the audience. Everything that begins must eventually come to an end. Her voice lowered slightly. The crowd immediately became attentive again because they knew what came next. The final stage. The stage everyone truly came for. The auction. Lara smiled. Then her professional voice returned. Ladies and gentlemen. She spread her arms. It has reached my ears that today's audience has become the largest recorded gathering since the famous circuit theory presentation that changed blacksmithing. The crowd immediately became excited again. Many older craftsmen remembered that event. Some even nodded proudly. The number of guests physically present inside the Glasgow Palace today exceeds 6,000. She pointed toward the audience. And on the Skynet. Her smile widened. We currently have more than 900,000 live viewers. The hall erupted once more. Cheers followed immediately. The orchestra began playing a lively melody. The atmosphere became festive. Many audience members smiled proudly. They knew they were witnessing a historic event. Now, Lara slowly turned toward the phantom rolls. Let's move to the main event. She pointed directly at the invention. The black body of the vehicle seemed to shine even brighter under the stage lights. I'm sure all of you noble families, merchants, investors, and company representatives have been waiting patiently for this final program. She laughed softly. As the auction rules have always stated, Lara pointed toward Ezra. The winner shall be the individual or organization capable of presenting the most appealing offer to the young inventor himself. Another burst of stage fireworks exploded behind her. The audience cheered loudly. The excitement reached another level. Lara was just about to officially begin the auction. Sorry, Ezra suddenly interrupted. The entire hall paused. Lara blinked. The crowd also looked confused. Ezra rarely spoke unless necessary. For him to interrupt now meant something important. Please allow me to point something out. His voice remained calm. Lara tilted her head. What is it, young inventor? She asked. Ezra looked toward the second floor, toward the representatives, toward the noble families, toward the companies. Then he spoke. I will not be accepting any contract-based offers. The words landed heavily. Many people frowned immediately. Ezra continued unbothered. Even if the contract appears more attractive than other offers. His gaze remained calm. I will not accept it. Then he delivered the true bombshell. I will be selling the rights to my invention to the highest bidder. Silence. Complete silence. The entire Glasgow palace froze. For 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, what? The reaction exploded almost instantly. Voices rose from both the second floor and the main floor. Many guests stared at Ezra as if they had just heard something completely absurd. Several representatives couldn't even hide their shock. Some leaned forward in their seats. Others exchanged confused looks. A few investors even lowered their bidding boards to properly process what Ezra had just said. They simply couldn't understand it. Why would he willingly throw away an opportunity that countless inventors dreamed of obtaining? Too many people present. A contract with a major company was worth far more than immediate money. It meant influence, connections, resources, protection, and future opportunities. A contract could turn a nobody into an important figure within Britannia's industrial world. That was why so many people couldn't understand Ezra's choice. Although, many of them also understood one thing. Ezra couldn't accept a contract from another noble family. Not openly. As a member of the Duke House of Ashenlocke, even if he was only a lowline, there were still restrictions attached to his status. Joining another noble faction without permission would create political complications. That much was obvious. Because of that, most people believed the smartest path available to him was joining one of Britannia's major industries. A powerful steam carriage company, a manufacturing giant, a transportation corporation, something capable of elevating his status. Such a partnership wouldn't only grant him wealth. It would also increase his standing within the Ashenlocke family. It would allow him to build influence, build relationships, build a future. Yet, he had rejected all of it. Instead, he planned to sell the complete rights to the highest bidder. The more they thought about it, the crazier it sounded. Is this kid insane? The thought appeared in many people's minds. Even Lara couldn't stop herself from frowning slightly. Her eyes remained fixed on Ezra. Are you crazy? She genuinely wanted to ask. As a broadcaster, she had witnessed countless inventors. Some were brilliant. Some were greedy. Some were arrogant. But this was the first time she had seen someone willingly reject the path everyone else desperately fought to obtain. Yet, Ezra completely ignored her stare. His expression remained unchanged. His black eyes remained calm, as though the entire hall wasn't currently questioning his decision, as though he hadn't just shocked thousands of people. Whispers immediately spread throughout the Glasgow palace. The second floor became noisy. The main floor became noisy. Even the Skynet live chat exploded. Messages flooded the screen so quickly that they became impossible to read. He's crazy. Joseph 274. He should sign a contract. Green_Alchemist. That's a terrible decision. Stark_Drake. No, that's actually smart. Flame_00. What is he planning? BNC_Loyal. He's throwing away his future. Lord_111. Maybe he already has a backer. Scholar_Percy. Shut up. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, guys. Gina_0977. Every opinion imaginable appeared. People argued, debated, questioned, and criticized. But despite all the theories being thrown around, no one truly understood what Ezra was thinking. Only Ezra himself knew. Because his goal had never aligned with becoming attached to an industry. What he wanted was something else entirely. Is that really okay with you? Lara finally asked. Her voice softened slightly. The look she gave Ezra carried a silent attempt at persuasion. Even now, she hoped he would change his mind. At least reconsider. At least think about it one more time. Yet Ezra's answer came immediately. Yes. Firm, direct, and unwavering. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. Lara stared at him for several seconds. Then she sighed helplessly, because she knew there was no changing his mind. Inside one of the VIP rooms, Park couldn't help laughing. Several executives of the BNC group beside him laughed as well. Even the Duke of Galehart showed an amused smile. That kid is quite smart. The Duke smirked while watching the holographic screen displaying Ezra. Park nodded in agreement. The executives also smiled knowingly. Unlike the audience outside, they understood exactly why Ezra was doing this. The immediate profit from selling the rights would likely surpass what most companies would initially offer him through contracts. More importantly, it gave him freedom, with no obligations, no restrictions, and no chains. Meanwhile, a cold voice sounded inside the room. I don't know whether to call him smart or stupid, father. Elena crossed her legs. Her expression remained displeased. The Duke simply chuckled. Before he could reply, Selena spoke. Elena, you're being too harsh. Her voice remained soft and gentle, yet firm. I'm sure he has a reason. She looked toward the holographic image of Ezra, then toward the executives. And I'm sure all of you already know what that reason is. Her words caused several executives to smile. The Duke nodded slightly. Park laughed again. Only Elena remained stubborn. Humph. She folded her arms. I don't care. He's still an idiot. She looked away briefly. Yet moments later, her gaze quietly returned to the stage, to the star of the event. Back on the stage, Lara exhaled slowly, then she straightened herself. Her professional smile returned. All right. If the inventor himself had already made his decision, there was nothing left to discuss. She raised her arm. Then let the auction begin. The crowd immediately erupted. The atmosphere changed. The confusion from earlier began transforming into excitement. Because regardless of what they thought about Ezra's decision, one fact remained. The Phantom Rolls was now available, and everyone wanted it. This time, every participant interested in bidding had already completed registration through the BNC site before the event. As part of the auction process, each registered bidder had been given a small electronic display board. The purpose was simple. Raise the board. Submit a bid. Fight for the rights. Lara pointed toward the Phantom Rolls standing proudly beneath the lights. The starting price. She paused, allowing anticipation to build. Will begin at 4,000 dals. Immediately, dozens of boards shot upward. The movement looked like a giant wave rising from the sea. Rows upon rows of hands lifted into the air. The sight stunned many spectators. Perhaps it was because Ezra had eliminated contract negotiations entirely. Perhaps it was because every company now believed they had a fair chance. Perhaps it was because greed had taken over. Whatever the reason, the battle had officially begun. Or at least, that was what everyone thought. Because very soon, they would discover that this auction was about to become far more brutal than they imagined. Say 7,000 dals. Lara's voice echoed through the entire Glasgow Palace through the amplification array connected to her microphone. The shock caused by Ezra's earlier decision was gradually being replaced by something even more exciting. Competition. Pure competition. The kind that made merchants nervous, investors sweat, and businessmen throw caution aside. 7,000 dals from Silver Wheels. Lara announced loudly. Her eyes swept across both floors of the hall. Immediately, another bidding board rose. Then another again. Almost 20 boards shot upward nearly at the same time. The sight caused many spectators to gasp. It was as though everyone had suddenly gone mad. 8,500 dals from Bremer and Steels. Lara announced. The number immediately caused another wave of whispers to spread through the audience. Rena sat elegantly in her seat. Her legs remained crossed. Her arms rested calmly against the armrests. Compared to the nervous representatives around her, she looked completely relaxed. She glanced toward the stage, toward Ezra. Ezra also happened to be looking in her direction. His expression remained as blank as ever. Rena smiled, then she winked. Ezra simply stared back expressionlessly. Not a single reaction appeared on his face. The corner of Rena's lips twitched. This child really doesn't react to anything. Before anyone could dwell on it, another board rose. Then another. Then a whole flourish of boards appeared again. 9,100 dals. Lara nearly shouted. Even she was getting carried away by the atmosphere. We are about to hit 10,000 dals. She pointed dramatically toward the second floor. The battle is becoming intense. The audience erupted with excitement. Many people who had only come to watch the event found themselves unconsciously clenching their fists. The atmosphere was simply too infectious. Meanwhile, on the second floor, everyone is really going all out. A representative from Silver Wheels clicked his tongue. His eyes remained fixed on the bidding boards. The amount had already exceeded what many of them expected. Contact the executive board immediately. A representative from another major company spoke sharply. His expression had become serious. We have to obtain the rights to this invention no matter what. Several assistants immediately took out their phones and began making calls. Meanwhile, a representative from the Eclipse frowned. His gaze swept across the competing bidders. Can't these people who have nothing to do with steam carriage production mind their own business? He sounded visibly annoyed. Originally, they expected competition from other carriage companies. But now, noble families were participating. Merchants were participating. Investors were participating. Even industrial groups, unrelated to transportation, were joining the fight. Everyone could see the value hidden behind the phantom rolls, and everyone wanted a piece of it. 9,100 going. Laura raised her hand dramatically. The entire hall watched her. A board suddenly rose. 9,200 dals fro. Before she could finish speaking, another board appeared. Rena had raised hers again. 9,500 dals from Bremer and Steels. Laura announced brightly. At this point, she was clearly enjoying herself. The excitement on her face couldn't even be hidden anymore. Mrs. Rena. Anderson forced a smile onto his face. Why are you doing this? His voice carried a trace of helplessness. Rena turned toward him. I want the rights. She replied with a smile. The answer was straightforward. Simple and brutal. Anderson's expression stiffened. Meanwhile, Rena's husband leaned slightly closer. Shouldn't we leave the bidding to industries actually involved in the field? He spoke casually, as if making a reasonable suggestion. Rena slowly turned her head. Her eyes landed on him. Silence. A few seconds passed. Her husband immediately turned away. Ahem. Never mind. He pretended to look elsewhere. Several nearby representatives couldn't stop themselves from laughing quietly. Even Rena's smile widened slightly. Back on stage. Going. Laura dragged out the words. Going. The suspense immediately rose. The entire hall became quiet. Many people held their breaths. Then, a board suddenly rose from one of the most anticipated sections. The representatives of the Eclipse. Lara's eyes widened. 10,000 dals. Her voice exploded throughout the hall. The crowd instantly erupted. The cheers became deafening. 10,000 dals from the Eclipse. The name alone caused another wave of discussion. The Eclipse, one of Britannia's largest industrial powers. A company capable of spending such an amount without blinking. Many smaller competitors immediately lowered their boards. The number had already exceeded what they could reasonably justify. 10,000. Laura repeated. Even she looked amazed. The value of the phantom rolls had reached a completely different level. The representatives of the Eclipse finally relaxed slightly. Many of them released breaths they hadn't realized they were holding. Several executives exchanged confident smiles. Surely, no one would continue now. 10,000 dals wasn't a small amount. Even some noble families would hesitate before spending such a figure on an invention, and that's for nobles at the high ember status rank and above. To other lower rank nobles, that was a bank breaker for them. Is this the end? Laura looked around dramatically. Her gaze moved from the second floor to the VIP rooms, then back to the audience. Many people who wanted to participate had already given up. Some lowered their heads. Some sighed. Others simply watched quietly. The battlefield seemed to have finally found its victor. 10,000 going. Laura raised her voice. The tension inside the hall became almost tangible. Going. She slowly looked around again. People. Her smile widened. Is there truly no one with another bid? The suspense hung heavily in the air. The representatives of the Eclipse clenched their fists. Several executives sat at the edge of their seats. Everyone waited. Waiting for Laura to finally bring down the hammer. Waiting for the auction to end. Waiting for the phantom rolls to become theirs. Or so they thought. Chapter 234, Money Plan. Successful. The suspense that had been hanging over the Glasgow Palace finally reached its breaking point. The atmosphere was so tense that many people unconsciously found themselves gripping the armrests of their chairs, while countless viewers watching through the Skynet flooded the live chat with messages. Some were begging Lara to end the auction. Others were begging someone, anyone, to make one final bid. The comments rushed across the screen so quickly that they looked like a flowing river. At that moment, "Gone!" Lara's voice exploded through the hall. She raised her hand high into the air before tightening it into a fist. Immediately, the stage erupted with small fireworks and streams of colorful smoke. The sudden display caused cheers to spread throughout the Glasgow Palace. The representatives of the Eclipse who were seated together immediately reacted with excitement. Several of them stood up. Others laughed openly. Even Anderson allowed himself a satisfied smile. After all, they had just won a battle against countless companies, merchants, investors, and noble families. The rights to the Phantom Rolls now belonged to them. Applause spread throughout the hall. The audience clapped enthusiastically. Some were congratulating the Eclipse. Others were applauding Ezra's success. Many simply appreciated being present to witness such an event. Lara smiled brightly before turning toward the representatives of the Eclipse. "I would like to offer my sincere congratulations to the Eclipse for winning the bid for the rights to the Phantom Rolls." The representatives stood and bowed politely to the crowd. Another round of applause followed. Lara then turned toward Ezra. Her expression softened slightly. "And I would also like to congratulate you, the inventor of this beautiful creation." She gestured toward the Phantom Rolls that remained illuminated beneath the stage lights. "The profit you have gained today is something many inventors can only dream of achieving." A smile appeared on her face. "I wish you a bright future, and I hope we get to witness even more amazing creations from you." The audience applauded once again. Many eyes turned toward Ezra. Yet as always, his expression remained calm, almost unchanged. "Thank you." Ezra bowed politely. His voice remained flat. His posture remained composed. But the simple gesture still earned approving nods from many people. Then he turned and began walking toward the backstage area. Meanwhile, Lara faced the audience once more. "Well then, my fellow Britannians." Her voice carried across the hall. "I would like to thank every one of you for taking the time to attend this auction event." She slowly swept her gaze across the massive crowd. "Whether you joined us here inside the Glasgow Palace or watched from home through the Skynet, we of the BNC Broadcasting Group are grateful for your support." Her smile grew brighter. "This event could not have happened without all of you." She bowed respectfully. The giant screens throughout the hall captured the moment perfectly. To everyone watching, she straightened her posture. "Thank you once again." The crowd responded with loud applause. Lara waved toward the broadcasting cameras. "This is goodbye." She smiled professionally. "And until next time." The cameras slowly zoomed out. The orchestra began playing a closing melody. The live broadcast ended. And just like that, the official auction event came to a close. However, even though the program had ended, the Glasgow Palace remained lively. Guests moved throughout the hall. Nobles greeted nobles. Merchants exchanged cards. Investors discussed future opportunities. The representatives of the Eclipse became the center of attention. Many people approached them personally to offer congratulations. After all, winning the rights to the Phantom Rolls had instantly elevated their position in today's event. Meanwhile, a different crowd had begun forming around Ezra. Several investors, craftsmen, craft-based alchemists, researchers, even company representatives. Many of them had no intention of leaving before speaking with him at least once. "Your ideology behind the Phantom Rolls is truly an eye-opener to the world of craftsmanship." A representative from Silver Wheels spoke respectfully. The man extended his hand. Ezra shook it. "Thank you." He gave a slight bow. Nearby, a female scholar adjusted her glasses before speaking. "I honestly didn't expect you to prepare separate presentation slides for questions that hadn't even been asked yet." She laughed softly. That was an incredibly smart move. Several people around her nodded in agreement. Many of them had been shocked when Ezra revealed prepared answers during the scholar's bombardment. The strategy had practically controlled the direction of the questioning. "I simply made a lucky guess," Ezra replied calmly. "And everything happened to work in my favor." The people around him laughed. Some shook their heads. Others clearly didn't believe him. "Luck is also a skill," the Silver Wheels representative replied. His tone carried genuine admiration. "You should seriously consider accepting a contract in the future." He smiled. Even though you've sold the rights to your first invention, I doubt this will be your last. Several people immediately agreed. The success of the Phantom Rolls had convinced many that Ezra possessed far more potential than he was currently showing. At that moment, a low-ember noble stepped forward. His elegant coat bore the insignia of a respected noble family. I agree. He smiled. You're still young. With the right support, you could accomplish even greater things. Ezra looked at him. I want to focus on my performance in the Royal Academy without distractions. His answer came immediately. The noble blinked, then laughed lightly. Is that so? He stroked his chin. Well, that isn't a bad goal either. Before the conversation could continue, excuse me, Mr. Ezra. A BNC staff member approached from behind. He bowed respectfully toward the nobles and company representatives surrounding Ezra. Then he leaned slightly closer. The preparations for the transaction are complete. His voice was low. Only Ezra could hear clearly. Ezra nodded. I understand. He turned toward the group. I have to leave now. He bowed politely. The others smiled. Take care. The Silver Wheels representative waved. Congratulations again. The female scholar smiled. Good luck at the Royal Academy. The low-ember noble added. Ezra acknowledged them with a nod before following the staff member away from the crowd. He followed the staff member through the backstage corridors of the Glasgow Palace. The noise of the celebration gradually faded behind him as they moved deeper into the restricted area reserved for important guests and business transactions. Several guards stood along the hallways. Their sharp gazes swept across everyone that passed. Some wore the insignia of BNC Broadcasting Group, while others belonged to private security teams hired by the companies participating in the auction. After walking for a short while, the staff member stopped in front of a polished wooden door. He knocked lightly. A voice sounded from inside. Come in. The staff member pushed the door open. Ezra entered. Inside the room, the representatives of the Eclipse were already waiting. Anderson sat at the center of the room with several executives beside him. The atmosphere was much calmer than the excitement outside. This was where business was properly concluded. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Ezra bowed politely. It's fine. Anderson waved his hand casually. A smile remained on his face. Compared to before the auction, he appeared to be in an exceptionally good mood. After all, the Eclipse had successfully secured the rights to the Phantom Rolls. Let's get the transaction started. Park clapped his hands together with a pleasant smile. Immediately, one of the BNC staff members stepped forward carrying a tablet-sized glass device. The device was thin and transparent. Its surface glowed faintly with blue alchemy patterns. 2 card slots were positioned on opposite sides. The staff member carefully placed the device on the center table. Anderson immediately took out his finance card and inserted it into the first slot. Ezra followed shortly after and inserted his own finance card into the second slot. The moment both cards were connected, the glass tablet lit up. A soft blue glow spread across its surface, then a holographic interface materialized above it. Several transaction windows appeared. Account verification, identity confirmation, rights transfer verification, payment authorization. Every step was displayed clearly. The amount being transferred alone would have made many ordinary citizens dizzy. Park moved his fingers across the holographic interface. Several windows shifted. A few confirmation seals appeared. After confirming everything was correct, he pushed the tablet toward Anderson. Please enter your authorization print. Anderson nodded. He placed his thumb onto the glowing interface. Once he finished, a loading icon appeared. The room became quiet. Everyone watched. A few seconds later, the loading icon disappeared. A large green checkmark appeared. Immediately afterward, the blue light illuminating the tablet shifted into a bright green color. Transaction successful. The words appeared clearly. The transfer was complete. The rights to the Phantom Rolls now officially belong to the Eclipse. Both parties removed their finance cards. Ezra calmly returned his card to his space bag. Then he took out a thick stack of organized documents. The stack contained everything. Every schematic. Every alchemy circle conversion. Every theory. Every design note. Every formula. Every explanation regarding the creation of the Phantom Rolls. Days of effort. Days of planning. Days of work. All contained within those documents. Ezra placed them on the table. Anderson's eyes immediately landed on them. A female executive seated beside him carefully received the documents. Her movements became noticeably gentler, almost as if she was handling a precious treasure. After checking that everything was complete, she stored the documents inside her space bag. Only then did everyone visibly relax. All right. Park stood up from his seat. A smile appeared on his face. I believe that concludes everything. He walked around the table. One by one, he shook hands with the members of the Eclipse. The executives returned the gesture politely. Afterward, Park headed toward the door. Ezra also stood up. The transaction was complete. There was no longer any reason for him to stay. However, Ezra Ashenlocke. Anderson suddenly called his name. Ezra paused, then turned around. His black eyes landed on Anderson. The room became quiet again. I know you said you aren't interested in contract offers. Anderson folded his hands together. And I respect that decision. His tone was sincere. There was no disappointment in his voice. Only admiration. Because of that, I would like to make a different offer. He glanced at the other executives. The members of the Eclipse immediately nodded. Clearly, this wasn't a decision Anderson had made alone. It was something they had already discussed. What offer is that? Ezra asked. His expression remained blank while his voice remained flat. Anderson smiled. I want the Eclipse and you to maintain a good relationship. He spoke honestly. Your talent is truly remarkable within the field of craftsmanship. His eyes carried genuine appreciation. To be honest, I believe that if you continue down this path, you could eventually become one of Britannia's greatest craftsmen. The praise caused several executives to nod. They had all witnessed Ezra's performance today. His invention, his preparation, his confidence, his strategic thinking. All of it was far beyond what they expected from a 13-year-old who was about to clock 14. That is why Anderson reached into his coat. He pulled out a black card. The Eclipse crest was engraved beautifully on its surface. Golden lines spread across the card like flowing rivers. I would like to recognize you as a friend of the Eclipse. He handed the card toward Ezra. And an exclusive permanent guest of our company. Several executives smiled proudly. Even among the Eclipse, very few people possessed such status. This card has only been granted to major members of the royal family, dukes, and a handful of influential individuals throughout Britannia. Anderson explained patiently. With it, you may enter any branch of the Eclipse. He paused. Even our headquarters. His smile widened slightly. And wherever you go, you will receive the highest level of hospitality we can provide. For the first time, Ezra was genuinely surprised. Of course, his face barely showed it. But inwardly, he hadn't expected this development. This is surprising. The thought appeared naturally. Thank you for seeing value in me. Ezra bowed politely, then accepted the card. The moment his fingers touched the black surface, a sharp sting suddenly came from his thumb. It was brief, almost like being pricked by a needle. Ezra didn't react. He simply looked down. A golden ripple spread across the card. The Eclipse crest began glowing softly. Several alchemical symbols appeared. The card was identifying him. Using the tiny drop of blood it had collected, the card connected to the Skynet registration system and requested identity verification through the Ashenlocke family database. The process lasted only a few seconds. A golden wave passed across the surface of the card. Then the light settled. Registration complete. The card had officially recognized him. Ezra Ashenlocke, black card holder of the Eclipse. Anderson watched the process with a satisfied smile. I look forward to seeing what you create in the future. His voice carried certainty. Not hope, not expectation, but certainty, as though he already believed Ezra would achieve something even greater. The executives followed behind him. One after another, they left the room, leaving Ezra standing quietly while looking down at the black card in his hand. The transaction had ended, but somehow, it felt as though he had gained something much more valuable than money today. Sir Anderson, one of the executives walking beside him, finally spoke. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Confusion was visible on her face. Don't you think giving someone like him a card of that level is a bad idea? She glanced back toward the room Ezra had just left. The Eclipse black card is exclusive to members of the royal family, dukes, and individuals holding the highest authority throughout Britannia. She hesitated briefly before continuing. This has never happened before. The other executives also looked toward Anderson. Although none of them had voiced their concerns earlier, it was clear they shared similar thoughts. After all, the Eclipse Black card wasn't simply a symbol of prestige. It represented trust, influence, access, privileges that even many nobles could only dream of obtaining. And yet, they had just handed one to a 13-year-old lowline noble. Anderson laughed softly. There wasn't even the slightest doubt on his face. Instead, he looked pleased, almost excited. I had a feeling. He folded his hands behind his back while walking through the corridor. A craftsman's feeling. The executives listened quietly. At first, it was only intuition. He smiled. But I became certain the moment he rejected every contract offer. The group remained silent. The memory of Ezra calmly refusing the opportunity that countless inventors would desperately grab onto resurfaced in their minds. That kid. Anderson shook his head lightly. He looked at the phantom rolls differently from everyone else. The executives frowned slightly. What do you mean? One of them asked. Anderson smiled. To us, the phantom rolls was a masterpiece. To the industry, it was a revolutionary invention, while to investors, it was a mountain of profit. He paused briefly, but when that kid looked at it, Anderson's smile widened. It felt like he was looking at something ordinary. The group became stunned. They hadn't thought about it before. Now that Anderson mentioned it, Ezra truly hadn't shown much attachment to the phantom rolls. Not the attachment an inventor should have toward a creation that changed an entire industry. It was almost as if he had bigger ideas. Much bigger ideas. That kid. Anderson looked forward. The phantom rolls felt like only the beginning. His voice carried certainty. It felt like the tip of his creative capabilities. The executives exchanged looks. Shock gradually appeared on their faces. You mean? One executive swallowed. You mean he has ideas that could be even greater than the phantom rolls? Two of the members who had attended the event with Anderson spoke almost at the same time. The disbelief in their voices was obvious. Anderson immediately nodded. Yes. His answer came without hesitation. The confidence in his tone shocked them even more. I don't simply believe it. He smiled. I know it. The group fell silent. Anderson continued walking. His shoes echoed softly through the corridor. I know that one day Ezra Ashenlocke will establish his own company. His voice remained calm. But when that day comes, a spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. It won't be a company that merely competes within Britannia. The executives unconsciously straightened themselves. It will become a company capable of pushing this kingdom's technology forward. He smiled. Perhaps even enough to compete with the technology of other bigger nations. The corridor became quiet. No one laughed. No one questioned him. Because after witnessing today's events, even they couldn't completely dismiss such a possibility. Anderson's smile remained as the group gradually disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Master, a familiar voice echoed through the backstage area. Lucy rushed forward. Her eyes were bright with excitement. Her smile was even brighter. The moment she saw Ezra, she immediately spread her arms, clearly intending to hug him. However, just before she reached him, Ezra calmly stepped sideways. Whoosh! Lucy flew past him. Her arms wrapped around empty air. Silence. Lucy froze. Then she slowly turned her head. Her cheeks puffed slightly. Why did you dodge? She pouted. Ezra looked at her. No hugging. His answer came instantly. Flat and direct. Without emotion. Lucy stared at him for several seconds. Then, she sighed dramatically. Her shoulders slumped. You really are impossible sometimes. She shook her head helplessly. Then the disappointment quickly disappeared. The excitement returned almost immediately. You were amazing. Lucy's eyes sparkled. Everything you planned ended up working perfectly. She still couldn't believe it. The presentation. The scholars' bombardment. The auction. Every single step had gone according to Ezra's calculations. Thinking about it now still felt unreal. I suppose it worked even better than I expected. Ezra replied calmly. His thoughts briefly drifted toward the black card resting inside his pocket. That had definitely been unexpected. So what's next, Master? Lucy asked. She immediately followed beside him as they walked through the backstage hallway. Her mood was clearly excellent. We'll stay in Northwick for 1 week. Ezra answered. His voice remained as plain as ever. Since your birthday has already passed. He glanced ahead. We'll celebrate it by visiting the best places Northwick has to offer. Lucy stopped walking. Completely. Her eyes blinked. Once. Twice. He remembered my birthday? For a moment, she thought she had heard wrong. Ezra noticed her expression. I already read your information after you accepted my contract offer at the trial base. He replied casually. So, I already knew. His tone remained indifferent. We've simply been too busy lately. He looked ahead. So, there wasn't an opportunity to mention it. Lucy stood there quietly. A warm feeling spread through her chest. She remembered all the times she thought Ezra didn't notice certain things. All the times he appeared indifferent. Yet somehow, he still remembered. A smile slowly appeared on her face. Not the excited smile she usually showed. Not the playful smile she often used. A softer one. Thank you, she said sincerely. Then she quickly caught up with him. The two continued walking. Eventually, they reached the section where the auction planning committee members were gathered. The moment the staff spotted Ezra, applause erupted. Everyone immediately began clapping. Several people even stood up. The atmosphere became lively. Lara stood at the center of the group. She was clapping as well. A pleasant smile rested on her face. You were really amazing today, Ezra. Her voice carried genuine admiration. For someone like Lara, who had worked on countless broadcasts and events, praise didn't come easily. Yet this time, she meant every word. Congratulations, Ezra. Congratulations. Good job. The staff members greeted him one after another. Their faces were filled with smiles. The success of the event belonged to everyone, but the person who had made it unforgettable was standing right in front of them. Chapter 235, Vacation. But seriously, Lara looked at Ezra with a faint frown on her face as they stood backstage. Most of the excitement from the auction had already settled down, and many workers were now busy dismantling equipment or packing documents into storage cases. Why would you give up the opportunity to get contracted? She still couldn't understand it. To her, countless inventors across Britannia dreamed of receiving even a single contract offer from one of the major companies. Yet Ezra had rejected all of them. Yeah, Ezra. One of the BNC staff members immediately joined in. Why did you do that? Soon, more members of the planning committee gathered around. The same question surfaced again and again. Everyone looked curious. Everyone wanted an answer. Ezra simply stared at them with his usual blank eyes. I just don't want to involve myself with any company or industry. His answer came out as plain as ever. No hesitation. No complicated explanation. Just a straightforward reply. The BNC staff members looked at each other. None of them really understood his reasoning. Still, after seeing how serious his expression was, they couldn't help laughing. Only you would reject that opportunity so casually. I guess. One worker shook his head. At least you gained a lot of money. Lara held her stomach as she laughed. Honestly, I'm still jealous. Guys, we have packing to do. A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere deeper backstage. Immediately, the workers began dispersing. One after another, they waved goodbye before returning to their duties. See you later. Good job today. Congratulations again. The crowd gradually thinned. Then, Ezra, Lucy, Lara. Park approached them with both hands tucked inside his coat pockets. A warm smile rested on his face. You did really well today, Ezra. Thank you. Ezra bowed politely. Park then turned toward Lara. You also did very well. His smile became softer. The moment he said those words, Lara narrowed her eyes. Without warning, she pulled out her phone. The holographic screen immediately appeared. I'm telling your wife you're flirting with me. Her voice remained flat. She had already started typing. Wait. Park's face changed immediately. When did I ever do that? He hurried forward, waving both hands in panic. Mr. Park. Lucy pointed at him with a serious expression. You shouldn't smile softly at ladies like that. Park froze. No. That's not what happened. He looked like a man whose life was flashing before his eyes. I was appreciating her efforts. That's all. He pointed at Lara. She helped prepare Ezra for the presentation. Then he pointed toward the stage. And she hosted the entire event perfectly. I was complimenting her work. Park desperately tried defending himself. Unfortunately, Lucy and Lara looked completely unconvinced. Both girls narrowed their eyes at him. Does he only act like this around you? Lucy lowered her voice and whispered. Lara nodded immediately. He does it all the time. Scum. Lucy shook her head. He's a huge scum. I agree. Lara nodded seriously. Park looked like he had been struck by lightning. Why are you both working together against me? He looked around helplessly, then his eyes landed on Ezra. Ezra. He stretched his hand out. Help me. Unfortunately for him, Ezra wasn't paying attention. He was already seated on a nearby chair. His focus was completely occupied by his Starlix 11. Park's plea disappeared into the air. Meanwhile, Ezra opened Linsta. The statistics of his first post immediately appeared. His eyes moved across the numbers. 35 million views. Over 100 million interactions. His follower count continued increasing every few seconds. Notifications kept appearing. His invention was still one of the most discussed topics in Britannia, and the numbers still continued climbing. His blank eyes followed the statistics silently. Too bad I won't be posting anything after this. He thought quietly. If this was in my previous life's world, I would probably be on my way to becoming some famous influencer. He closed the application, then he reached into his space bag. A white and black finance card appeared in his hand. Click. He placed his thumb against the fingerprint section. Immediately, a golden glow spread across the card. A holographic screen materialized in front of him. His financial information appeared. Ashenlocke system panel. Identity. Name, Ezra Ashenlocke. Gender, male. Age, 13. Noble rank, lowline noble. House, Ashenlocke. Profession, alchemist. Financial overview. Current balance. White concave-sided diamond 100,843,000 gold coins. Monthly income. White concave-sided diamond 100 million gold coins. Monthly expenditure. White concave-sided diamond 0 gold coins. Net profit. White concave-sided diamond plus 100 million gold coins. Wealth status. White concave-sided diamond, high ember, noble, low class. Credit rating. White concave-sided diamond, fairly exceptional. Recent transactions. 001. Source, Phantom Rolls auction bid. Type, income. Amount, plus 100 million gold coins. Status, completed. Account summary. Total income. White concave-sided diamond, 100 million gold coins. Total expenditure. White concave-sided diamond, 0 gold coins. Total transactions. White concave-sided diamond, 1. Current liquid assets. White concave-sided diamond, 100,843,000 gold coins. Largest recorded income. White concave-sided diamond, Phantom Rolls auction bid. Ashenlocke banking network. Account holder, Ezra Ashenlocke. Account tier, noble privilege. Security level, grade 3. Account status, active. I guess I'm one of the richest young nobles in this kingdom who isn't part of a main line in a noble family. Ezra thought to himself while staring at the figures displayed on the holographic screen projected from his finance card. The glowing numbers reflected faintly in his dark eyes. 100 million gold coins. Just looking at the amount made him realize how much potential truly existed in the world of invention. The Phantom Rolls had only been the beginning. If a single invention could generate this much wealth, then what would happen when I finally established his own company? And with the money, I would be able to get better materials for bringing the guns from my past life memories to life. The image briefly formed in Ezra's mind. Factories, workshops, research facilities, new technologies, new guns creation. Then the image disappeared as quickly as it came. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's still a long goal to achieve. He muttered quietly. His voice was low enough that only he could hear it. So, what do you guys plan to do now? Park walked over while adjusting his coat. He looked exhausted. The combined attacks from Lara and Lucy earlier had clearly left a deep wound on his soul. We plan to spend a week enjoying what Northwick has to offer. Ezra replied in his usual flat tone. Before Park could say anything, Lucy suddenly appeared beside Ezra. I can't wait to climb the third tallest mountain in Britannia. Her eyes sparkled, with the excitement bursting out of her. She raised both hands enthusiastically. Also, I want to visit the famous glass museum in Yorkmere. She moved her hands up and down while speaking. The excitement on her face was impossible to hide. It almost felt like she was a child who had just been handed a list of her favorite places. Huh. Lara laughed lightly. If someone saw you acting like this, They would think you came from some tiny countryside town. She smiled while looking at Lucy. Well, Lucy scratched the back of her head. I actually did. She laughed awkwardly. Wait, really? Both Park and Laura looked genuinely surprised. The two of them unconsciously examined Lucy again. Her appearance, her posture, her smooth skin, her refined manners, the way she carried herself. Everything about her made her look like a young lady who had grown up under noble care. No way. Laura immediately waved her hand. I don't believe it. Park nodded. I don't believe it either. She really is. Ezra stood up from his chair and casually confirmed it. The moment he spoke, both Park and Laura blinked. You're serious? Yes. Lucy nodded. A slightly nervous expression appeared on her face. She wasn't ashamed of where she came from, but she knew most people never expected that answer from her. Wow. Laura slowly placed a hand on Lucy's shoulder. You really grew up on the lucky side of life. Lucy looked toward Ezra. Then she looked back at Laura. A bright smile appeared on her face, one that carried genuine gratitude. Yeah. She nodded softly. I'm really lucky. She wasn't referring to her hometown. She wasn't referring to her circumstances. She was referring to the person standing beside her. The person who had taken her in. All right. Park suddenly remembered something. Ezra, Lucy. The two looked at him. Since you both said you'll be staying in Northwick for another week, even though I won't be able to join you. He took out his phone. We at B&C Broadcasting Group have decided to sponsor your entire vacation. Lucy froze. What? Park smiled proudly. Anywhere you want to visit. All expenses covered, and also your hotel stay will also remain fully paid until your week is over. Lucy immediately turned toward Ezra. Her eyes widened. Really? Her excitement doubled. I do like free experiences. Ezra casually replied. The answer came so naturally that the others immediately burst into laughter. Ha! Laura nearly bent over. I didn't know that. Park wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. It's a gift from the executives and the boss. He gave Ezra a thumbs up. You two deserve it. The success of the auction had exceeded expectations. Compared to the profits B&C would gain from broadcasting rights, publicity, and future events. This was a small reward. I guess this is goodbye for now, huh? Laura looked between Ezra and Lucy. You could spend the vacation with us. Lucy reached out and gently held Laura's hands. Her voice sounded sincere. Laura smiled. For a moment, she actually looked tempted. I wish I could. She sighed. But I have to head to Stonefall. Her expression became more professional. Something about a discovery involving an entire village of Callians. She spoke casually, as though traveling across the kingdom at a moment's notice had become a normal part of her life. Which, for one of B&C's top broadcasters, it probably had. Well, she is one of B&C's main newscasters. Callians. Ezra looked at her with slight curiosity. Well, I don't know the full details yet. Laura shrugged. It's still only a preliminary report. She smirked. So, I'll be heading there with the investigation team. Once we understand the situation, we'll broadcast it across Britannia. Like we always do. Lucy slowly released her hand. I wish you luck. Yeah. Laura waved casually. I'll probably see you both again. She glanced over her shoulder. Maybe during the Royal Academy's grand first-year combat festival. She smiled. Then she left the backstage area. Park was also prepared to leave. The driver assigned to you should already be waiting. He waved goodbye. Take care. You too. Lucy waved back. Let's go. Ezra looked toward the exit. Lucy nodded. Like that. The two left Glasgow Palace and returned to their hotel. The following morning arrived quickly. The first thing they did during breakfast was plan out their entire vacation. Maps were spread across the table. Tourist guides were stacked beside Lucy. Several locations had already been marked. Lucy was surprisingly serious whenever it came to planning activities. After finishing breakfast, the two traveled to the B&C Broadcasting headquarters. As promised, Park handed them the finance card, which was a black card, one specifically prepared for their vacation. Lucy carefully accepted it. Then she looked at the holographic information displayed on the card. Her eyes widened. Inside it was 1 billion gold coins. For several seconds, she simply stared, not because she planned to spend it all, but because she had never seen that amount allocated solely for leisure before. B&C really has money, she muttered. Obviously, Ezra replied. After collecting the card, the two boarded the carriage arranged for them. The driver closed the carriage door behind them. The steam engine rumbled to life. Warm steam escaped from the exhaust pipes. The carriage slowly rolled onto the streets of Camford. Their vacation had officially begun, and their first destination, Camford's domestic and wild bird farm. Chapter 236, Vacation Part 2. The Camford domestic and wild bird farm wasn't as crowded as it would normally be during one of Britannia's festive periods, when tourists from different cities flooded the attraction in large numbers. Even so, there were still plenty of visitors. Families, nobles, tourists, and even groups of students from the Gale Academy. All of them moved through the entrance gates with excitement on their faces. Once Ezra and Lucy stepped into the bird farm after paying the entrance fee, they immediately understood why the place was considered one of Northwick's major tourist attractions. The environment was completely different from the bustling cities they had visited. Tall trees stretched high into the sky. Some were so large that several adults would have difficulty wrapping their arms around the trunks. Their branches intertwined overhead, forming a natural canopy that filtered the sunlight into scattered beams. The fresh scent of leaves drifted through the air. Bird calls echoed from different directions. For a brief moment, it almost felt like stepping into a forest untouched by civilization. A wide stone-tiled road extended deeper into the bird farm. Both sides of the road were protected by specially reinforced barriers and cages. These structures served as safeguards against some of the larger monster birds that inhabited the deeper sections of the reserve. Steam-powered observation towers could occasionally be seen between the trees. Workers and bird caretakers moved about their duties. Welcome to Camford's domestic and wild bird farm. A guide stepped forward and bowed politely. His uniform carried the crest of the bird farm on the chest. He greeted Ezra, Lucy, and the other guests who had gathered for the sightseeing tour. Please make your way into the mini steam bus. He pointed toward the waiting vehicle. When Ezra saw the vehicle, he couldn't help comparing it to the safari touring buses he had seen in his past life memories. The overall concept was similar. However, Britannia's version was much more luxurious. The exterior carried polished metal decorations. The windows were wider. The seats were cushioned with soft materials. Even the roof had been designed with observation openings for viewing birds flying above the forest canopy. Lucy immediately chose a seat beside the window. Ezra sat beside her. The moment she settled into her seat, Lucy opened her space bag and took out her field glasses. Her entire expression transformed. The excitement in her eyes was obvious. She looked less like a maid and more like an adventurer preparing for an expedition. We are currently entering the first gate section. The guide's voice echoed through the vehicle as the steam bus slowly began moving. This area mainly contains domesticated bird species and lower-ranked bird monsters. The engine hummed softly. The wheels rolled forward. As we advance through all 8 gates, the rank and rarity of the birds will increase. He smiled professionally. There, you will witness some of the most valuable bird species raised within our reserve. The guests applauded politely. Lucy joined enthusiastically. Clap, clap, clap. Her smile widened. Meanwhile, Ezra's sharp eyesight had already picked out several birds perched among the distant trees. As the sightseeing tour continued, the guide would point toward various birds whenever one appeared close enough for the guests to observe. Each time he introduced a species, a holographic screen would appear above the center of the steam bus. Detailed information materialized across the screen. Name, classification, habitat, diet, behavior. Many guests immediately took out their own field glasses. Others used older Starlix models to take photographs. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Children pointed excitedly. Parents explained things they barely understood. Nobles discussed the value of certain monster bird species. The beauty of the bird farm wasn't simply the birds themselves. It was the entire experience. The fresh breeze, the gentle ride, the sound of wings occasionally beating through the air, the sight of colorful feathers flashing between the trees. Together, they created an atmosphere that felt relaxing. Look, Master. Lucy suddenly pointed. Ezra turned slightly. A white tawny owl sat quietly on a thick branch. Its white feathers blended almost perfectly with the pale bark. Moments later, another owl appeared. Then another. Soon, Snowy owls could also be seen deeper among the trees. Some flew overhead. Others simply watched the passing steam bus with calm eyes. The guide continued introducing species one after another. Peafowls, silver-necked groundfowl, long-tailed songbirds, several monster bird variants. Some even spread their colorful feathers upon noticing the moving vehicle. Numerous cameras flashed. Lucy was among the most enthusiastic photographers. She took picture after picture. Each time she captured one she liked, she would immediately show it to Ezra. At the 8th gate, we might see the Aurelian. Ezra spoke while flipping through the information magazine that had been handed to every visitor. The booklet contained information about all major bird species within the reserve. Lucy lowered her field glasses. The giant eagle with golden eyes and silver feathers? Yeah. Ezra nodded. His gaze remained on the description page. After completing the sightseeing tour through all 8 gates, the visitors were taken deeper into the reserve, although they didn't get to see the eagle. This time, they entered the agricultural section of the bird farm, where the atmosphere changed completely. Huge storage facilities stretched across the area. Workers moved between buildings. Steam-powered machinery operated continuously. Some processed eggs. Others handled meat preservation. Steam trucks arrived and departed at regular intervals. Transport schedules were displayed on large boards. The entire operation functioned like a well-organized industrial system. Lucy watched everything with curiosity. The scale alone was impressive. Meanwhile, Ezra's attention naturally shifted elsewhere. His focus wasn't on the birds anymore. Instead, he observed the machinery, the transportation methods, the workflow systems, the efficiency of the production process. Even while sightseeing, his mind still drifted toward industry and innovation. That part of him never really rested. Their next destination took them toward Northcourt, specifically, the Glacial Mountain, the 3rd tallest mountain in all of Britannia. The journey itself was beautiful. The carriage crossed massive bridge roads connecting Northwick's major cities and smaller settlements. The scenery changed gradually. Forests gave way to rocky terrain. The temperature dropped, and eventually, the mountain appeared. Lucy immediately pressed her face against the carriage window. Wow! Even Ezra looked up. The mountain towered into the sky. Its upper section disappeared into the clouds. Ice crystals reflected the afternoon sunlight. The entire mountain looked both beautiful and intimidating, like a giant sleeping beneath the heavens. After paying the climbing fee and renting the required equipment, the two joined one of the guided climbing groups. The guide led them upward through the mountain paths. Numerous checkpoints existed throughout the climb. Safe zones which had rest areas, mini clinics, nutrition shops, and observation platforms. There were even lifts available for those who wished to skip portions of the journey. Of course, neither Ezra nor Lucy planned to use them, since both possessed cognition and physical strength far beyond ordinary people. Yet neither used their abilities. Especially Ezra. To him, this was an opportunity, a chance to properly exercise his body again. Since leaving the trial base, he hadn't experienced anything remotely close to intense physical activity. The climb became surprisingly enjoyable. Hours passed. The higher they climbed, the colder the environment became. Visitors gradually became fewer. Eventually, the two reached the summit. The view immediately stole everyone's attention. Below them, the lights of the distant cities had begun appearing. The setting sun painted the horizon gold. Clouds drifted beneath parts of the mountain. The entire scene resembled a sea of stars stretching endlessly across the world. Lucy quickly began taking photographs. Meanwhile, Ezra simply stood there quietly, watching and relaxing to catch his breath from the long climbing journey that went down. After a while, he reached into his space bag and removed his container of heat-stimulating pills. The cold was beginning to affect him. Even though he regularly took the medication once he woke up, the prolonged exposure during the climb was becoming noticeable. He swallowed 2 tablets. The effects arrived almost immediately. Warmth spread through his body. The uncomfortable chill lessened. Satisfied, Ezra entered one of the summit shelters and changed into a dry set of climbing clothes. The previous set had become damp and unpleasant. After spending more time enjoying the scenery, the group finally descended using the mountain lift. The journey back to Camford awaited. And this was only the beginning of their vacation. The next day followed a similar rhythm. Ezra and Lucy woke up early in the morning. After freshening up and having breakfast at the hotel, the two immediately resumed their exploration of Northwick. Their first destination that day was Yorkmere, one of the most famous cities in the dukedom. The city itself was known throughout Britannia for its glasswork industry, and at the center of that reputation stood the renowned Glass Museum. The moment they entered, Lucy's eyes widened. Rows upon rows of glass creations were displayed throughout the massive building. Some pieces were shaped into animals, others into flowers. There were even glass sculptures of historical figures and famous alchemists from Britannia's history. The sunlight pouring through the museum's large crystal windows reflected off the exhibits, scattering countless colors across the polished floor. It almost felt like walking through a world made entirely of light. Lucy moved from one display to another. Every few minutes, she would stop and stare at a particular piece for several seconds before moving again. "This one is beautiful." She pointed at a glass swan whose wings were spread wide. Moments later, "No, this one is better." She immediately changed her mind after seeing a glass sculpture of a blooming rose. Ezra simply followed behind her, occasionally glancing at the displays, occasionally reading the descriptions. However, unlike Lucy, his attention was naturally drawn toward the manufacturing process rather than the finished products. Fortunately, thanks to B&C's arrangements, they received special access passes. The passes allowed them to enter certain sections normally restricted to ordinary visitors. There, they witnessed a portion of Yorkmere's glass industry at work. Large furnaces glowed with intense heat. Workers carefully manipulated molten glass using specialized tools. Some shaped decorations. Others created industrial products. The entire process looked surprisingly similar to certain manufacturing methods Ezra remembered from his previous life. The difference was that Britannia mixed craftsmanship with alchemy. The result was both efficient and beautiful. Lucy watched the demonstrations with fascination. Meanwhile, Ezra silently observed the production process itself. His eyes moved from machine to machine. His mind automatically analyzed everything he saw. Even during a vacation, that habit refused to leave him. After leaving Yorkmere, the two returned to Camford. That evening, they attended a popular theater performance sponsored by B&C Broadcasting Group. The Camford Theater House was filled with people. Nobles occupied the upper sections. Citizens filled the lower levels. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The play itself told the story of a legendary alchemist who crossed Britannia in search of a lost relic. The actors performed impressively. The stage effects created through alchemy made many scenes feel almost real. Lucy laughed, cried and cheered. At one point she became so invested in the story that she nearly stood up from her seat. Ezra occasionally glanced at her reactions rather than the stage. The contrast between her expressions every few minutes was surprisingly entertaining. The following day brought another destination, Silver Springs, one of Northwick's most famous coastal cities. And more importantly, Lucy's personal choice, the beach. The moment they arrived, Lucy looked happier than she had during the entire trip. The sound of crashing waves echoed across the shore. Children ran across the sand. Tourists played games. Steam-powered food stalls lined the boardwalk. The scent of grilled seafood drifted through the air. Lucy immediately removed her shoes and ran toward the beach. Meanwhile, Ezra stopped. Completely. His eyes narrowed. The ocean stretched endlessly before him. A massive body of water. Far too much water. "Yeah, not happening." He spoke firmly. Lucy turned back. "What do you mean not happening?" "I'm staying here." Ezra pointed toward a distant seating area. Lucy blinked. Then she looked at the ocean. Then at Ezra. Then back at the ocean. "You traveled all the way here just to sit down?" "Obviously." His answer came instantly. Lucy stared at him for several seconds before giving up. She eventually spent most of her time near the water while Ezra remained a safe distance away. Watching her play like a child with the water, while relaxing on the beach chair he brought, at one point he began to read a novel. Like that, the two continued their journey through Northwick. Some days they visited large cities. Other days they explored smaller cities. Museums, parks, historical landmarks, markets, mountain viewpoints, theaters, workshops. They visited them all. For perhaps the first time since he was born, Ezra was truly taking a break. No family issues. No invention. No business plan. No dangerous situation. No trial. Just traveling. Just sightseeing. Just living. And surprisingly, he didn't dislike it. Soon, only 2 days remained before the end of their vacation. The two were currently seated inside one of Camford's most famous restaurants. The restaurant overlooked one of the city's main streets. Large glass windows allowed customers to watch the movement of people and steam carriages outside while enjoying their meals. Lucy sat across from Ezra. A tourist pamphlet rested on the table. She held a pen in her hand. Her expression looked surprisingly serious, like a commander reviewing a battle plan. I guess we've already visited all the best places here. She spoke while examining the pamphlet. Several check marks filled the pages. Almost every major attraction had already been crossed off. A large glass cup sat beside her. Inside was a towering vanilla ice cream shake layered with milk and fruit toppings. Meanwhile, Ezra had ordered a fizzy fruit drink. Not cold. Exactly the way he preferred it. That is enough tourism. Ezra calmly lifted his glass and took a sip. Lucy looked up. A reluctant expression appeared on her face. Honestly, she wanted the vacation to continue. But she understood what Ezra meant. There were still things to be done for the preparation for the Royal Academy back at home. So, she rolled the straw inside her shake. We're going to the shopping complex to buy your materials next? Her cheek rested against her palm. Ezra didn't answer. He simply continued sipping his drink. However, Lucy already knew he was listening. That was simply how Ezra was. She tapped the pamphlet thoughtfully. Maybe I should buy some materials to strengthen my alchemy as well. Silence gradually settled between them. The restaurant remained lively around them. Customers chatted. Cutlery clinked softly. Waiters moved between tables carrying food. Outside the large windows, steam carriages occasionally passed by. The atmosphere was calm, relaxing, and peaceful. Then, Ezra Ashenlocke. A deep voice suddenly sounded from beside their table. The calm atmosphere instantly broke. Lucy turned first. Her eyes widened. Standing beside them were 2 guards of ash. The silver and black uniforms were impossible to mistake. Their presence immediately drew attention from nearby customers. Several people quietly turned their heads. Others instinctively moved their chairs slightly away. The 2 guards stood straight. Their expressions remained cold, professional, and unyielding. Ezra slowly placed his glass back onto the table. His gaze rose toward them. Yes. His reply remained as flat as ever. The guard standing slightly ahead of the other stepped forward. His eyes locked onto Ezra. You are ordered to return to the estate immediately. His voice was firm. Not a request. Not a suggestion. An order. The atmosphere around the table instantly became heavier. Lucy frowned. The guard's posture made his intentions clear. He wasn't here to negotiate. His stiff expression and rigid stance made him look prepared for resistance. Prepared for conflict. Prepared to drag Ezra back if necessary. For a brief moment, the restaurant became unusually quiet, with how many people had already noticed the confrontation. Ezra looked at the 2 guards of ash. His eyes narrowed slightly. You have got to be kidding me. The irritation that had been absent throughout the entire vacation finally surfaced. Not on his face, but deep inside his thoughts. Because after everything, after the auction, after the phantom rolls, after finally getting a proper vacation, the main family had chosen now of all times to call him back. And judging by the expressions of the guards of ash, whatever waited for him at the estate was probably not going to be pleasant. Chapter 237. Back to the Ashenlocke estate. Back at the Ashenlocke estate. So, Elder Fredericks slowly lowered the crystal wine glass onto the polished glass table before him. Clink. The soft sound echoed through the luxurious office. He leaned back into his chair comfortably, crossing one leg over the other as a smug smile appeared on his aged face. Ezra Ashenlocke. His eyes narrowed slightly. The genius inventor of the phantom rolls. A faint chuckle escaped his lips. The laugh sounded harmless at first, but the mockery hidden underneath was impossible to miss. A lowline actually managed to grow a brain, huh? He took the glass cup and swirled the wine inside the glass. The red liquid moved slowly along the crystal surface. His gaze remained fixed on Ezra the entire time. The contempt in his eyes wasn't hidden. In fact, it wasn't even being concealed. He wanted Ezra to see it. Ezra sat calmly across from him. His hands were locked in restraints, but his posture remained straight. His black eyes stared at Elder Fredericks without fear and without respect. Just observation. Nothing more. Nothing less. After the 2 guards of Ash interrupted his vacation in Northwick, Ezra and Lucy had been forced to leave that very day. The guards never explained anything. They simply delivered the order. After returning to the hotel, both Ezra and Lucy packed their belongings under the supervision of the 2 guards of Ash. The guards were Meister-rank alchemists, experienced and powerful, the kind of people ordinary nobles wouldn't dare offend. Afterward, Ezra returned the BNC Black Finance card to one of the staff members. Unfortunately, Park wasn't present at the head office at the time. The 2 never got the chance to properly say goodbye. And like that, the vacation ended. They traveled back to Metallica, then back to the Ashenlocke estate, only for Ezra to immediately find himself sitting inside Elder Frederick's private office wearing restraints. Funny. His eyes calmly moved around the room. The office itself was extravagant. Expensive paintings decorated the walls. Golden ornaments rested on shelves. Several antique weapons were displayed behind glass cases. Everything screamed wealth. Everything screamed status. Yet despite all that luxury, the room felt filthy. Not physically, but because of the man sitting inside it. Fredericks suddenly smiled. Do you know why you were brought here? He leaned further back into his chair. Ezra didn't answer. Instead, his gaze lowered toward the restraints around his wrists, then toward the 2 young maids standing beside his sofa, then toward the 2 other maids standing beside Fredericks. His eyes lingered on them briefly. They all looked uncomfortable, nervous and fearful. Then Ezra returned his gaze to the old man. Would you look at this old man? His expression remained blank. I'll be taking your servant, Lowline. Fredericks spoke casually, like he was discussing the weather. Like Lucy was simply an item. Not a person. Not someone with thoughts and feelings. Just a property. The old man's smile widened. His eyes carried no attempt at hiding his intentions. Ezra saw it immediately. The greed, the possessiveness, and the disgusting lust hidden underneath. When Ezra and Lucy arrived at the estate earlier, Lucy had immediately been taken away by maids belonging to Frederick's faction. At the same time, Ezra had been arrested by guards of Ash under Frederick's authority. The entire thing had been absurd from the beginning. But Ezra didn't resist. Not because he couldn't, but because information always came before action. He needed to understand the situation first. Only then could he decide what to do. Not like there was any need for him to even act himself. I'll even give you one of my maids in exchange. Snap. Fredericks snapped his fingers. The maid standing beside him immediately stepped forward and placed a document onto the table. Ezra glanced at it. A servant swap agreement. His eyes moved across the contents. Then he looked away. Not interested. His reply came immediately. Flat. Simple and direct. Fredericks blinked. Well, just sign with your blood, and then we can discuss the main reason I brought you here. The elder continued talking, clearly not listening. You should be great. Suddenly, his words stopped. His brain finally processed Ezra's response. Not interested? Fredericks repeated. The smile vanished. The veins on his forehead bulged visibly. This fucking lowline. His voice dropped. Dangerously low. The temperature inside the room seemed to fall. Do you want to die? The air suddenly became heavier. A terrifying amount of cognizance erupted from Frederick's body. The pressure spread across the office. The furniture trembled. The wine inside the glass vibrated. You think a little stardom makes you something now? His voice exploded through the room. You piece of trash. He pointed directly at Ezra. This is why your own parents couldn't accept you. His expression twisted. They would rather die than acknowledge your existence. His finger trembled from anger. You got lucky once. Once. And now you're acting like a noble in front of me. His eyes became colder. You a lowline. Fredericks slowly shook his head. The contempt in his expression deepened. Choose your next words carefully, lowline maggot. Boom. The cognizant pressure crashed down fully. Ezra immediately felt the force. His mind shook violently. His thoughts became heavier, and his body felt like it was carrying a mountain. The pressure wasn't simply physical. It attacked the mind directly. The soul and consciousness. His brain felt like it was beginning to overheat. Like countless needles were being driven into it. The surrounding maids suffered even more. Unlike Ezra, They weren't alchemists. Thud, thud, thud. The girls collapsed onto the floor one after another. Their bodies trembled violently. They clutched their heads. Blood began leaking from their eyes, their lips, their noses. The pain was so intense they couldn't even scream properly. Only broken sounds escaped their mouths. Ezra could barely raise his head. His muscles strained. His bones felt heavier. Yet despite everything, he still looked directly at Fredericks. Then he spoke. No. The words came slowly, painfully, yet clearly. Not interested. The exact same answer. The exact same tone. The elder's eye twitched. For the first time, something resembling disbelief appeared in his face. Then anger followed. Far worse than before. But instead of exploding, Fredericks suddenly became quiet. The silence was more dangerous than his shouting. He stared at Ezra for several moments. Then sighed. Oh. He stood up. Well, it's not like you have any choice. He grabbed the metal pen on the table. Step. 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 The elder walked around the table. His intention was obvious. Force the signature. Force the contract. Then claim Lucy. But just as he reached Ezra, boom, the office door exploded open. The impact shook the entire room. Fredericks immediately turned. His cognizance surged toward the intruder. Who dares? His voice stopped. The pressure disappeared. His expression froze. Standing at the doorway was an elderly woman dressed in a maid uniform. Unlike ordinary maids, her outfit carried subtle distinctions. Symbols of authority, symbols of rank, symbols of power. A headmaid. And not just any headmaid. One belonging to Elder Portia. The woman stood calmly, unmoved and unaffected, as though Frederick's pressure had never existed. Elder Fredericks. Her voice was polite, but firm. My lady sent me to retrieve the boy you took without proper authorization. She stepped forward. And his maid belongs under my supervision. Her eyes hardened. So why exactly are you touching her? The room became silent. Fredericks clenched his jaw. And what if I refuse? The head maid didn't hesitate. Then Elder Portia said you should prepare yourself for an Akai of elimination. The moment those words left her mouth, Elder Fredericks swallowed hard with his annoyed expression changing. He knew exactly what would happen if he accepted that challenge. If he fought Portia, he would lose. There wasn't even a need to think about it. The answer had already been decided before the battle even began. Tisk. He clicked his tongue loudly. The humiliation burned inside his chest. His pride screamed at him to refuse. His anger screamed at him to continue. Yet reason won in the end. There was simply nothing he could do. Get the brat out of my sight. His voice came out cold. The terrifying cognizance pressure that had filled the room finally disappeared. The invisible mountain weighing down everyone inside instantly lifted. The maids who had collapsed onto the floor gasped for breath. Some clutched their chests. Others held their heads while trembling. Although the pressure had disappeared and their lives were no longer in immediate danger, none of them possessed the strength to stand up again. Blood still stained the corners of their lips. Tears mixed with blood slowly ran down their cheeks. The head maid stepped forward. She intended to help Ezra up. After all, even an alchemist should have suffered considerably under a pressure like that. However, Ezra stood up on his own. His movements were slower than normal. His body still felt heavy. A dull pain continued to pulse through his mind. But despite that, he calmly rose to his feet. He shook his head lightly once, then walked toward the door as though nothing had happened. Fredericks watched the scene. Disbelief slowly appeared on his face. He can still move after taking that pressure? His eyes narrowed. For a brief moment, killing intent flashed deep within them. I should have increased the pressure further. I should have just crushed his mind completely. His fists tightened. The veins on the back of his hands bulged. Then his gaze shifted toward the maids lying on the floor. His expression darkened. Well, if I had increased it any further, these girls would have died first. He clicked his tongue again. Finding teenage maids that satisfied his tastes had already become difficult enough, especially now that Portia was watching him more closely than before. Fredericks exhaled heavily. The irritation in his chest refused to disappear. Guards! His voice thundered through the room. Immediately, the office door opened. Several guards of Ash entered and bowed. Elder, take them out of here. Fredericks waved his hand lazily. Send them to the clinic. The guards bowed once more. Without hesitation, They carefully lifted the unconscious and injured maids before carrying them out of the office. The room finally became quiet. Meanwhile, outside the office building, the head maid walked beside Ezra. The moment they stepped out into the open air, a cool breeze brushed across the courtyard. The sunlight illuminated the white stone pathways that connected the various buildings within Elder Frederick's estate grounds. The scenery looked peaceful, far too peaceful compared to what had just happened inside. I apologize for the inconvenience you and your maid had to face immediately after returning to the estate. The head maid stopped, then she bowed respectfully. Her apology was sincere. She wasn't simply saying the words out of obligation. It's fine, Ezra replied in his usual flat tone, his expression remaining unchanged, as though he truly didn't care. The head maid looked at him for a moment, then sighed inwardly. This child really is difficult to read. The group continued walking. Soon, they exited the office building completely. The moment they reached the courtyard outside, "Master," a familiar voice called out. Lucy. She had been pacing back and forth the entire time. The moment she saw Ezra appear, relief instantly filled her face. Her eyes sparkled. The nervousness she had been carrying disappeared. For a split second, she even looked ready to throw herself at him. However, Lucy immediately remembered something. Master would dodge. Definitely. Without a doubt. The image of herself hugging empty air while Ezra casually stepped aside flashed through her mind. She stopped herself. Barely. Flash. Suddenly, the head maid moved. Her hand flashed through the air. The restraints around Ezra's wrists split apart instantly. The cuts were so clean that it looked as if an invisible blade had passed through them. The broken restraints fell onto the ground with metallic clinks. Ezra rotated his wrists slowly. The slight stiffness disappeared. Thank you. He glanced toward the head maid, then immediately asked the question that mattered to him. So, his black eyes looked at her calmly. Why was I called back? The head maid smiled. About that. She folded her hands neatly. I think it would be better to explain while we're on our way to Elder Portia's maison. Soon after, the three entered a small steam carriage. The vehicle departed from Elder Frederick's estate grounds and began moving through the Ashenlocke estate. The scenery outside gradually changed. Large mansions passed by, training grounds, gardens, workshops, various estate facilities. The carriage continued forward smoothly. Inside, the atmosphere was considerably calmer. The head maid bowed slightly again. Once more, I would like to apologize for the disturbance. No, ma'am. Lucy quickly waved both hands. Her reaction was immediate. The idea of a head maid repeatedly apologizing to her made her nervous. After all, this woman held considerably higher status than most servants within the estate. Meanwhile, Ezra simply sat beside the window. His elbow rested lightly against the carriage door. His gaze remained outside. The moving scenery reflected faintly in his eyes. He didn't say anything, but he was listening. The head maid took a breath, then began her explanation. A serious argument broke out because of your phantom roles invention. Her voice carried a trace of helplessness. There were many members of the family, along with several elders, who believed you should have involved the family's craftsmen during the development process. Lucy immediately frowned. But isn't the family primarily focused on guns and weapon production? She couldn't understand the logic. The Phantom Rolls was a steam carriage, not a firearm, not a weapon. What did the family craftsmen have to do with it? That was exactly Elder Portia's argument. The head maid nodded, as well as several other high-ranking members of the family. She sighed, but a bitter smile appeared. You know how greed works. Lucy fell silent. She already knew where this conversation was heading. Some of those people have connections to several of the major companies that attended the auction event. The head maid continued. And in truth, her expression became slightly colder. A few of them attempted to convince the family leadership that control over your decisions should be transferred to the family. Lucy immediately looked shocked. Control? Yes. The head maid nodded. Whether you signed a contract or whether you sold the rights. Who received the invention? They wanted the family to make those decisions instead of your master. Lucy's brows furrowed deeply. The more she listened, the more absurd it sounded. But everything was settled in the end. She looked at the head maid. How? The head maid smiled. This time, her expression carried a trace of admiration. Lady Vera intervened. Her gaze shifted toward Ezra, then back toward Lucy. She revealed that both she and your master have been preparing another surprise presentation. Lucy's eyes widened. Immediately, a memory surfaced during the last time Lady Vera visited them. The discussions about a hidden gun project Ezra and Lady Vera had before she left. The head maid continued calmly. A completely new innovation related to firearms. Silence filled the carriage. Lucy blinked several times, then slowly turned toward Ezra. The person in question still remained seated beside the window, expressionless and calm, still looking outside as if none of this concerned him. Chapter 238, Portia's Mansion. Lucy let out a long sigh after finally hearing the reason they had been forced to cut their vacation short and return to the main family estate. At least they could have waited until we finished our vacation. She folded her arms tightly across her chest. The displeasure on her face was obvious. It was only 2 more days. Her shoulders dropped slightly. Then she sighed again. The mini-steam carriage continued moving through the estate roads before finally slowing down. Soon, the vehicle arrived before Elder Portia's mansion. The moment Lucy looked outside the window, her eyes widened slightly. Although Elder Frederick's mansion had been impressive, Portia's residence was on an entirely different level. The massive building carried the same black architectural style common among high-ranking Ashenlocke residences. However, the scale was significantly larger. The surrounding compound alone could rival some smaller noble estates. Large stone pathways stretched through the grounds. Servants moved back and forth in an orderly fashion. Some carried gardening tools. Others pushed carts filled with supplies. The entire place was alive with activity. What drew attention the most, however, was the garden. The front courtyard looked less like a noble residence and more like a carefully maintained botanical park. Flowers stretched across nearly every visible section of the grounds. Rows of red and white roses bloomed beautifully beneath the afternoon sunlight. Hydrangeas lined the garden borders. Peonies and lilies filled entire sections of the courtyard. Snowdrops added touches of white among the colorful arrangements. Several wisteria vines climbed along portions of the manor walls, their hanging blossoms swaying gently whenever the wind passed through. The air itself smelled pleasant, fresh and natural. The scent of flowers mixed with the cool breeze. For a moment, Lucy almost forgot they were still inside the Ashenlocke estate. The carriage came to a complete stop. Immediately, 2 guards of ash stepped forward and opened the carriage doors. "Welcome back, head maid Agata." The 2 guards bowed respectfully. Unlike the treatment given to ordinary servants, genuine respect could be heard in their voices. "Thank you." Agata smiled softly and waved a hand. The surrounding servants and guards also lowered their heads slightly as a greeting. Lucy blinked. Even now, she still wasn't used to seeing how much authority a head maid possessed within the main family. Ezra stepped out first. Lucy followed. The mini-steam carriage departed shortly afterward, heading toward the garage area. "Let's go." Agata turned toward them. "The lady is waiting." Ezra gave a slight nod. Then he followed behind her. As they walked through the courtyard, his eyes moved calmly across the surroundings. The gardeners, the flowers, the guards, the security arrangements. Even while appearing relaxed, he was unconsciously observing everything around him. Soon, they reached the mansion entrance. 2 servants immediately opened the large double doors. Agata led them inside. The interior was just as impressive as the exterior. Crystal lamps illuminated the hallways. Paintings decorated the walls. Several antique firearms were displayed inside glass cases. The atmosphere felt elegant without appearing excessive. Walking through several corridors, Agata eventually brought them to Elder Portia's study. "Knock, knock." She gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Portia's voice came from within. Agata opened the door and stepped aside. Her hand gestured toward Ezra and Lucy. Ezra entered without hesitation. Lucy followed closely behind, a bit nervous with the authoritative atmosphere coming from the study. Agata entered last before quietly closing the door. "Welcome, Ezra." Portia spoke without looking up. She remained focused on the documents spread across her desk. Several open books rested nearby. Additional volumes were stacked on smaller tables around the room. The study itself resembled a private library. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling. Rows upon rows of books filled the walls. Compared to Ezra's own study, this room was significantly larger. "Good afternoon, Elder." Both Ezra and Lucy bowed respectfully. Portia finally looked up. Without saying anything, she pointed toward the chair in front of her desk. Ezra immediately walked over and sat down. Lucy moved behind him and assumed a proper maid stance, while Agata returned to her usual position behind Portia. Silence followed, and several minutes passed. Portia continued reading. Occasionally she made notes. Occasionally she opened another book. The scratching sound of her pen filled the room. Ezra didn't interrupt. Not that he intended to. He simply sat quietly. Meanwhile, Lucy occasionally glanced around the room to occupy herself. Finally, after several more minutes, Portia closed the document. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." She placed the papers aside. "It's fine, Elder." Ezra replied plainly. He genuinely wasn't bothered by the wait. Portia smiled slightly. "I'm assuming Agata already explained why you were brought back without any warning." As she spoke, she handed the completed folder to Agata. The head maid accepted it respectfully before walking toward a cabinet located beside one of the seating areas. The cabinet itself was crafted from polished brown wood. The quality was obvious. Even Lucy could tell it was one of the expensive varieties commonly used among high-ranking nobles. The glass panels reflected a faint green glow under the afternoon sunlight. Agata placed her thumb against the lock. Click. The mechanism unlocked. Inside were dozens of carefully organized files and folders. After storing the document, she returned to her previous position. "Yes." Ezra nodded lightly. "She did." Portia folded her hands atop the desk. "I hope you aren't displeased about everything that happened." Her voice carried genuine concern. Ezra shook his head. "No." The answer was simple. Portia seemed relieved. "Good." She leaned back slightly. "To be honest, I wanted to apologize personally." Her expression softened. "That was why I instructed my people to bring you directly to me after your arrival." She paused. Unfortunately, a certain shameless old pervert decided to act first. The irritation immediately returned to her face. Portia rubbed her forehead. The more she thought about Fredericks, the more annoyed she became. Who would have expected someone of his age to behave like that? She clicked her tongue. Threatening a talented child over something so ridiculous, and even trying to take a maid of a young noble. The elder shook her head. "It's people like him that bring shame to the Ashenlocke name." For a moment, genuine disappointment appeared on her face. Then she took a deep breath and calmed herself. "Ah." She exhaled. "Let's move on." Her eyes settled on Ezra. "Ezra." "Yes, Elder." "You and Vera will begin preparations immediately." Portia pointed toward him. "The firearm innovation that Vera revealed that you made during the family meeting will be presented next week Monday." Lucy blinked. Even hearing it a second time sounded sudden. Portia continued. "The presentation will be attended by all of us elders, several high-ranking members of the family, and representatives from various internal divisions." She smiled softly. "I know the timing is sudden, but this was ultimately the compromise reached after the argument." Her gaze sharpened slightly. "And honestly, I am very interested in seeing the firearm Vera praised that you made." Lucy couldn't help becoming curious as well. Portia leaned back again. "A servant has already been assigned to guide you to your temporary residence." She nodded lightly. "I look forward to your presentation." "Okay, Elder." Ezra bowed his head. "That will be all." Portia glanced at Agata. The head maid immediately understood. "Please follow me." Soon, Ezra and Lucy bowed one final time before leaving the study. Agata escorted them outside, handing them to the servant who was to lead them to the guest house of the Ashenlocke estate. Another mini-steam carriage transported them toward the guest section of the estate. The trip wasn't long. After arriving, they were shown their assigned rooms. Their luggage had already been delivered. During the time when Frederick's people took them away, Ezra and Lucy's luggage had been left in the main gates of the mansion, but now, everything had been neatly organized. After freshening up and changing clothes, Lucy immediately made her way toward Ezra's room. The moment she entered, she found Ezra seated at the small study desk. His Starlix 11 rested in front of him. He was already preparing to make a call. "I still can't believe they dragged us all the way back here for this." Lucy pouted. "But couldn't they have waited until you were actually ready?" Despite complaining, her voice remained low. She knew where they were. The main family wasn't a place where careless words could be spoken freely. Ezra didn't reply. He simply activated his Starlix. A golden holographic phone symbol appeared. Concentric rings spread outward as the call connected. Almost immediately, "Inventor," Vera answered. A rectangular holographic screen appeared above the device. She sat inside her own study. Just like always, her expression remained blank. "You called. Thanks for the save." Ezra spoke directly, still flat and simple. Vera blinked once, then leaned slightly forward. "I honestly didn't expect to thank you." Her black eyes studied him. Then they moved toward the room behind him. "Where is your maid?" she asked casually, though the faint amusement hidden beneath her voice was obvious. "Good evening, Lady Vera." Lucy stepped into view and bowed politely. "Oh." Vera looked at her. "You really enjoyed the luxury life of being a BNC VIP." Her gaze narrowed slightly. "Your skin is practically glowing." The sarcasm was delivered with complete seriousness. Lucy immediately became embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ezra ignored the comment entirely. "We should meet tomorrow." He went straight to the point. "I assume you've already prepared the presentation materials. I'll review them." Hey. Vera interrupted. She rested her chin against her hand. "Inventor, at least complain a little." Her tone became playful. "Your lover is supposed to comfort you after the family drags you back here." Lucy immediately froze. Ezra slowly narrowed his eyes. Vera's expression remained completely blank. Only the faint amusement hidden in her gaze betrayed her intentions. After a brief silence, "I'll indulge you today," Ezra finally replied. Vera smiled faintly. "A tiny victory. What happened after you revealed the gun invention?" Ezra asked. His curiosity was genuine, especially since something felt missing in the reason Agata gave him. Vera immediately became more serious. "That, Inventor, is because a certain family seems to be looking for trouble with one of our main industrial groups, the division responsible for the production and transportation of firearms to the royal family," she explained calmly. Even while talking about something that could affect the interests of the Ashenlocke family, her expression remained as blank as ever, as though she were discussing the weather instead of a conflict between powerful forces. "It was discovered that they were planning to steal one of our major clients in Eldenford." She crossed one leg over the other while sitting in her chair. "A major client who has a close working relationship with members connected to the royal line." Lucy blinked after hearing that. Her brows slowly knitted together. She couldn't understand what kind of family would willingly provoke the Ashenlocks in a field they had dominated for generations. The Ashenlocke family wasn't just another Duke house. They were the backbone of Britannia's firearm production. Trying to challenge them directly was no different from challenging one of the kingdom's most established industries. "That family you mentioned the first time we spoke in the library at the trial base, huh?" Ezra glanced downward thoughtfully. His fingers lightly tapped against the table. Fragments of information quickly connected themselves inside his mind. The timing, the sudden rush from the family, the sudden presentation. Everything seemed to point in one direction. They must be supported by another Duke family. Ezra raised his eyes toward Vera's holographic image. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the confidence to openly compete against the main family. His voice remained flat. However, the certainty behind his conclusion was obvious. Lucy blinked again. She hadn't even thought that far ahead. To her, it had simply sounded like a business dispute. But after hearing Ezra's explanation, she immediately realized how much deeper the situation might be. No noble family would willingly provoke the Ashenlocks unless they possessed support strong enough to protect them from the consequences. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then, ping. Vera pointed at Ezra. Palm. She pointed again. A faint smile appeared on her face. It wasn't the kind of smile most people would notice, since ITT was small, almost invisible. But compared to her usual blank expression, it was practically radiant. "Have I ever told you how much I love your mind?" She tilted her head slightly. Her dark eyes remained fixed on him. "If I haven't," she paused, "then I'm telling you now." Her tone remained completely serious. Lucy froze. The atmosphere inside the room instantly became strange. Ezra narrowed his eyes. Vera's face remained perfectly calm. Not a trace of embarrassment. Not a trace of awkwardness. As though she had simply stated a normal fact, which somehow made the statement feel far more dangerous. Lucy immediately looked between the two of them, then back again. Her eyes widened slightly. Lady Vera, she called weakly. Vera turned toward her. Yes. Please don't say things like that so casually. Lucy complained softly. It sounds completely different from what you mean. Does it? Vera asked. Her expression remained unchanged. I think I was very clear. Lucy nearly choked. Meanwhile, Ezra simply stared at Vera. His blank eyes met hers through the holographic screen. Then, you should spend more time working on the presentation. He replied flatly. Your free time is clearly creating problems. For the first time, Vera's faint smile widened slightly. Interesting. She rested her cheek on her palm. Instead of denying it, that's the part you responded to. Lucy immediately covered her face. Why does it feel like Lady Vera enjoys teasing Master so much? And more importantly, why was she so good at it? I can't even do something like that. Lucy pouted faintly. The room fell into another brief silence before Vera finally returned to the main topic. Anyway, she leaned back into her chair. We'll meet tomorrow and review everything. The presentation materials are already prepared, and I've also gathered information on the people who will be attending. Her tone became more professional. The people coming aren't the type that can be impressed by flashy words alone. I know. Ezra nodded. Good. Vera pointed at him again. Then don't embarrass me, inventor. After all, I already used your name as ammunition during the family meeting. She paused briefly before adding. And if you perform well, I might even tell you another reason why I love your mind. Lucy immediately looked away. She suddenly felt like she shouldn't be listening anymore. Chapter 239. Already ready and set. Ezra narrowed his eyes at Vera once again. The expression wasn't dramatic. It was simply the small reaction he always gave whenever Vera started saying things that sounded completely ridiculous while acting as though they were perfectly normal. Unfortunately, Vera completely ignored his gaze. Back to our main conversation. She folded her arms. Her posture remained relaxed as she sat in her chair. So basically, Vera continued speaking as though she hadn't just declared her love for his mind a few moments ago. An elder found out about the situation through a friend who works closely with the person connected to the royal line. She crossed one leg over the other. The friend informed the elder because he wanted to use the opportunity to gain an advantage and increase the chances of getting you to favor his company during future contract discussions before the auction event was held. Her tone remained casual, as though she were discussing ordinary business matters. But the whole argument started because that greedy old trash they call my grandfather claimed that you should have handed the rights over to the main family. Lucy immediately frowned. Vera adjusted her sitting posture slightly before continuing. He argued that you should have informed the family craftsman about the invention from the beginning. She waved a hand lazily. Then the craftsman would handle the production process, release it to the world under the family banner, and everyone would celebrate it as an Ashenlocke invention. The words left her mouth so casually that one would think she was talking about a minor disagreement. But both Lucy and Ezra immediately understood what those words actually meant. It was theft. Simple and direct. Elder Fredericks had intended to steal Ezra's work. Lucy's eyes twitched faintly. The more she listened, the angrier she became. While her master had been spending sleepless nights creating the phantom rolls. While he had traveled all the way to Northwick and worked tirelessly preparing for the auction event. People back at the estate had already begun discussing how to take everything away from him. Her hands slowly tightened. The more she thought about it, the more unfair it felt. He made a huge fuss and demanded that you be called back immediately. Vera rested her cheek against her palm. Although many people opposed him because of how ridiculous he sounded, the situation involving the firearm contracts made everything much more complicated. She shrugged. All the elders and most of the higher figures in the family started agreeing that the family should take control over your decisions. Her blank eyes settled on Ezra. But luckily for you, Vera pointed at herself. I saved the day. She nodded confidently. Aren't I amazing? Lucy blinked. There it was again. That strange confidence that somehow sounded both serious and sarcastic at the same time. Ezra. Vera leaned forward slightly. You should praise me for this. She paused, then shook her head dramatically. I forgot. You are allergic to praising people. A long sigh escaped her lips. My poor maiden heart. She placed a hand against her chest. The expression on her face never changed. which somehow made the performance even more ridiculous. Ezra simply stared at her. His black eyes remained completely emotionless. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Finally, "I'm going to sleep." Ezra spoke. His tone was flat as always. The sentence landed like a hammer. Lucy immediately lowered her head. She knew exactly what that meant. Master had officially decided to stop entertaining Vera. "Then good night, inventor." Vera replied instantly, without waiting for another word. The holographic screen vanished. She had already ended the call. The room became quiet. Both Ezra and Lucy stared at the empty space where the holographic image had been floating moments ago. She hung up before I could. Ezra thought silently. Not that it mattered. It was simply an observation. Nothing more. Nothing less. He stood up, then turned toward Lucy. "Good night." His voice remained calm. Lucy immediately bowed. "Oh, okay. Good night, Master." She waved lightly before leaving the room. The door closed behind her. Soon, the guest house became quiet. The night passed peacefully. The next morning arrived. Sunlight filtered through the curtains. Ezra opened his eyes and immediately noticed a message waiting on his Starlix. The sender, Vera. The message contained the location of her castle and instructions for where he and Lucy should meet her. Today would be the official preparation for the firearm presentation. After getting ready, Ezra and Lucy headed toward the dining hall of the guest house. Several professional chefs worked inside the kitchen area. The smell of fresh bread, roasted meat, eggs, and tea filled the air. Servants moved between tables with practiced efficiency. The guest house itself resembled a high-class hotel. Although it wasn't comparable to the noble-class accommodations they had experienced in Northwick, it still far exceeded the standards of most noble residences. After all, this section was designed for guests important enough to be welcomed by the main family. The truly luxurious residences existed deeper within the estate. Those places weren't accessible to ordinary visitors and lowlines of the family. After breakfast, the two boarded a mini steam carriage. The journey toward Vera's castle took several hours. The main family estate was simply that large. Different districts passed by outside the windows. Workshops, training grounds, gardens, residential compounds, small industrial facilities. The scenery constantly changed as the carriage traveled deeper into territory reserved for the main line. Eventually, they arrived. Lucy looked out the window, then blinked. The castle before them wasn't simply large. It was strange. Several maids stood outside waiting patiently, as though they had been expecting their arrival for quite some time. "Greetings, Mr. Ezra." The three maids bowed gracefully. "Greetings." Ezra returned the greeting politely. Lucy bowed as well. The maids immediately led them toward the entrance. As they walked through the grounds, Lucy finally understood why the maids had been waiting outside. The entire front courtyard was a maze. Not a decorative maze. An actual maze. Rows upon rows of flower gardens formed twisting pathways that stretched throughout the grounds. Roses, lilies, hydrangeas. Countless flowers bloomed along the winding paths. The design was beautiful and completely inconvenient. A person unfamiliar with the layout could easily spend an entire day wandering inside. A very Vera-like decision. Ezra immediately came to that conclusion. Only someone like her would intentionally turn the entrance to her own residence into a puzzle. Eventually, they entered the castle. The interior carried the same luxurious atmosphere expected from a mainline residence. Expensive antiques decorated the halls. Paintings lined the walls. Crystal lamps illuminated the corridors. After walking through several hallways, they finally reached the main living room. A large holographic screen hovered above the fireplace, which played soft orchestra music that drifted through the room. The atmosphere felt peaceful. "Please have a seat." The senior maid bowed. "I will inform the lady that you have arrived." After she left, another maid approached Ezra. "What would you like, sir?" "I'm fine for now." Ezra replied. "Understood." She bowed once before returning to her position. Ezra's gaze shifted toward one particular couch. A very large couch. Expensive. Luxurious. Clearly custom-made. For some reason, it reminded him of his own favorite couch. Although this one was larger and made from more expensive materials. So, Vera has one too. The thought crossed his mind. The observation amused him slightly. Not that it showed on his face. A few minutes later. "Hello, inventor." Vera entered the room. She walked directly toward her couch, then sat down in her usual spot. Several servants followed behind her carrying folders and a work tablet version of this phone franchise. The materials were carefully placed on the table. One of the folders was handed directly to Ezra. That contains the complete schematics for both the Colt 1911 and the modified Basky 1945. Vera pointed lazily. Although you should probably rename the Basky. Ezra opened the folder. His eyes moved across the documents. Every page, every diagram, every note. During their previous meeting at the trial-based library, they hadn't only discussed his future plans regarding his parents. They had also discussed the firearm presentation. Initially, Vera's only intention when she brought up the conversation was for Ezra to reveal the newly modified Basky. That alone would have been enough to shake the Ashenlocke family. After all, the improvements made to the weapon were significant enough to attract attention from every major firearms division within the family. However, Ezra eventually decided it would be better if both of them revealed the project together. The reason was simple. Although Vera's contribution wasn't as large as his own, she had still helped during the final stages of the modification process and had participated in refining several parts of the design. More importantly, doing it this way reduced the number of eyes that would be focused solely on him. Ezra had no intention of becoming the center of every conversation inside the main family. Too much attention only created unnecessary problems, especially when he still possessed more firearms from his previous world. The Glock, the Kel-Tec, and other weapons that should not logically exist in Britannia. If he suddenly started using those weapons openly in the future, questions would naturally arise. People would become suspicious. Where did those firearm concepts come from? How was he creating weapons so different from the standards of the kingdom? That was why Ezra introduced the Colt 1911 into the plan. It was the perfect bridge. A weapon advanced enough to pull the Ashenlocke family away from their dependence on revolvers, while still remaining believable within the technological progression of Britannia. It would serve as the first step toward a new generation of novice-rank firearms. A weapon capable of breaking the chain of tradition that had quietly restrained the Ashenlocke's development for decades. At the same time, the existence of the Colt 1911 would create a foundation that made future handguns appear less unusual. Once semi-automatic pistols became accepted by the family, the appearance of weapons such as the Glock or Kel-Tec would no longer seem impossible. People would simply view them as newer evolutions and even the same as the Colt 1911. Not impossible creations. It's accurate. Ezra closed the folder after reviewing several pages. His voice remained as flat as ever. No excitement. No surprise. Just a statement. Well, Vera leaned comfortably against the couch. You did give me copies of the complete layouts. Her black eyes remained fixed on him. Then she casually gestured toward one of the maids standing nearby. The maid immediately bowed. Yes, Lady Vera. Turn it on. The maid obeyed without hesitation. A moment later, the phone-sized work tablet resting on the table emitted a faint glow. Numerous holographic screens materialized above it. One after another, presentation slides appeared. The Colt 1911. The modified Basky 1945. Their schematics. Alchemy circles. Performance outputs. Projected production values. Everything had already been arranged neatly. The amount of preparation was obvious. This makes things easy. Ezra moved his hand through the air. The holographic slides responded instantly. One screen disappeared. Another appeared. His eyes carefully examined every page as he reviewed the information. You did the invention. Vera pointed toward him. I handled the presentation. She paused, then tilted her head slightly. Am I not a team player? The words sounded playful. The expression on her face, however, remained completely blank. Lucy stood nearby, watching the exchange. She had reached the point where she could almost hear Vera's teasing even when her face showed absolutely nothing. It will be an easy presentation, to be honest. Vera waved her hand lazily. The slides shifted automatically. I'm sure the moment those elders and higher-ranking members see all of this. She pointed toward the schematics floating above the table. They'll start drooling over the increase in military strength and profits. Her voice remained calm, yet her words were brutally honest. The Ashenlocke family wasn't simply a noble house. It was an industrial powerhouse. The moment they saw the benefits these firearms offered, they would immediately begin calculating combat value, production value, and financial value. But in the end, Ezra finally looked up from the holographic screens. What exactly are we gaining from all of this? He crossed one leg over the other. His gaze settled on Vera. Do you want money? Vera asked immediately. No. Ezra replied without hesitation. Money had never been his primary objective. Not this time. He raised a finger. The first thing I want is a degree of backing. His black eyes remained calm, which also means a little acknowledged status within the main family. He raised a second finger. The second. His voice paused. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then he lowered his hand. You already know that one. Vera stared at him. Several seconds passed. Then she nodded. Yes. She understood immediately. There was no need for further explanation. After all, she was one of the very few people who knew the true reason behind many of Ezra's actions. It's certain this presentation will help achieve your goal. Her tone carried confidence. She stretched out her hand. A maid immediately stepped forward and handed her a pair of glasses. Vera placed them on her face. The atmosphere around her subtly changed. The playful attitude disappeared. Work mode. Now then, inventor. She adjusted the glasses. Let's get to work. The full revision process officially began. For hours, the two carefully reviewed every aspect of the presentation together. The firearm designs, the internal mechanisms, the alchemy circles, the ammunition systems, the alchemy circles for the bullets plus bullet holders, the projected outputs, the performance statistics, the production theories, the manufacturing explanations. Every section was reviewed thoroughly. Occasionally, Vera made adjustments. Occasionally, Ezra added additional notes. Several new explanations were inserted to make certain concepts easier for the elders to understand. The process continued throughout the day. Fortunately, most of the difficult work had already been completed long ago. The presentations were already prepared. The schematics were complete. The firearms themselves already existed. Ezra had created the alchemy circles long before this meeting. He had already used the Colt 1911 personally in combat. Although the modified Basky hadn't been field tested in the same way, its design and calculations had already been finalized. By evening, the preparation was complete, just as Ezra had predicted from the beginning. The entire preparation process ended on the same day it started, with everything already ready long ago. All that remained now was showing it to the Ashenlocke family. Chapter 240. Back to the council hall. The days passed quietly. There was no longer any need to continue preparing for the presentation, since everything that needed to be reviewed had already been reviewed, and everything that needed to be practiced had already been practiced. The presentation slides were ready. Even the explanations and possible questions had already been thoroughly discussed between him and Vera. As a result, Ezra spent most of his time inside the guest house, occasionally reading, occasionally training indoors by practicing binder rank alchemy to increase his creation accuracy for the guns in the binder rank, and occasionally receiving unexpected calls from a certain mainline noble girl whose favorite hobby seemed to be teasing him whenever she had free time. Like that, without anything particularly eventful happening. The day of the presentation finally arrived. I'm back at this place again. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the council building standing before him. The massive structure towered over the surrounding area just as it had during the time he was called into the place to discuss what seemed to be his punishment for crashing the unveiling party. Beside him, Lucy stepped out of the mini steam carriage. The morning air was cool. Numerous noble steam carriages already occupied the large parking grounds surrounding the council building. Many belonged to highline nobles. Some belonged to lowlines. A few even carried the crests of important mainline branches. Clearly, this presentation had attracted far more attention than a normal family gathering. As Ezra and Lucy began walking toward the entrance, numerous gazes immediately landed on them. Or more specifically, on Ezra. Whispers began spreading through the crowd, one after another, like ripples spreading across still water. Is that him? A low-line noblewoman whispered quietly to her husband. He's really one of the rankers from the Trial of Steel. A highline noble nodded with obvious approval. I still can't believe one of our own managed to make all of Britannia focus on a single invention. Another voice joined the discussion. But the phantom rolls really is incredible. Such talent should be used for the family's benefit. Isn't that exactly why we're here today? Are you sure Lady Vera wasn't the actual creator and simply allowed him to take the credit because he helped a little? Lady Vera already stated publicly that he created the firearms. That doesn't mean she wasn't involved. The conversations continued. Some sounded impressed. Some sounded skeptical. Some even carried jealousy. Others carried admiration. Lucy heard more than enough. Her fists slowly tightened. She disliked hearing people speak about Ezra as though his life only existed to benefit the family. Look at them. She lowered her voice so only Ezra could hear. Acting like your entire existence belongs to the family. Her tone carried obvious dissatisfaction. Behave yourself, Lucy. Ezra replied calmly. His gaze briefly shifted toward the guards of Ash stationed throughout the area, and several private guards belonging to important nobles were present as well. This wasn't a place where careless words should be spoken. Lucy sighed, then immediately relaxed her hands. I know. The two continued walking. The massive doors of the council building opened. Two guards stepped aside respectfully. The moment Ezra entered, "Oh, it's you." A familiar voice suddenly echoed throughout the reception hall. Many people turned toward the source immediately. Ezra did as well. The first thing he saw was Nina excitedly pointing in his direction. Sheesh. Vera raised a finger and pressed it lightly against Nina's lips. You're too loud. Her expression remained completely blank. Yet somehow the action felt natural. Nina immediately pouted. When I heard Lady Vera was presenting a firearm innovation with someone else, I had a feeling it was you. Zack adjusted his glasses. You've been trending on Skynet for weeks now, Ezra. The full crew is here too. Ezra thought inwardly. His gaze swept across Nina and Zack. Then suddenly, he felt another gaze. Turning slightly, he immediately spotted Sylvia, the noblewoman who had made the surprise appearance and an announcement during the 5th trial. The moment their eyes met, Sylvia smiled softly, then waved. Several young nobles and retainers stood around her. Although they appeared to be engaged in conversation, Sylvia herself looked completely uninterested in whatever they were discussing. Her attention remained on Ezra. Master really attracts attention wherever he goes. Huh. Lucy narrowed her eyes. And you think that's somehow my fault? Ezra raised an eyebrow. His expression remained unchanged. Sylvia suddenly began walking toward them. Her group followed behind her. Oh. Ezra sighed inwardly. I smell trouble. Before Sylvia could reach them, grab. A hand suddenly caught his sleeve. Let's go. Vera pulled him away without hesitation. The action happened so naturally that even Ezra looked at her briefly. Now, little Vera. Sylvia called after them. Why are you monopolizing the genius inventor of the phantom rolls? Her mature voice carried amusement. My friends and I only want to greet him and get a closer look at the brilliant mind of Ashenlocke's young inventor. Wait until the presentation. Vera replied immediately. Her voice sounded bored. Don't be a spoiled brat. Silence. A visible twitch appeared near Sylvia's eye. Yet the smile on her face remained perfectly elegant. Spoiled, she repeated softly. Nina nearly laughed. Lucy also had to look away. Both girls struggled to hold themselves together. Lady Vera, a young nobleman standing behind Sylvia, stepped forward. His posture was respectful. However, the dissatisfaction in his voice was obvious. Lady Sylvia is your elder sister. The least you could do is show some res. Who are you again? Vera tilted her head. Her black eyes stared at him blankly. The young noble froze. I forgot. Vera nodded thoughtfully. This must be what they call main character syndrome. She glanced around. Isn't it funny? Her face remained completely expressionless. You should all be laughing. Please laugh. The entire reception hall became strangely quiet. No one could tell whether she was joking or being serious, which somehow made it even more terrifying. Even Sylvia struggled to respond immediately. Finally, you are right. Sylvia smiled. Her voice remained gentle. However, her eyes briefly shifted toward the surrounding nobles and servants who were already watching the scene unfold. This bitch, Sylvia thought inwardly, yet her smile never moved. At that moment, a young woman with black hair approached. Unlike Sylvia, she looked completely uninterested in the ongoing drama. Sylvia. She sounded annoyed. Oh, my dear Bella. Sylvia waved. I was only trying to greet our little sister's new toy. Bella pointed toward the empty space where Ezra, Vera, Lucy, Nina, and Zach had been standing moments earlier. You do realize they already left. Sylvia blinked, then looked. The group had disappeared. Tisk. Her elegant smile vanished immediately. That bitch actually called me spoiled. Several retainers hurriedly stepped forward. Please calm down, Lady Sylvia. She's only provoking you. Bella simply watched. None of this interested her in the slightest. The presentation is about to begin. She spoke plainly. Big brother already took his seat. Father and our mothers should be arriving soon. Let's go. All right. All right. Sylvia waved dismissively, then followed Bella toward the council hall. Meanwhile, Vera had already dragged Ezra all the way to the private waiting room assigned to them. Lucy, Nina, and Zach couldn't follow them into the waiting room, so they headed toward the main hall instead. Lucy reluctantly left as well. Unlike the others, she still had duties to attend to as part of the servant staff assigned for today's event. The moment the door closed behind them, the waiting room became much quieter. The room itself wasn't large, but it was luxurious enough to show the importance of the presentation that was about to take place. A crystal lamp hung from the ceiling, casting a soft glow across the polished wooden furniture. A tray of refreshments sat untouched on a table nearby, while thick curtains covered the windows overlooking the council grounds. Ezra walked over and sat down on one of the sofas. His posture remained relaxed. So, you have your own sibling tussle, huh? Vera sat down on the sofa opposite him. She crossed one leg over the other and leaned back comfortably. Her black eyes remained fixed on him. I'm the oppressor, she answered immediately, without any show of shame in her expression. Yeah. Ezra nodded slightly. I can see that clearly. His expression remained as plain as ever. Vera stared at him for a few seconds before continuing. I watched your presentation during the auction event. She adjusted her sitting position. I wanted a complete visualization of how you presented yourself so I could properly match your pace during today's presentation. Her voice remained calm. You must have been trained by Miss Lara. A faint smile appeared on her face. It wasn't enough to be called a normal smile. More like a small curve that carried amusement. Are you a fan of hers? Ezra asked plainly. Vera immediately narrowed her eyes. Why would you think that? She paused. Inventor? Her tone became slightly sharper. The way she emphasized the nickname sounded intentional. I did a lot of private interviews. She continued speaking in her usual quick manner, especially the ones showcasing the flowers of Britannia and discussions about themselves. Her finger lightly tapped the armrest. The woman is quite popular in her field, so she was the one who interviewed me. Then she looked at him. So, does that answer your curiosity? I wasn't even curious. Ezra replied immediately. But I understand. Vera's dull eyes locked on his. That answer somehow felt more annoying than if he had actually admitted being curious. The room became quiet again. A few minutes passed. The two continued talking occasionally. Or more accurately, Vera continued creating awkward conversations while Ezra gave responses that somehow made them even more awkward. The atmosphere felt strangely peaceful and uncomfortable at the same time. Knock. A soft knock sounded from the door. The two turned their heads almost at the same time. The servant standing outside bowed respectfully, even though the door was still closed. It's time. Vera stood up first. Ezra followed shortly after. He stretched his arms lightly. The joints in his shoulders released a faint crack. This feels like its own battle, inventor. Vera spoke casually as she adjusted her sleeves. Ezra opened the door. The servant immediately stepped aside and bowed again as the two walked past him. The hallway outside was already filled with movement. Servants, guards, and council workers. Everyone was preparing for the presentation. As they walked side by side, Ezra finally decided to address something that had been bothering him for a while. You've been calling me inventor ever since I arrived at the estate. He glanced sideways at Vera. What's the deal? Vera didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at him for a moment. Then, do you hate it? She replied with a question of her own. Yes. Ezra answered sharply and direct, without the slightest hesitation. Vera blinked plainly. You don't look like you hate it. She countered just as quickly. I'm very sure it's written on my face. Ezra continued walking forward. But you can't read it. He glanced at her. I'm disappointed, Vera. His tone remained flat. Weren't you supposed to be a seer? The nearby servants immediately lowered their heads. All of them looked stunned at the boy who was talking to a person like Vera, as if it was nothing. Vera looked thoughtful for a moment. Then she nodded. I don't remember your face becoming a board. Her expression remained completely blank. Although, she looked at him carefully. It is plain and white enough to qualify as one. Ezra narrowed his eyes. Vera ignored him. Still, who would write on it? She tilted her head. That would just ruin your cute face. Then suddenly, she gasped. A completely fake gasp. The kind that sounded dramatic, but somehow came from a completely expressionless person. Oh. Vera stopped walking for half a second. Then she looked at him with widened eyes that weren't actually widened. Don't tell me you're planning to get a face tattoo. She pointed at him. And of my name at that. A brief pause followed. Inventor. Her voice became solemn. I didn't know you were head over heels for me to this extent. The servant walking behind them nearly stumbled. Vera continued speaking. I appreciate the obsession. She nodded seriously. It's healthy. Another pause. Only when it involves me. She raised a finger. And me alone. Silence. Pure silence. Ezra slowly turned his head toward her. His eyes narrowed. The look alone would have made most people retreat, but Vera remained completely unaffected. She even looked satisfied. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Painfully awkward. The passing guards could feel it. The servants could feel it. Even the workers carrying documents through the hallway instinctively sped up their pace to escape the strange tension surrounding the pair. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. Meanwhile, the male servant who had gone to call them out from the waiting room walked a few steps behind. He looked at the two young nobles, then at the awkward silence surrounding them, then back at the two again. A worried expression slowly appeared on his face. Are these two really going to be okay presenting together? For some reason, he suddenly felt nervous for the audience. Chapter 241, Gun's Presentation. The two guards of Ash standing outside the hall pushed the heavy doors open for them. The moment the doors moved, the polished metal hinges released a low sound that echoed through the entrance. Ezra and Vera stepped forward side by side. The awkward atmosphere that had followed them through the hallway still lingered faintly around them. Even the two guards who had escorted them here could feel it. Neither of them understood what had happened between the two young nobles. Yet somehow, they felt as though they had just witnessed a conversation that ordinary people weren't meant to understand. As the doors fully opened, a round of applause erupted throughout the entire council hall. The sound rolled across the massive chamber like waves crashing against a shoreline. Ezra lifted his eyes. The familiar sight of the council hall entered his vision. The circular arrangement of polished brown wooden seats spread outward from the center stage where he and Vera now stood. It felt almost like standing in the center of an arena. Rows upon rows of nobles surrounded them. Highline nobles, lowline nobles, family retainers, craftsmen, gun alchemists, researchers, all seated around the presentation stage. The higher-ranking figures of the family occupied the elevated seating areas above everyone else. The mainline nobles sat together. The elders remained in their traditional council positions. The wives and children of the Duke sat in a separate section slightly away from the council seats. Although their area was still positioned high above the others, it carried a more private atmosphere. At the very center, Valentine Ashenlocke sat amongst the elders. His expression remained as calm and unreadable as ever, as though nothing in the world could truly surprise him. For today's presentation, many important figures had gathered. Top-ranked gun alchemists, renowned craftsmen, craft-based alchemists, and weapon researchers of the family. Even retired veterans who had contributed greatly to the family's firearm development. Everyone had come for the same reason: curiosity. Ever since Vera boldly announced that she and Ezra had developed a firearm innovation capable of changing the current state of gun alchemy, anticipation had continued growing inside the family. Many wanted to see whether her words were real. Others wanted to expose flaws in their claims. Some simply wanted entertainment. Of course, not everyone could attend. Figures such as Bianca, Astria, and Val were absent from today's gathering. Yet despite their absence, the hall remained packed. Even most of the rankers of the Trial of Steel were present, except Felix, Gareth, and Paige. Every seat was occupied. The host who had spent the earlier portion of the event introducing the purpose of today's gathering stepped forward. A smile rested on his face. "Let me hand the main event over to its stars." He extended his arm toward the two standing in the center. The applause gradually calmed. The crowd's attention completely settled on Ezra and Vera. The two exchanged a brief glance. Then Ezra stepped forward first. "Good morning to the Duke of this great family, the elders, members of the High Board, and all members of the Ashenlocke family." He bowed politely. His voice remained calm and flat. Yet, there was a subtle confidence in the way he carried himself. The result of countless presentations, practices, and countless corrections from Lara. Today, we are only focused on one thing and one thing alone. Vera raised a single finger. The simple gesture immediately drew everyone's attention more to the center stage. At the same time, Ezra took out Vera's tablet version of this phone from his space bag and calmly activated the prepared presentation. A faint blue light spread across the stage. Then, a large holographic screen materialized above them. The projection floated steadily in the air, high enough for every member of the council hall to see without obstruction. Whether seated on the lower levels or among the elevated seats reserved for the family's most important figures, everyone had a perfect view of the presentation. The screen automatically adjusted its angle and brightness depending on the viewer's position. The first slide appeared. Large bold words dominated the holographic display, breaking the old gun tradition. The moment those words appeared, whispers immediately spread throughout the hall. Many gun alchemists exchanged glances. Several craftsmen frowned. Even some elders narrowed their eyes thoughtfully. The title alone was enough to capture everyone's curiosity. Breaking tradition? Within the Ashenlocke family? Such words were not spoken lightly. Our Ashenlocke family has stood as one of the founding fathers of firearms within Britannia. Ezra began speaking again. His voice remained calm and flat as usual. However, after his experience at the auction event, there was now a smooth rhythm to the way he presented his words. We developed the revolver. A holographic image appeared beside him. A polished revolver slowly rotated for everyone to see. We expanded into shotguns. The image shifted. A shotgun appeared. Rifles. Another firearm materialized. And assault rifles. More images followed. The weapons floated beside one another, creating a visual timeline of Ashenlocke firearm development. Vera stood beside him. With a simple swipe of her hand, the presentation continued moving forward. Various firearm models appeared one after another. Some had been developed entirely by the family. Others were weapons whose production rights had been purchased from inventors and industries in foreign nations. Every major contribution connected to the Ashenlocke family was displayed proudly before the audience. And then we integrated firearms into alchemy. Ezra continued. The next slide appeared. Images of gun alchemists materialized, creating our own unique path. The holographic images shifted again. Scenes of gun alchemists fighting appeared. We stood ahead of many other alchemy paths and established ourselves as one of the strongest alchemist duke families in the kingdom. Many members of the audience nodded. Several highline nobles showed expressions of satisfaction. Even some elders looked pleased. After all, everything Ezra had just said was true. The Ashenlocke family had earned their reputation through centuries of innovation and military strength. The atmosphere in the hall became noticeably warmer. Many listeners found themselves enjoying the introduction. Then, Vera stepped forward. Without any signal between them, the transition happened naturally. She took over the presentation. But after all these years, her voice remained calm. Yet somehow it felt heavier than before. We have entered a crisis. The warmth in the hall immediately cooled. Many people straightened in their seats. Several gun alchemists frowned. A crisis? A wall. Vera's blank black eyes swept across the audience. A wall that is preventing us from solving the problems hidden within our alchemy path. Silence spread throughout the hall. The confidence and pride from earlier slowly faded. Replacing it was curiosity and concern. Vera didn't raise her voice. She didn't try to sound dramatic. Yet because of that, her words felt even heavier. Many people could feel the pressure she was deliberately creating. She swiped her hand. The next slide appeared. To properly show everyone what I mean. She paused briefly. We had to investigate the root cause behind this gradual decline. The words immediately attracted the attention of many senior gun alchemists. Some of them had already begun suspecting what the presentation was leading toward. Small conversations began again amongst the crowd. Vera turned her head slightly. Her gaze shifted toward Ezra. The transition happened once again. Ezra stepped forward. We conducted research. Numerous data filled the screen. On the combat effectiveness and accuracy of average novice gun alchemists when fighting opponents from different alchemy paths. Several gun alchemists immediately became interested. Some even leaned forward slightly. This was a topic directly connected to their daily combat performance. We also created a statistical comparison involving ordinary non-alchemist soldiers using novice-rank firearms. Ezra pointed toward the holographic screen. The slide displayed the performance ratings that Vera and Ezra had compiled for novice gun alchemists using novice-rank firearms. The analysis considered every major factor. The cognites required to create the weapon. The time needed to complete the alchemical creation process. The cognites cost of producing ammunition. The time required to create bullets. The efficiency of ammunition creation. And perhaps most importantly, the time lost during reloads. Every category had been carefully calculated and organized. Novice gun alchemist performance statistics. Classification: novice alchemist. Cognites capacity: 26% to 30%. Cognites star pool: 260-300. Basic revolver. A standard 6-shot revolver and the most common firearm among novice gun alchemists. Gun creation cost: 24 cognites. Gun creation time: 4 seconds. Bullet cost: 1.5 cognites per bullet. Full cylinder cost: 9 cognites. Bullet creation time: 0.25 seconds per bullet. Full cylinder creation time: 1.5 seconds. Reload time: 3.2 seconds. The basic revolver is valued for its balance between cognites consumption and combat effectiveness. Most novice gun alchemists can comfortably sustain repeated usage without severely straining their reserves. Short revolver. A compact revolver designed for close-range engagements and rapid deployment. Gun creation cost: 20 cognites. Gun creation time: 3 seconds. Bullet cost: 1.3 cognites per bullet. Full cylinder cost: 7.8 cognites. Bullet creation time: 0.2 seconds per bullet. Full cylinder creation time: 1.2 seconds. Reload time: 2.5 seconds. The short revolver boasts the lowest cognites consumption among all novice firearms, making it highly favored by beginners who lack large cognites reserves. Long revolver. A precision-focused revolver with an extended barrel for improved accuracy. Gun creation cost: 28 cognites. Gun creation time: 4.8 seconds. Bullet cost: 1.8 cognites per bullet. Full cylinder cost: 10.8 cognites. Bullet creation time: 0.3 seconds per bullet. Full cylinder creation time: 1.8 seconds. Reload time: 3.5 seconds. Although more demanding on cognites, the long revolver offers superior stability and accuracy, making it a preferred weapon for talented novice gun alchemists and not for the average alchemists. Big 4-barrel revolver. A heavy revolver equipped with 4 oversized chambers capable of firing high-impact rounds. Gun creation cost: 38 cognites. Gun creation time: 6 seconds. Bullet cost: 3.2 cognites per bullet. Full cylinder cost: 12.8 cognites. Bullet creation time: 0.4 seconds per bullet. Full cylinder creation time: 1.6 seconds. Reload time: 4.5 seconds. The Big 4-barrel revolver delivers tremendous stopping power at the expense of increased cognites consumption. Its use is generally limited to elite novice practitioners. Horn pistol. A specialized firearm designed to maximize penetration and armor-breaking capabilities. Gun creation cost: 30 cognites. Gun creation time: 5 seconds. Bullet cost: 2.2 cognites per bullet. Full ammunition cost: 11 cognites. Bullet creation time: 0.35 seconds per bullet. Full ammunition creation time: 1.75 seconds. Reload time: 3 seconds. The horn pistol is particularly effective against heavily protected targets, though maintaining a steady supply of ammunition places considerable strain on novice cognites reserves. ACU Vector Mk.I. The pinnacle of novice firearm craftsmanship and the most advanced weapon available within the novice rank. Gun creation cost, 45 cognis. Gun creation time, 8 seconds. Bullet cost, 1.8 cognis per bullet. Magazine capacity, 12 rounds. Full magazine cost, 21.6 cognis. Bullet creation time, 0.2 seconds per bullet. Full magazine creation time, 2.4 seconds. Reload time, 2.2 seconds. The ACU Vector MK.I demands exceptional cognis control and efficiency. Despite its high creation cost, its accuracy, firing stability, and rapid reload speed due to its one-round reloading makes it the most used firearm among gifted novice gun alchemists, leaving out the averages. Many of the craftsmen, craft-based alchemists, researchers, and gun alchemists throughout the council hall immediately paid closer attention to the information displayed on the holographic screen. The earlier whispers gradually died down. More and more eyes focused on the statistics. Several people who had originally come expecting a simple firearm presentation found themselves unconsciously leaning forward in their seats, especially the gun alchemists. Among them, the novice-ranked gun alchemists reacted the most. Many nodded instinctively as they read through the displayed data, because they understood. They understood these numbers better than anyone else. The cognis consumption, the creation speed, the reload times, the ammunition costs. These weren't just statistics on a screen. They were problems they dealt with every single day. A few even exchanged surprised glances. Not because the information was wrong, but because it was accurate. Remarkably accurate. Of course, everyone present also understood that these figures represented the average performance of ordinary novice gun alchemists. They didn't account for exceptional talents, nor did they account for rare geniuses capable of achieving results beyond the standard limitations of the rank. Even so, the statistics still represented the majority, and that was exactly what made them important. As you can see, Ezra continued speaking. His voice remained calm, neither fast nor slow, just enough to ensure every word settled into the minds of the audience. There isn't much of a negative showcase visible within these statistics. His black eyes swept across the crowd. Many nodded. At first glance, the numbers appeared perfectly normal. Nothing seemed particularly alarming. Nothing immediately suggested a major weakness. Then Ezra continued. But that is exactly where the real problem begins. The hall gradually became quieter. Many craftsmen frowned. Several elders narrowed their eyes, because they knew the important part was coming. There is a consistent increase in both cognis consumption and the time required for firearm creation and reloading. Ezra pointed towards several sections of the displayed statistics. The highlighted values immediately glowed brighter. The audience followed his gesture. He allowed a brief silence to settle, not for dramatic effect, but to ensure everyone had enough time to properly examine the information. Then he continued, and the problem becomes even more apparent when we examine the novice rank firearms that are most effective against specific alchemy paths during combat. The moment those words left his mouth, many experienced gun alchemists immediately understood where he was going. Several craftsmen also began connecting the dots. A few people exchanged thoughtful looks. Then, Vera moved. With a simple swipe of her hand, another holographic screen materialized beside the first one. The transition was smooth. A new slide appeared before the audience. This time, it wasn't a table of statistics. It was a ranking specifically comparing the most effective novice rank firearms based on overall combat performance and efficiency. Novice firearm efficiency ranking. Cognis efficiency. Short revolver. Basic revolver. Long revolver. Horn pistol. Big 4-barrel revolver. ACU Vector MK.I. Combat performance. ACU Vector MK.I. Long revolver. Big 4-barrel revolver. Horn pistol. Basic revolver. Short revolver. Elder Portia leaned slightly forward in her seat. Her arms folded beneath her chest as her eyes remained fixed on the holographic screens floating above the stage. The interest on her face was no longer hidden. She already had her expectations for the presentation, especially when it was led by Vera and the creator of the biggest/newest invention that opened the steam carriage companies into a new ideology of exteriors. But the further the presentation progressed, the more she realized that Ezra and Vera were not just presenting a firearm. They were also presenting a problem that had existed within the Ashenlocke family for years. A problem that many people had become so accustomed to seeing that they no longer questioned it. The amount of detail placed into the presentation was astonishing. Every statistic, every comparison, every explanation, none of it felt rushed, nor did it feel like information gathered over a few weeks. It felt as though the two had carefully dissected the entire novice gun alchemist system and laid every hidden flaw on the table for everyone to examine. Slowly and methodically, one piece at a time, Portia's fingers lightly tapped against her arm. Her gaze sharpened, because the deeper she looked, the more she could see the hidden chains that had quietly wrapped themselves around the family's traditions. Chains nobody had noticed. Or perhaps, chains that everyone had simply accepted as normal. Traditions that once pushed the family forward had gradually become limitations. And now those limitations were finally being exposed beneath the light. Below her, many of the higher-ranked gun alchemists had also fallen silent. The casual expressions they initially wore were gone. Some had narrowed eyes. Some were frowning. Others stared at the rankings and statistics with thoughtful looks. The experienced ones especially had already begun seeing what Ezra and Vera were trying to reveal. The issue wasn't simply the firearms. It wasn't simply cognizant consumption, nor was it merely creation speed. It was something deeper. A flaw rooted in the very development path of novice firearms themselves. A flaw that had continued growing with each new generation of gun alchemists. And as that realization slowly spread through the crowd, more and more people began focusing on the stage with complete attention. The presentation had reached the point where nobody wanted to miss a single word, because everyone could feel it. Ezra and Vera were leading them toward an answer. And that answer was likely going to challenge years of accepted beliefs within the Ashenlocke family. Chapter 242, Guns Presentation Part 2. In a situation where the novice-rank firearm with the highest combat performance also has the lowest cognitive efficiency, it becomes the most impractical weapon for an ordinary novice gun alchemist who isn't even a full alchemist. Ezra spoke plainly. His voice remained calm, carrying neither excitement nor arrogance. Even so, the confidence behind his words caused many people to continue listening without looking away. As he said, Vera naturally took over. The transition between them was still going on smoothly, as though they had rehearsed the timing countless times, which they didn't even do. If a regular novice gun alchemist from our family were to face a regular earth alchemist or flame alchemist from another Duke family of the same rank, her voice remained flat. They would lose. She paused briefly. The battle might last for some time because firearms naturally provide range advantages, but in the end, they would still lose. Even if they exhausted every drop of cognizance they possessed and fought with everything available to them, the percentage of victory would still favor the opposing alchemist. Vera slowly walked across the stage. Her pace remained unhurried. Her blank black eyes quietly swept across the audience, observing the expressions of the craftsmen, gun alchemists, elders, and researchers. Seeing everyone completely focused, she continued. And the reason is simple. She pointed toward the holographic ranking displaying the combat performance and cognitive efficiency of every novice rank firearm. Our gun alchemists consume cogniz much faster than their opponents. The audience remained silent. Several novice gun alchemists unconsciously nodded, because they had experienced exactly that problem countless times during training and real combat. Vera allowed the silence to settle before speaking again. Not every novice alchemist possesses an exceptionally high cogniz capacity. She joined both hands together in front of herself. Even if two alchemists possess similar reserves, gun alchemists continuously consume cogniz to create firearms, produce ammunition, reinforce their bodies with cogniz enhancement, and repeatedly reload during battle. She calmly looked toward the audience. When all those factors are added together, they burn through their cogniz much faster while simultaneously losing precious time. And every person in this hall understands that time management is one of the most important factors in combat, especially for alchemists whose fighting style depends on maintaining combat rhythm. She lowered her hands. Without another word, she stepped slightly aside. Ezra naturally continued. This realization eventually led me toward a different conclusion. With a swipe of his hand, the holographic slide changed. A completely new diagram appeared. Binder rank firearms, and every firearm developed beyond that stage already share one important concept. Ezra slowly raised one finger. They possess a far more efficient reloading system. The words immediately stirred the audience. Many gun alchemists blinked. Soft whispers spread throughout the council hall once again. Several craftsmen exchanged glances. Researchers immediately began writing notes. What does he mean by easier reloading? Is he referring to something similar to the AK-47 magazine? A highline noble alchemist who had already reached the binder rank stroked his chin thoughtfully. His eyes narrowed as numerous ideas flashed through his mind. But revolvers and pistols are too small. Another gun alchemist frowned. Can something that size even contain a detachable magazine? Several others shared similar doubts. Yet before the discussion could continue, the next slide appeared. The audience immediately became quiet. I would like to introduce the pistol that will change the combat speed of every novice gun alchemist. Ezra pointed calmly toward the image. While also improving the effectiveness of our family's ordinary soldiers and strengthening Britannia's military as a whole. The firearm slowly rotated on the holographic display. Every detail became visible. The elegant frame, the clean slide, the grip, the barrel. Every line looked completely different from the revolvers everyone had grown accustomed to. The Colt 1911. Ezra announced plainly. Colt 1911. Firearm type, semi-automatic pistol. Alchemy classification, novice rank advanced firearm. Length, 21.9 centimeters. Barrel length, 12.7 centimeters. Weight, 1.1 kilograms. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. Operating system, short recoil operated, locked breech. Caliber, .45 ACP equivalent alchemic round. Effective range, 45 meters. Maximum range, 85 meters. Primary material composition. Carbon steel frame, reinforced steel barrel, stabilized internal components. Special characteristics. Exceptional stopping power. Highly reliable under prolonged combat conditions. Fast reload speed due to detachable magazine system. Strong recoil compared to revolvers of similar size. Excellent structural stability when maintained with cognizance. The moment the name appeared, the entire council hall reacted. Elder Paul slowly stroked his beard. The Colt 1911. His eyes remained fixed on the floating firearm. Several elders immediately began discussing among themselves. Many of the craftsmen leaned forward. Craft-based alchemists carefully examined every visible component. Gun alchemists studied the pistol as though they wished to memorize every detail before them. Then, gasps erupted throughout the hall. Many people couldn't hide the amazement on their faces. This looks incredible. Bale spoke excitedly. He sat in front of Haley, the Duke's second wife. It really does. Haley smiled warmly while continuing to observe the pistol. A detachable magazine. The white-haired young noble seated diagonally right below her rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I always believed magazines required far more internal space before they could become practical. Sylvia also continued studying the rotating firearm. There has to be a special internal arrangement. She narrowed her eyes. Some sort of structural layout that allows something this compact to carry 7 rounds. The internal engineering is probably the true innovation. Byron, the Duke's eldest son, spoke calmly. His gaze remained fixed upon the holographic projection. A structure capable of organizing 7 rounds inside something this small isn't simple. But Harlan lazily rested his cheek against his palm. I'm not that impressed. Keith turned toward him with his usual lazy expression. Oh, and why is that? He was seated at Bale's left side, his legs folded on the chair he sat on. Harlan smiled innocently. His smile looked harmless, but his words didn't. A child like you wouldn't understand the craftsmanship behind gun alchemy. Keith narrowed his lazy eyes. You don't say. He answered dryly. Unlike the rest of you children who only replicate alchemy circles to create firearms. Harlan shrugged. I'm both a combat gun alchemist and a craftsman. Sylvia, Bella, Keith. All 3 simply stared at him without saying anything. Ezra is also a craftsman. Bale immediately countered. He created the phantom rolls. I'm not denying that. Harlan tilted his head. I'm only saying this Colt, or whatever it's called. He shrugged again. doesn't seem worthy of all this excitement. Before Bale could argue, "Enough," Byron spoke firmly. "Focus on the presentation." His tone immediately ended the discussion. Harlan clicked his tongue softly before turning back toward the stage. Although Bale obeyed, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. The firearm hadn't even been fully explained. Yet his older stepbrother had already begun dismissing it. While conversations quietly continued throughout the hall, Ezra resumed speaking. By integrating the detachable magazine concepts used by the AK-47, the FN/FEL battle rifle, and numerous other firearms that rely on magazine-fed ammunition, he pointed toward the internal cross-sectional diagram displayed on the holographic screen. I recreated an internal magazine structure suitable for a pistol while still allowing it to carry 7 rounds. The audience immediately focused on the internal schematic. Researchers rapidly wrote more notes, while several craftsmen unconsciously nodded again, agreeing with Ezra's ideology. The amount of planning hidden inside the pistol gradually became clearer. Although the ammunition capacity is relatively small, Ezra glanced toward Vera. Without exchanging a single word, she smoothly continued. The overall combat performance of an average novice gun alchemist improves dramatically. With a graceful swipe, Vera returned the presentation to the previous firearm comparison slide. Then she spread both hands apart. It looked as though she were opening a pair of invisible doors. The holographic display responded instantly. The original screen separated into 2 independent projections. One displayed the previous novice firearm rankings. The second displayed the Colt 1911's complete performance statistics. Now, Vera looked toward the audience. Let's compare every firearm together. The new statistics appeared before the entire council hall. Colt 1911 performance statistics. Classification: Novice rank firearm, advanced tier. Recommended user: Novice Alchemist, 28% to 30% cogniz capacity. Gun creation cost: 34 cogniz. Gun creation time: 5.8 seconds. Bullet cost: 1.7 cogniz per bullet. Magazine capacity: 7 rounds. Full magazine cost: 11.9 cogniz. Bullet creation time: 0.22 seconds per bullet. Full magazine creation time: 1.54 seconds. Magazine creation cost: 3 cogniz. Magazine creation time: 0.8 seconds. Total loaded weapon cost: 48.9 cogniz. Combat reload time: 1.8 seconds. Effective combat range: 45 meters. Maximum effective range: 85 meters. Fire rate: semi-automatic. Accuracy: high. Damage: high. Construct stability: excellent. Every craftsman, every gun alchemist, every elder, every researcher immediately began comparing the numbers. The atmosphere inside the council hall quietly shifted once again. This presentation had already gone beyond introducing a new pistol. It was now directly challenging years of accepted standards within the Ashenlocke family. With this information, we can now clearly see where the true strength of this pistol lies. Vera raised her hand toward the holographic screens as she continued explaining. Her expression remained blank and her voice remained calm. Yet every sentence she spoke landed heavily in the minds of those listening. It doesn't only possess a powerful stopping force for a novice rank gun. She pointed toward the damage statistics before sliding her finger down to the reload section. It also reduces the amount of time wasted during combat, making it one of the most suitable firearms for an average novice gun alchemist or even a talented or genius gun alchemist in the novice rank. Many of the gun alchemists quietly nodded, agreeing to this statement. Several craftsmen narrowed their eyes as they compared the Colt's statistics against the other firearms displayed beside it. The differences were becoming more obvious the longer they looked. Vera continued. To make it even simpler, she tilted her head slightly. Even a crippled person who can still perform gun alchemy could defeat an ordinary novice gun alchemist in an Akai match if the opponent used the basic revolver and the cripple were to use the Colt 1911 instead. The statement immediately stirred the audience. What? Several younger gun alchemists frowned instinctively. Some felt the comparison was exaggerated. Others immediately began calculating the possibility in their heads. The older craftsmen, however, remained silent. They were no longer judging the statement emotionally. Instead, they mentally simulated the battle Vera had just described. And the more they thought about it, the more reasonable it sounded. We're discussing a combat reload speed of only 1.8 seconds. Vera calmly continued. Against the ACU Vector MK.I's reload speed of 2.2 seconds, which is currently the fastest reload speed among every standard novice rank firearm available within our family and Britannia. Many members of the audience immediately looked back toward the comparison chart. Their eyes naturally landed on the highlighted reload section. That is a difference of only 0.4 seconds. Ezra added calmly. His voice remained flat. He didn't attempt to exaggerate the number. Instead, he simply stated it as fact. You might believe that 0.4 seconds is almost meaningless. He slowly looked across the council hall. His black eyes met the gazes of nobles, craftsmen, elders, researchers, and gun alchemists alike. But everyone sitting here should understand something. He pointed toward the combat statistics displayed beside the Colt. Alchemy battles aren't decided only by destructive power. They are decided by rhythm. They are decided by timing. And above all, they are decided by how efficiently an alchemist manages every second of combat. The council hall gradually became quieter. No one interrupted. No one whispered. Several veteran gun alchemists folded their arms while staring thoughtfully at the statistics. Some nodded, agreeing to Ezra's words. Because they had experienced countless battles themselves, they knew that a fraction of a second was enough to decide whether a bullet was fired, or whether an enemy's blade reached their neck first. Vera slowly raised one finger. Although her face remained completely expressionless, there was a faint sharpness hidden within her voice. Most people only notice the difference in numbers. They see 0.4 seconds, and they immediately call it insignificant. She paused briefly, but to a combat alchemist, she looked around the hall. That difference is another opportunity to fire, another opportunity to reload, another opportunity to reposition, and sometimes, it's another opportunity to survive. Silence spread throughout the council hall. The realization slowly settled into everyone's minds. Many of the listeners unconsciously looked back toward the Colt's statistics, then toward the statistics of the revolvers they had relied upon for years. The gap suddenly felt much larger than before. Vera didn't interrupt them. She allowed the audience enough time to think, enough time to compare, enough time to acknowledge the weakness that had always existed but had gone unnoticed. Only after several moments did she gently bring both hands together. Clap. The crisp sound echoed clearly throughout the massive council hall. The conversations immediately stopped. Everyone's attention naturally returned to the center stage. Vera lowered her hands. That concludes the introduction to the Colt 1911. She stepped back without another word. Ezra naturally took over once again. Without wasting time, he casually swiped his hand across the holographic interface. The previous comparison charts disappeared one after another. In their place, a completely new slide slowly unfolded before the audience. Layer after layer of internal mechanical diagrams appeared. Every component, every spring, every pin, every section of the slide, every structural measurement. The complete engineering schematics of the Colt 1911 floated above the stage in astonishing detail, causing many craftsmen and researchers to unconsciously lean forward in their seats. The true heart of the firearm was finally about to be revealed. Chapter 243, Guns Presentation Part 3. The holographic screen hovered above the council hall for everyone to see. Instead of simple illustrations, countless detailed engineering diagrams unfolded one after another. The complete schematics of the Colt 1911 floated above the council hall. The frame assembly, the slide assembly, the barrel assembly, the recoil system, the trigger mechanism, the firing mechanism, the safety system, the magazine system, and finally, the extraction system. Every individual component was displayed in astonishing detail. Measurements, material placements, internal alignment, the order in which each part connected to the next. Nothing was hidden. Since this firearm was being developed for the Ashenlocke family itself to manufacture and improve in the future, Ezra had no intention of concealing any part of the Colt's internal structure. He revealed everything. The moment the schematics appeared, many gun alchemists immediately took out their notebooks. Some activated holographic recording devices. Others quickly began sketching the internal arrangement while comparing it with the revolvers they had spent years creating. The council hall gradually became noisy once again. Conversations erupted from every direction. So that's how the slide locks into place. No wonder the magazine feeds so smoothly. The internal layout is much more complicated than a revolver. I didn't expect the recoil system to be arranged like this. The discussions overlapped continuously. Even several veteran craftsmen couldn't stop themselves from exchanging opinions. Compared to every novice-rank firearm currently used within the Ashenlocke family, only the ACU Vector MK.I could even be considered remotely comparable to the Colt 1911 efficiency. And even then, only slightly. So that's why the Cognis consumption remains relatively high. Elder Tabitha quietly observed the schematics before turning toward Elder Yestin, who sat beside her. The entire frame contains far more individual components than a revolver. Yestin nodded thoughtfully. Naturally, reproducing every single piece through Gun Alchemy would require additional Cognis. His gaze remained fixed on the rotating diagrams. But bringing every one of those moving parts together so precisely. He smiled. That alone is an impressive achievement. I agree. Elder Ivanhoe calmly nodded from Tabitha's opposite side. The amount of planning behind this weapon is far beyond what I expected. I disagree. A cold voice suddenly interrupted. Elder Fredericks folded his arms as he stared at the floating schematics with a stiff expression. There are still obvious questions that deserve proper answers. He slowly looked toward the surrounding elders. You people are getting carried away by the novelty. I'm simply remaining objective. Tisk. Paul immediately pointed toward him from across the other elders' seats. You're just a hater. Fredericks shrugged without changing his expression. I'm stating facts. He's not entirely wrong. Elder Branthwaite calmly joined the discussion. Paul immediately rolled his eyes. And you think I'd value the opinion of Frederick's loyal shadow? He mocked. You lackey. Branthwaite's face darkened. Watch your words. I'm an elder too. If all of you have questions. Portia's calm voice suddenly cut through the growing argument. The council hall instantly quieted. The appropriate time has arrived. She slowly looked across every elder. So, stop embarrassing yourselves. Her voice remained gentle, yet no one dared ignore it. The family head is seated right here, and all of you are arguing like children. Paul clicked his tongue before folding his arms. Without another word, he turned back toward the stage. Branthwaite also looked away, although the frown remained on his face. Fredericks silently stared at Portia. His annoyance became even clearer. She still acts as though she's the leader of the elders. Valentine is my son. I should be the one leading this council, not her. He silently suppressed his thoughts before shifting his gaze back toward Ezra. His eyes narrowed. This lowline. How did he even manage to create something like this? Although Fredericks had openly criticized the Colt moments ago, he was still an experienced gun alchemist, and he had personally experienced the novice rank for a long time in his younger days. So, he understood the weaknesses of revolvers better than many younger alchemists. Unlike ordinary novices, however, he possessed superior Cognis reserves after strengthening his Cognis star pool with SA. Because of that, the shortcomings never really affected him as severely as they affected ordinary gun alchemists. His gaze slowly darkened. Why couldn't Felix create something like this? Why did it have to be a lowline like him? And why does he keep getting closer to Vera? The displeasure within his eyes gradually transformed into hostility. How dare he get close to my Vera? Meanwhile, at the center stage, Ezra continued explaining every section of the Colt 1911. He carefully described the function of each assembly. The craftsmen listened attentively. Craft-based alchemists frequently nodded. Several gun alchemists even began discussing possible future improvements while listening. Only after Ezra finished explaining every mechanical section did Vera naturally step forward. Without saying anything unnecessary, she swiped the holographic screen. The previous schematics disappeared. A new slide immediately appeared. This one displayed the complete alchemy circle required to create the Colt 1911. Beside it floated another circle, the dedicated alchemy circle for producing the detachable magazine. That concludes the Colt 1911. Vera folded her arms behind her back. She casually glanced toward the elders' seating area. For a brief moment, she sensed someone's gaze lingering on her. It felt unpleasant, but she didn't react. Nor did she care. Instead, she simply looked back toward the audience. Questions. Her single word echoed across the council hall. The audience immediately became lively. More discussions broke out from every direction. People compared notes. Craftsmen debated manufacturing efficiency. Gun alchemists discussed combat application. Researchers quietly listed possible improvements. Then, Vera, Ezra, Elder Portia slowly rose from her seat. Her calm voice immediately reduced the noise throughout the hall. Both Vera and Ezra turned toward her before bowing respectfully. You both presented excellently. A warm smile appeared on Portia's face. I genuinely like this firearm. She looked toward the Colt's holographic image. I wish for the Colt 1911 to be immediately added to our family's novice rank firearm catalog. She spoke firmly. And I also want news spread throughout Britannia that Ashenlocke's young inventor. She smiled proudly at Ezra. The creator of the Phantom Rolls has once again astonished the kingdom. This time, with the Colt 1911. Several people smiled after hearing her praise. Portia tightened her fist slightly. I'm certain those Duke families who constantly boast about standing ahead of us won't be smiling so confidently after this. A few elders quietly chuckled. Unfortunately, she sighed softly. My approval alone isn't enough. She looked around the council hall. I'm sure many of you still have questions, and I look forward to hearing them. She smiled once more. But before that, I want everyone to know, I strongly approve of this invention. With that, she calmly returned to her seat. I also agree. The previously silent Elder Graham slowly raised his hand. His expression remained serious. I like the Colt. He nodded once toward Ezra. Well, Elder Fredericks slowly leaned back in his chair after Elder Graham finished speaking. I do have a question. His deep voice echoed through the council hall. But he lazily waved one hand with a relaxed smile. I'll let the younger generation start first. The smile on his face looked calm. However, those who knew him well could tell he wasn't being generous. He simply wanted to observe the direction of the discussion before revealing his own thoughts. The moment he finished speaking, a hand immediately shot into the air. I'll go first, Elder. Harlan stood up with his usual harmless smile. He casually adjusted the sleeves of his coat before looking toward the center stage. His posture remained relaxed, almost gentlemanly. Yet the sharpness hidden behind his smile didn't escape the older members of the family. Like Elder Portia and Elder Graham have already said, he slowly spread both hands toward the audience. I also agree that this firearm should be integrated into the family. He paused briefly, but his smile remained. Is this truly the breakthrough that will elevate all of our existing novice rank firearms' bat-tel efficiency? Several gun alchemists exchanged glances. A few slowly nodded. It wasn't an unreasonable question. Many people had been amazed by the Colt's reloading system, but they hadn't yet considered every possible drawback. My concern, Harlan continued calmly, is the weapon's weight. He looked directly at Ezra. From your presentation, the Colt weighs approximately 1.1 kilograms. He slowly raised one finger. At first glance, that might not seem important to us alchemists. But he emphasized the word. Like you already stated, every small detail matters. His tone became steadier. The time required to perform alchemy, the quality of the materials, the structure of the alchemy circle, the weight of our combat attire, the balance of our equipment. Everything is carefully calculated. He walked a few steps forward from his seat. As alchemists, we constantly create strategies before entering combat. We calculate what allows us to move more efficiently, what lets us react faster, and what minimizes unnecessary burdens during battle. His gaze locked onto Ezra. So tell me, why should a firearm with that weight be treated as something special, when that very weight could reduce a novice gun alchemist's combat efficiency? He lowered his hand. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He believed he had found a weakness that many people had overlooked. Around the council hall, several gun alchemists who had been completely fascinated by the Colt's incredible reload speed unconsciously began reconsidering the firearm. They quietly looked back toward the statistics displayed on the holographic screen. Perhaps, weight really was another factor. Harlan, before Ezra answered, Vera spoke first. Her arms remained folded across her chest. She looked at Harlan with the same expressionless face as always. If anything, she looked slightly bored. Aren't you supposed to be a craftsman? Her voice remained completely flat. You work in the ashcraft department, and you're praised as one of the family's most promising young craftsmen. She slightly raised one eyebrow. So, why are you asking this kind of question? The council hall instantly became quiet. Harlan's innocent smile twitched almost invisibly. What do you mean, Vera? He maintained his smile, although it had clearly become stiffer than before. The surrounding audience instinctively looked back and forth between the two. Everyone present understood Vera's personality. She wasn't someone who intentionally mocked others. She simply said exactly what she thought. That was precisely why her words often hit harder than deliberate insults. Even the servants standing near the walls subtly lowered their heads. The atmosphere quietly became awkward. Several younger nobles even swallowed nervously. What she's trying to say, Ezra calmly continued, is that the weight issue you're focusing on doesn't actually affect the cult in the way you're suggesting. His voice remained flat. There wasn't the slightest trace of sarcasm. He simply stated his conclusion. Harlan's smile twitched again. So, you mean you don't care if ordinary novice gun alchemists suffer because of this additional weight? His tone became noticeably sharper. The accusation within his words was obvious. Ezra looked at him silently for a brief moment. I honestly don't know how you reached that conclusion. He answered plainly. Because it doesn't work that way. Without another word, Ezra walked toward this phone tablet resting beside the presentation platform. Tap, tap. His fingers lightly touched the holographic controls. A moment later, another holographic screen slowly materialized above the stage. Rows of information immediately appeared. The audience raised their heads. A complete ranking of every standard novice rank firearm according to weight unfolded before the entire council hall. The firearms were arranged neatly, from the heaviest to the lightest. Many craftsmen immediately leaned forward. Several gun alchemists narrowed their eyes. Even a number of elders shifted slightly in their seats as they carefully studied the newly displayed rankings. Only then did Ezra calmly continue. The Colt 1911 ranks fourth. He pointed toward the list. In terms of overall firearm weight, it isn't even among the 3 heaviest novice rank firearms. His black eyes calmly met Harlan's. So, the premise behind your question doesn't exist. Heaviest to the lightest. Big 4-barrel revolver, 1.8 to 2.4 kilograms. ACU Vector MK.I, 1.2 to 1.4 kilograms. Long revolver, 1.15 to 1.3 kilograms. Colt 1911, 1.1 to 1.15 kilograms. Basic revolver, 0.95 to 1.05 kilograms. Horn pistol, 0.85 to 0.95 kilograms. Short revolver, 0.75 to 0.85 kilograms. When Harlan saw the newly displayed ranking, his expression didn't change. There wasn't the slightest hint of surprise on his face. Instead, the faint smile he had been wearing from the beginning remained exactly where it was. He had expected this. After all, he already knew the rankings. I already know all of this. Harlan smiled calmly. His tone carried neither panic nor frustration. Instead, it sounded as though Ezra had merely confirmed something he had anticipated. His relaxed demeanor caused several people in the audience to look back at him curiously. If he already knew, then why did he ask the question? Harlan slowly folded one arm behind his back, while the other rested casually at his side. I'm not questioning where the Colt ranks in terms of weight. He lightly shook his head. My point is much simpler than that. His gaze slowly swept across the council hall before finally returning to Ezra. If a firearm is going to receive this much praise, if it's going to replace years of established firearms and become the new foundation for every novice gun alchemist. He paused briefly, allowing everyone to absorb his words. Shouldn't it possess a quality that overwhelmingly surpasses every other novice rank firearm we currently have? The hall gradually became quiet once again. Several gun alchemists unconsciously nodded, not because they agreed completely, but because they understood the direction Harlan was taking. He wasn't arguing about weight anymore. He was questioning whether the Colt deserved the status Ezra was giving it. Harlan slowly raised one hand toward the holographic image of the Colt 1911. when I witnessed the unveiling of the phantom rolls. His voice remained calm. I felt something. He looked toward Ezra. A revolution. His smile faded slightly. A design that truly separated itself from everything that existed before it. He slowly lowered his hand. But this, his eyes rested on the Colt, doesn't give me that same feeling. It certainly introduces improvements, and it certainly has advantages. But are those advantages truly enough to justify replacing generations of trusted novice firearms? He looked directly into Ezra's black eyes. This time, the warmth hidden beneath his harmless smile completely disappeared. Only a cold, probing gaze remained. Ezra Ashenlocke. His voice echoed steadily throughout the council hall. Are you taking the innovation of the Ashenlocke family's firearms for granted? The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere inside the council hall subtly changed. Many of the craftsmen frowned. Several elders narrowed their eyes. Even a number of the younger gun alchemists became thoughtful. Unlike his previous question, this one no longer challenged the Colt's technical performance. Instead, it challenged Ezra himself, his judgment, his understanding of gun alchemy, and whether someone who had achieved one great invention had begun underestimating the generations of craftsmen who had built the Ashenlocke family into Britannia's greatest gun alchemist house. The accusation wasn't loud, nor was it emotional, but because of how calmly Harlan delivered it, its weight settled heavily over the entire council hall. Chapter 244, Guns Presentation Part 4. Alchemists can also fine-tune their alchemy strategy. Ezra replied calmly. That's one of the greatest advantages of being an alchemist. His expression remained as blank as ever. There wasn't the slightest change on his face despite Harlan's attempt to corner him. He slowly turned back toward Harlan. As for the superior quality you mentioned, he paused briefly. It's not a factor that deserves as much attention as you're giving it. His words were simple, yet they immediately drew everyone's attention back to him. The Colt does fall behind certain firearms in individual categories. Ezra pointed toward the comparison chart. It has lower destructive power than some novice rank guns. He moved his finger toward another section. It consumes more cognus than the short revolver and the basic revolver. Another swipe, and it weighs slightly more than several existing novice firearms. He calmly admitted every disadvantage himself. Many people blinked. Several elders nodded unconsciously. None of them expected Ezra to openly list the Colt's weaknesses instead of avoiding them. But his voice remained steady. At the end of the day, the short revolver and the basic revolver only surpassed the Colt in two areas: lower cognus consumption and lighter weight. He pointed toward the Colt once more. In return, the Colt 1911 provides significantly greater combat flexibility. It delivers higher stopping power, and more importantly, it dramatically improves continuous combat efficiency. His hand shifted toward another comparison. As for the Big 4 revolver and the ACU Vector MK.I, they possess greater destructive power than the Colt. He nodded slightly. I acknowledged that. The audience quietly listened with nobody interrupting. But the Colt is lighter, consumes less cognus, and it remains considerably easier to operate throughout prolonged combat. Ezra finished his explanation without adding unnecessary words. Naturally, Vera stepped forward. The transition between them continued to feel seamless. In every category we've discussed, she calmly looked toward the floating comparison charts. The Colt doesn't dominate every statistic. Her blank black eyes swept across the audience. And that's exactly what makes it superior. A few craftsmen frowned thoughtfully, while many gun alchemists immediately understood what she meant. The Colt is balanced. She folded her hands behind her back. It possesses better overall balance than even the long revolver, and it is the most practical firearm for ordinary novice gun alchemists. She pointed toward the combat efficiency graph. Because instead of maximizing only one strength, it raises your overall combat capability. She then raised one finger. And let's not forget, the Colt wasn't designed only for gun alchemists. It was also designed for Britannia's ordinary soldiers. Several military officers seated among the audience slowly nodded. That point alone greatly increased the firearm's military value. The key, Vera continued, has always been the reload speed. She looked directly at Harlan. Her expression remained exactly the same, completely blank. Does that answer your question? She tilted her head slightly. Second-rate craftsman? Silence. The entire council hall froze. Many people blinked. Several servants quietly lowered their heads. Even a few elders looked away. They knew Vera wasn't smiling, nor was she mocking him. She simply said exactly what she believed. And as always, that made the words hurt even more. Harlan's innocent smile completely stiffened. The answer Ezra and Vera had given had already dismantled the doubts he had carefully built around the cult. Now, Vera had delivered the finishing blow. Calling him a second-rate craftsman in front of the Ashcraft Department's board members and the family's senior leadership made the humiliation even greater. His fingers slowly tightened behind his back. The veins on the back of his hands faintly bulged. Yet, he forced himself to maintain his harmless smile. Why? Yes. He answered quietly, his voice remaining controlled. Only after receiving his response did he slowly sit back down. Not far from Harlan's row. Keith immediately covered his mouth. His shoulders shook slightly. He was trying his hardest not to burst into laughter. Beside him, Bale wore a grin that grew wider by the second. He wasn't even trying to hide how pleased he was. Several members of the Ashcraft Department exchanged awkward glances. Some looked toward Harlan. Others looked toward Vera, then silently looked away again. The atmosphere had become strangely uncomfortable. Many people shared exactly the same thought. Did Lady Vera really have to say it like that? Meanwhile, Ezra remained completely unaffected. He neither looked at Harlan nor reacted to Vera's comment. Instead, he calmly looked across the council hall. His voice remained as flat as ever. Any more questions? The simple question echoed throughout the now silent hall. Near the Duke's seating area, Veda couldn't help smiling proudly. Although he still didn't fully understand every technical explanation involving firearm construction, one thing was obvious. His sister and Ezra had completely controlled the flow of the presentation. As expected, those two really are something else. Although, who knew Ezra was such an amazing inventor? I was so late to find out about the phantom rolls he created, but wow. He quietly laughed to himself. Ever since entering his closed-door training to master the adept rank gun alchemy techniques and completely rebuild his alchemy strategy, he had been isolated from almost everything happening outside. His phone had been confiscated, and every device capable of connecting to the Skynet had been taken away to prevent distractions. Only recently had he emerged from training, was when he learned about the phantom rolls. And now, he discovered that another invention of this level had already appeared. The speed at which everything had moved without him knowing left Veda genuinely amazed. The council hall gradually continued to fall into deeper silence. Not because every possible question had disappeared. There were still questions. There always would be, even if they weren't negative questions. But very few people were willing to become Vera's next target. Harlan had unknowingly become an example for everyone. Many craftsmen silently lowered the hands they had almost raised. Some researchers quietly returned to reading their notes. Even several younger gun alchemists decided it was safer to remain spectators. Perhaps, ending the presentation peacefully wasn't such a bad idea after all. Unfortunately, one person clearly had no intention of letting things end peacefully. I have a question since no one in the stands wants to ask any questions again. Elder Fredericks slowly raised his hand. His voice echoed through the council hall. Quite a few of them at that. He rose from his chair with a smug smile, his gaze settling directly on Ezra. Before he could continue talking. Oh. Vera dramatically sighed. The exaggerated sigh echoed surprisingly clearly throughout the quiet council hall. Many people instinctively turned toward her again. She slowly narrowed her blank black eyes at Elder Fredericks. Then, without changing her expression in the slightest. Are we dead serious right now? Little Vera. Elder Fredericks spoke calmly despite the awkward atmosphere that had already spread throughout the council hall. This presentation concerns an invention that could affect the future of the Ashenlocke family. He slowly folded one hand behind his back. So naturally, I have to make sure it is truly worthy of the family taking it seriously. His tone sounded reasonable, which made many people quietly nodded. At least, at first. And you? Vera suddenly pointed at him. Her blank black eyes remained fixed on Fredericks without the slightest change in expression. Actually, think what you just said is valid? She slowly tilted her head. Her arms folded beneath her chest while one foot lightly tapped against the polished floor in a quick rhythm. I honestly don't understand what's happening here. She turned toward the audience. Her voice remained completely flat. No anger. No excitement. No hesitation. You all want to keep asking questions about an invention that has already been explained to possess a balanced set of advantages capable of bringing greater recognition to the family. Several members of the Ashcraft department instinctively looked at one another. Some awkwardly scratched their cheeks. Others quietly looked away. Before anyone could answer, Vera sharply turned back toward Fredericks. Then, she pointed at him again. Are you a traitor? The words landed like a cannon blast. Silence. The entire council hall froze. Even the servants standing along the walls subconsciously stopped breathing. How dare you, Vera? Fredericks shouted. His face immediately darkened. For the first time since the presentation began, his composure cracked. The accusation had completely caught him off guard. Not only him. Nearly everyone inside the hall widened their eyes. This girl? Several elders silently stared at Vera. Even Portia blinked once. Although, knowing Vera's personality, this somehow wasn't entirely unexpected. Ezra quietly looked toward Vera. His expression remained as blank as ever. Vera just called her own grandfather a traitor. The thought quietly passed through his mind. Immediately, the council hall exploded into discussion. What? Lady Vera just called her own grandfather a traitor. No way. Did I hear that correctly? Voices overlapped one after another. The orderly atmosphere built throughout the presentation instantly collapsed into complete chaos. Vera didn't care. She simply continued speaking. Aren't you? She looked directly at Fredericks. It's honestly amazing. Her voice became slightly faster, returning to the natural rhythm Ezra had grown accustomed to hearing from her. An elder like you has spent his old age trying to suppress the growth of a genius this family finally produced. She pointed toward Ezra without even looking at him. The same genius the family wants to nurture before he enters the Royal Academy. She lightly shrugged. And yet, time after time, again and again and again, this old man has done everything within his power to drag this poor inventor down. Ezra blinked once. His face remained completely expressionless. The crowd, however, was anything but calm. Many people slowly turned toward Ezra. The murmurs immediately became louder. Did Elder Fredericks actually do something to that boy? Lady Vera has never been known to lie. Why would an elder target one of the family's younger alchemists? He's just a lowline. Then why? Questions rapidly spread throughout the council hall. People gradually shifted their gazes toward Fredericks. For the first time, some of those looks actually carried suspicion. Fredericks immediately waved both hands. This is ridiculous. His voice became noticeably louder. Absolutely ridiculous. He forcefully dismissed the accusations. Yet, the confidence with which Vera spoke caused many people to hesitate. She looked too certain. Far too certain. The only ridiculous thing here, Vera calmly replied, is believing anyone has the right to question this invention after everything that has already been explained. She looked straight into Frederick's eyes. Her expression never changed. We shouldn't be criticizing this invention. She spoke matter-of-factly. We should be talking about how amazing it is, how incredible, how wonderful, how brilliant it is, and how much value it will bring to the family. She folded her arms again. Only a traitor, someone who doesn't want this wonderful project to succeed, would keep searching for ways to question its efficiency. She finished speaking, then fell silent. The entire hall remained awkwardly quiet. Several younger nobles quietly looked toward the ceiling. All the servants in the hall, heads remained lowered to hide their expressions. Others simply pretended to admire the architecture. Nearby, Harlan slowly scratched the back of his head. He looked unusually awkward. I guess. He muttered quietly. I'm a traitor too. Only those seated nearby heard him. He awkwardly laughed under his breath while desperately trying to maintain the innocent smile that had nearly become part of his identity. Unfortunately, the smile looked far less convincing now. Sylvia glanced sideways at him. You should have just kept your mouth shut. Her voice carried clear irritation. Harlan sighed inwardly. Somehow, being called a second-rate craftsman had hurt less than this. On the first column section of the stands in the council hall, just behind Harlan, Bale, and Keith's row, The Duke's two wives watched the entire exchange helplessly. Ah, Haley softly sighed. She rested one hand against her cheek while absent-mindedly rubbing Bale's hair with the other. Vera really doesn't know when to stop. Her tone carried equal amounts of helplessness and amusement. But Regina quietly spoke. Her eyes remained on Frederick's. She actually makes a frighteningly good point. Even Regina found herself startled by that realization. If the person Vera had accused hadn't been Frederick's, the Duke's own father, she might have believed every single word without hesitation. And judging from the expressions throughout the council hall, many people had reached exactly the same conclusion. Sometimes, the most troublesome part about Vera wasn't the words she chose. It was the unwavering certainty with which she said them. Her blank face never changed. Her tone never rose. She simply spoke as though every conclusion she reached was the most obvious thing in the world. And somehow, that made arguing against her feel almost impossible. Nina was enjoying every single moment of the chaos her lady had created. The corners of her lips twitched repeatedly. She almost burst into laughter several times. If not for Zach discreetly pinching the side of her arm each time, she was about to lose control. She would have already embarrassed herself in front of the entire council hall. Ouch! She quietly rubbed her arm. Zach didn't even look at her. His face remained perfectly straight. Only his hands slowly returned behind his back as though nothing had happened. The message was obvious. Behave yourself. At the Dukes and Elders row section, Veda covered the lower half of his face with one hand. Anyone looking at him would assume he was sharing his grandfather's embarrassment. After all, Fredericks was still his grandfather. Naturally, it would be normal for him to feel uncomfortable. At least, that was what everyone thought. Master, Cole quietly leaned closer from behind him. His voice barely rose above a whisper. You're laughing, aren't you? No. Veda immediately answered. His shoulders suddenly trembled. He paused. I'm feeling embarrassed. His voice almost broke apart. Not because of shame, but because he was using every bit of strength. He had to stop himself from laughing. Cole quietly looked at his master's shaking shoulders. Then, he silently looked away. Young master, you really shouldn't lie. Meanwhile, Fredericks remained standing completely frozen for several long seconds. Not a single word came out of his mouth. His eyes slowly swept across the council hall. He noticed the elders. Several had quietly lowered their heads. One rubbed his beard. Another pretended to study the presentation slides. A few simply looked toward the ceiling. None of them dared laugh openly. But every one of them was obviously holding it in. The humiliation gradually sank deeper into Frederick's chest. His face became increasingly stiff. Why? You bro. She's not wrong. A deep voice suddenly interrupted him. The moment those words echoed throughout the council hall, the atmosphere instantly changed. The earlier awkwardness disappeared. In its place came a pressure that quietly settled over everyone present. Valentine slowly turned halfway toward Fredericks. His posture remained relaxed and his expression remained calm. You don't like the kid. He stated it plainly. There isn't anything wrong with that. But he folded one arm. This isn't the place, or the time, to let your personal bias affect the family's judgment. His words carried neither anger nor mockery, which made them even heavier. Frederick's expression stiffened further. He hurriedly tried to explain himself. It's not the way you think. I'm only doing this for the fam. No one asked you. Vera interrupted without hesitation, her tone remaining completely flat. Frederick's words stopped midway. Vera didn't even look at him anymore. Instead, she calmly faced the members of the Ashcraft board amongst the crowd. We already have an entire board responsible for evaluating inventions. She spoke matter-of-factly. And Elder Ivanhoe, the head of Ashcraft, is also here. Only then did she turn toward the elderly man. Elder Ivanhoe. Her expression remained blank. Do you have any questions? Every gaze shifted toward the head of Ashcraft. Ivanhoe quietly chuckled, casually waving one hand. My questions, he smiled warmly, are far fewer than my praises. Several craftsmen laughed softly. Others nodded in agreement. The atmosphere immediately became much lighter. Then, Vera nodded once. Can we finally move on to the next presentation? She didn't wait for anyone to answer. She simply turned around and briskly walked toward the table where her phone tablet was placed. Her pace remained quick, almost impatient, as though she genuinely believed they had already wasted enough time. Tap. She activated the tablet. The holographic interface immediately expanded before her. Without another word, she prepared the next presentation, while Fredericks slowly sat back down with his face remaining dark. Leaving the council hall crossed his mind more than once. But walking away now would only confirm every suspicion Vera had planted. So he remained seated, silently enduring the humiliation. The next holographic slide slowly materialized above the center stage. Its light reflected across the faces of everyone in the hall. Ezra stepped forward. He didn't spare even a single glance toward Fredericks, nor did he react to everything that had just happened. To him, the interruption had already ended. The next presentation, Ezra spoke in his usual calm voice, concerns the remodeling of a binder-rank firearm. His black eyes slowly swept across the audience. A firearm that all of us recognize very well. He lightly pointed toward the holographic image. For its power, but also being one of the most difficult binder-rank firearms to properly use. The hall gradually quieted again. Everyone instinctively shifted their attention back toward the presentation, while Ezra continued speaking as though the earlier commotion had never existed. His voice remained steady and his expression remained blank. Not a trace of emotion appeared on his face. Wow, quite a number of people shared the same thought. This kid, he can actually continue presenting like nothing happened. Several elders secretly admired his composure. Many younger gun alchemists couldn't help but look at Ezra weirdly. Most people would still be distracted after witnessing such a fierce argument. Some would even become nervous. Others might lose their rhythm. Yet Ezra simply continued, as though his only concern had always been the presentation itself. That calmness alone made quite a few people quietly rethink the young inventor standing before them. Chapter 245, Last Presentation. The Basque 1945. Ezra calmly swiped his hand. The holographic slide shifted, revealing the image of the Basque for everyone in the council hall to see. The familiar shotgun immediately caught the attention of every gun alchemist present, especially those in the binder rank. Many had used it before. Some had even suffered because of it. The problem with the Basque, Ezra began in his usual flat voice, is that it combines the structural body of a shotgun with a rifle-based firing system. He slowly walked toward the center of the stage as he spoke. Beside him, Vera dragged another holographic window into existence. The first displayed the Basque's internal firing mechanism. The second showed the complete frame of the firearm, separating each major structural component. The rifle-style pressure and propulsion system generates tremendous force. Ezra pointed toward the firing chamber, but his finger shifted toward the shotgun frame. That force exceeds what the original structure was designed to withstand. The audience quietly observed the enlarged mechanical diagrams. Several craftsmen unconsciously leaned forward. This creates two major problems. Ezra slowly turned toward the elders, Veda, and the Duke's seating area. First, many alchemists fail to perfectly reproduce firearms with higher grades, whether they're full alchemists or not. He paused briefly. The Basque they create usually ends up as a lower grade version within the first to third grade only. Many binder rank gun alchemists nodded. That was a well-known issue. And second, Ezra continued, even after successfully creating it, you still have to survive using it. His words caused several gun alchemists to smile bitterly. The recoil places tremendous stress on the shoulder. The excessive heat frequently burns the user's hands, and once the firearm reaches the end of its operational lifespan. He raised one finger. It doesn't simply stop functioning. It explodes. A serious explosion. The council hall became quiet. Every binder rank gun alchemist present had either experienced it personally or knew someone who had. That, no one could deny it. The number of times I've injured myself using that shotgun. Vera suddenly spoke, taking over the presentation naturally. She rested her cheek on her palm while supporting her elbow with her other arm. Should I even keep calling it a shotgun? She tilted her head. It feels more like something having an identity crisis. It's closer to a hybrid firearm. Ezra calmly corrected. I know that, inventor. Vera immediately replied. Shotgun. Rifle. Whatever title people want to give it. She lazily waved one hand. The Basky 1945 hits incredibly hard. That's exactly why. Even though most gun alchemists dislike using it, we still end up relying on it whenever the situation becomes desperate. She looked toward Ezra. What a cursed dilemma. Don't you think so, inventor? Her expression remained completely blank. Yet somehow, her tone carried obvious teasing. Ezra quietly looked at her. His narrowed eyes practically said, "This isn't the time." Vera completely ignored him. "We don't even manufacture the Basky anymore in the family's arms industry for the non-alchemist soldiers." She turned toward another section of the audience. "It's simply too dangerous." She folded her arms. Honestly, Mr. Basky should have been fined, possibly imprisoned. Several younger members nearly laughed. Vera continued with complete seriousness. What exactly was he thinking? You don't just combine two completely different firearm systems without properly considering the structural consequences. She spoke increasingly faster. The number of serious injuries caused by Basky explosions is ridiculously high. If anyone wants proof. She pointed toward the Laverdale family's representative. You can ask the Laverdales. The medical records speak for themselves. Everyone instinctively turned toward the young Laverdale woman. She immediately stiffened beneath dozens of gazes. A nervous smile appeared on her face. "Please don't involve me," she quietly muttered under her breath. Ezra calmly stepped forward again. That's why a complete remodeling became necessary. He swiped toward the next slide. The holographic screen immediately displayed 3 large objectives. Our goals were straightforward. He pointed toward the first objective. First, reduce the Basky's excessive recoil. His finger moved downward. Second, increase its ammunition capacity. He looked toward the audience. A firearm this powerful shouldn't be limited to only 3 shells. Even the AA-12 carries 20 rounds with a drum magazine. His hand moved toward the final objective. And finally, he paused. Retain the Basky's original firepower. He pointed toward Vera. As she already mentioned, the only reason gun alchemists continue risking their lives with the Basky is because its offensive power remains among the strongest binder rank firearms. He swiped again. A new image slowly rotated above the stage. So, this, Ezra pointed toward it, is the EV-26 MK.2. You may also refer to it as the Basky 1945 MK.2. The remodeled firearm slowly rotated inside the holographic projection. Gasps quietly spread throughout the council hall. Gun alchemists stared. Craftsmen stared. Even those with little knowledge of firearms couldn't help admiring it. The Colt looked elegant. This looked powerful. Its reinforced frame gave off a feeling of stability the original Basky had never possessed. Unknown to everyone present, Ezra had first planned to completely replace the Basky's firing mechanism with the one used by the CAM MKII classic shotgun, a shotgun from his previous life memories. He had also considered remodeling the shell holding system by adopting the Striker 12 revolving cylinder. Another design he carefully studied was the shell loading system of the Marine Magnum, CAM KEMR. However, after analyzing every possible outcome, he abandoned those ideas. If he had replaced both the firing system and the shell-holding mechanism, the result would no longer be a remodeled Basky. It would simply become an entirely different firearm. And that wasn't the purpose of this project. The goal wasn't to erase the Basky's identity. It was to solve the flaws that had plagued it for years while preserving the strengths that made gun alchemists continue risking their lives to use it. So, Ezra retained the original rifle pressure firing mechanism. Instead of replacing it, he strengthened everything around it. The barrel was reconstructed into 3 reinforced layers. The outermost layer retained the standard appearance of black steel, preserving the Basky's familiar structure. The middle layer was rebuilt using a specially designed shock-absorbing lattice, allowing the violent recoil force to spread evenly through the weapon instead of concentrating on a single point. The innermost layer consisted of a newly forged high-density pressure-resistant alloy. The alloy itself was a composition of 70% black steel and 30% silver platinum. The combination dramatically increased the firearm's durability while allowing the barrel to safely endure the tremendous pressure generated by the rifle-style propulsion system. With the durability problem finally resolved, Ezra turned his attention toward the second objective: capacity. After reconsidering his earlier ideas, he returned to the Marine Magnum, Cam-Key MR, and borrowed only its shell tube philosophy rather than its entire design, making the standard version now carry 7+1 shells. He also developed an extended tube version capable of holding 10+1 shells. Naturally, that version was reserved exclusively for himself. Ezra calmly swiped his hand. The holographic screen changed once again. A complete structural blueprint of the EV-26 Mk.2 slowly unfolded before the audience. Every internal component rotated independently. The reinforced barrel, the redesigned receiver, the strengthened shell tube, the pressure-dampening support frame. Every structural improvement was carefully labeled. Many craftsmen unconsciously stood straighter. Several gun alchemists narrowed their eyes. Even people who knew very little about firearms still found themselves captivated by the engineering displayed before them. The remodeled basket no longer looked like an unstable experiment. It looked like a weapon that had finally matured. With this reconstruction, Ezra calmly explained while looking across the council hall with his usual blank black eyes. I significantly increased the basket's overall durability. He pointed toward the ammunition section and expanded its capacity from 3+1 to 7+1. His finger shifted toward another section of the blueprint. The reload speed remains unchanged. He spoke without hesitation, because improving reload speed wasn't the objective of this remodeling. He paused briefly before continuing. Shotguns naturally require slower manual loading than most other firearm types. So rather than redesigning that characteristic, the responsibility falls on the gun alchemist. They must improve the speed of their hand movements, the efficiency of their shell alchemy, and the speed at which they load shells into the tube. Several binder-rank gun alchemists quietly nodded. That explanation made perfect sense. Vera casually swiped to the final presentation slide. This, she pointed toward the glowing alchemy circle, is the alchemy circle for the EV-26 Mk.2. She looked at the title for a moment. Although I personally preferred Vezra 26 Mk.2. She glanced toward Ezra. The EV name sounds better though. Ezra slowly narrowed his eyes. What exactly is inspiring this Vezra? Without changing her expression, Vera calmly raised two fingers. V. She pointed toward herself. Comes from Vera. She raised another finger. Zra. Comes from Ezra. Then she slowly pressed both fingers together. When they combine, it becomes Vezra. She finished her explanation with complete seriousness, as though there couldn't possibly be a better naming method. Ezra stared at her silently. Why does your name have to come first? His eyes still remained half-narrowed. My letters fit together better than yours. Vera folded her arms. Her blank eyes met his without backing down. On the fourth row of the stand where most Highline young nobles sat down. Priscilla blinked. Aren't those two supposed to be presenting? She looked genuinely confused. Yeah. Nate scratched the side of his face with a crooked smile. It's somehow becoming awkward again. But he chuckled quietly. It's also strangely entertaining. He looked toward the elders' seating area. This presentation really opened my eyes. I even got to witness an elder being completely embarrassed in front of almost the entire family. He lowered his voice. Priscilla's expression immediately became serious. You'd better erase that thought. She folded her arms while keeping her eyes on the center stage. Elder Fredericks has an enormous ego, and he has an especially nasty attitude whenever lowlines are involved. If you ever catch his attention, he won't stop until he's completely crushed you. Her tone carried genuine warning rather than exaggeration. Damn, Nate quietly scratched the back of his head. That means Ezra's going to have even more trouble from now on. He sighed. Well, it's not like that trouble hasn't already started. He remembered what had happened during the unveiling party. Even when the other elders had tried to remain reasonable, Fredericks had still gone out of his way to target Ezra. Just thinking about it made Nate rub both of his shoulders. A slight chill ran down his back. That old man really feels like some nasty parasite. He shook his head helplessly. The kind that clings to your body and refuses to leave until it finally gets what it wants. He let out another sigh before looking back toward the stage. A smile slowly returned to his face. Still, watching Lady Vera deal with him is surprisingly entertaining. Priscilla ignored his last comment. Instead, She kept her eyes fixed on the glowing alchemy circle displayed above the stage. Do you think you can recreate those firearms now, after studying the alchemy circles? She asked quietly. Nate leaned back comfortably in his seat, placing his hands behind his head in a relaxed posture. Not yet, he honestly admitted. But I think I've already understood around 20%. Priscilla immediately turned toward him. Her eyes widened slightly. Really? I've only managed around 10%. Nate couldn't stop the smirk that appeared on his face. That's because I'm better than you, he teased. Priscilla immediately faced the stage again. Humph, you're just a lowline. She folded her arms. I refuse to lose to you. Nate chuckled under his breath. You really hate losing. I do, she answered without hesitation. And I especially hate losing to you. That only made Nate laugh a little more. Meanwhile, at the center of the stage, Ezra and Vera were somehow still discussing the name of the remodeled Basque. She's the one who told me to choose a name. Ezra narrowed his eyes a little more. And now she's the one questioning it. For a brief moment, he genuinely wondered if arguing with Vera was simply one of the unavoidable laws of nature. Eventually, he gave up. Without saying another word, he turned back toward the audience. There was nothing left to explain. The presentation had already reached its conclusion. He opened his mouth. Only before a single word could leave him. That concludes our presentation. Vera calmly spoke first. Her timing was perfect, almost suspiciously perfect. She slowly turned her head toward Ezra, tilting it just slightly. Those blank black eyes quietly met his again. Not a single emotion appeared on her face. Yet somehow, Ezra felt as though she had deliberately stolen his line. He stared at her for several silent seconds. This girl, he muttered in his usual flat voice. Vera blinked once. What? She asked with complete innocence. I merely improved the efficiency of the presentation. Her tone remained perfectly serious. As expected, you were going to waste approximately 4.3 unnecessary seconds. Ezra quietly looked at her. He chose silence. There were times when arguing with Vera simply wasn't worth the effort. Seeing Ezra quite without another word, several younger members of the family couldn't help smiling. Even some of the craftsmen quietly laughed. The atmosphere inside the council hall became noticeably lighter. The inventions had been astonishing. But watching the two young inventors interact with each other had unexpectedly become another highlight of the presentation. One remained completely expressionless while saying outrageous things. The other remained completely expressionless while silently enduring them. For some reason, the combination simply worked. Chapter 246, Acknowledgement. The moment Vera finished speaking, an awkward silence settled over the council hall. Only a few moments ago, the two of them had been giving a perfectly organized presentation, explaining complicated theories and alchemy principles with surprising coordination. Then, somehow, the discussion drifted into an argument over the name of the remodeled Basque before the presentation abruptly came to an end. The sudden shift left many people staring at the pair with strange expressions. Several nobles narrowed their eyes. Some craftsmen exchanged helpless glances. Others simply looked confused. But after thinking about it, none of them found it particularly surprising. After all, Vera had been involved. If there was anyone in the Ashenlocke family capable of turning a serious presentation into something no one could predict, it would undoubtedly be her. The only thing they hadn't expected was that someone actually existed who could keep up with her pace, which was what made many actually enjoy the show of the two's conversation. The world really does work in mysterious ways. A middle-aged noble muttered quietly to himself while shaking his head. Almost immediately, clap. A single applause echoed through the silent council hall. Nina was the first to clap. Her bright smile carried obvious satisfaction as she looked toward the stage. Soon after, Bale also raised both hands, clapping enthusiastically, while Keith lazily joined in as well. His claps were slow and carefree, almost as if he were applauding purely because everyone else would eventually do the same. Veda smiled softly before raising his hands too. Then, the applause gradually spread. 1 person, 10 people, 50 people, until finally, the entire council hall erupted into applause. The sound echoed throughout the massive chamber, bouncing off the stone pillars and polished walls as everyone acknowledged the two inventions that had just been presented. Even Elder Fredericks reluctantly lifted his hands. Although every clap felt heavier than the last after suffering such public humiliation, he still had no choice. Everyone applauded. Everyone, except for one person. The Duke. Valentine remained seated. His calm eyes stayed fixed on the center stage while the applause slowly continued. Only after nearly half a minute had passed did he finally raise one hand. Immediately, the applause disappeared. The council hall became silent once again. Every gaze turned toward the head seat. I heard many innovative ideas today. Valentine's deep, steady voice echoed throughout the chamber. I can honestly say, I am impressed. Those simple words caused many members of the family to straighten their backs. Several elders unconsciously nodded. Even hearing the Duke praise an invention was already a rare occurrence. To hear him openly admit that he was impressed, that carried even greater meaning. The Count family of Evergrey believes they can surpass the very origin of gun alchemy and firearm production within Britannia. Valentine slowly swept his gaze across everyone seated before him before stopping on Ezra and Vera. He closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, his expression remained as calm as ever. "This," he said, "is exactly what I want to see." He slowly pointed toward the stage. New firearm concepts, new ideas, innovations capable of opening the door to stronger weapons, and even greater heavy artillery in the future. His finger slowly shifted, stopping directly at Ezra. "You." Valentine spoke plainly. "Continue using the mind that has already been acknowledged as one of Britannia's rising brightest." He paused briefly. "The phantom rolls. I like that invention." His honest admission shocked many people even more than his previous praise. Not far away from his row, Veda blinked 3 times. His father rarely complimented anyone so openly. Even several elders exchanged glances. Most of them had already watched Ezra's presentation during the auction event. Others had seen the countless discussions surrounding the phantom rolls on Linsta. There were very few among them who disliked the invention. So, they related to the Duke's praise a lot. "And now," Valentine continued, "you have created another innovation capable of leading both Britannia and this family toward a new beginning." He slowly stood from his seat. His long coat settled neatly behind him as he stretched one hand toward Ezra. "Ezra Ashenlocke, you were born into hardship. You climbed your way upward through your own efforts. You fought through the trial of steel, and you proved your worth." Ezra immediately lowered himself onto one knee. His head bowed respectfully. "I bestow upon you." Valentine's deep voice filled every corner of the council hall. "My acknowledgement." Silence filled the chamber. "Although I cannot grant you a formal title, from this day onward, you shall receive the backing reserved for a highline noble child of the Ashenlocke family." His words landed heavily. Every elder, every senior noble, every influential member of the family slowly bowed. None objected. Their actions signified complete acceptance of the Duke's decision. Even Fredericks lowered his head. Although hatred burned inside him, he did not possess either the authority or the opportunity to oppose the Duke's words. Valentine then shifted his gaze. "Now, to my daughter." His eyes rested upon Vera, who participated in creating these 2 firearms. Vera calmly looked back at him with her usual blank eyes. She almost appeared bored. Without saying anything, she quietly lowered herself onto one knee. "You will immediately enter closed-door cultivation after helping out the Ashcraft in fully understanding the guns." Valentine spoke. "You will remain there until the Royal Academy enrollment begins." Vera slowly raised her head. Her narrowing eyes rested on her father. "Isn't that a punishment?" she asked flatly. Several younger nobles almost laughed. Valentine remained expressionless. "Take your guess," he replied. Vera stared at him for another moment. "I dislike this reward," she muttered quietly before lowering her head again. Several people nearby awkwardly looked away. Only Vera could complain about receiving recognition from the Duke. "Ashcraft," Valentine called. Immediately, Elder Ivanhoe stood, and the senior board members of the Ashcraft department also rose from their seats. "My lord." Ivanhoe respectfully bowed. The others followed immediately. "Begin studying both firearms with the 2 creators," Valentine ordered. "Also begin the preparations for mass production. I want these weapons released throughout Britannia before the end of this year." "Yes, Lord." Their united voices echoed throughout the chamber. Only after Valentine lightly nodded did they resume their seats. His gaze slowly swept across another section of the council hall. As for every child of Ash who will attend the Royal Academy, every young noble immediately stood. Every one of you must master the creation of these firearms before enrollment begins. His voice carried absolute authority. Yes, Lord. The younger generation answered together. Only then were they permitted to sit again. And the instructors of the Ash Academy. Valentine pointed toward the scholars, researchers, and weapon instructors responsible for educating the younger generation in the academy belonging to the family. Add both firearms to the official Gun Alchemy curriculum. That will be all. Without another word. He turned. Stoke immediately followed behind him. Also, the servants that stood behind his seat respectfully fell into formation as they escorted the Duke toward the exit. The instant Valentine took his first step, everyone inside the council hall stood and every head lowered. No one moved until the Duke had completely disappeared beyond the enormous doors. Only then did everyone straighten themselves once more. The two duchesses also stood. Haley lightly dusted her dress before glancing toward Bale. "You are coming with me," she calmly ordered. Bale immediately pouted. "But mother, I wanted to say hello to Ezra." "No," Haley answered without hesitation. She motioned toward one of her personal guards. The guard respectfully lifted Bale onto his shoulder. "Mother." Bale stretched both hands dramatically toward Ezra as he was carried away. "Help! I'm being kidnapped." "Sister." "Brother." Before anyone could react, Keith suddenly jumped onto the same guard's back. "Keith!" Bale shouted. "You idiot. You should be rescuing me, not joining me." Keith comfortably rested both hands behind his head. "Anything for a free ride, brother," he lazily replied. "Anything." "No." Bale's desperate cry echoed throughout the council hall as the two slowly disappeared beyond the entrance. Even several mainline young nobles couldn't stop the corners of their mouths from lifting slightly. With the Duke gone, the meeting officially came to an end. People gradually began leaving their seats. However, quite a number chose not to leave immediately. Instead, they approached Ezra and Vera one after another. Some praised the Colt. Others admired the remodeled Basque. Quite a few couldn't resist bringing up the Phantom Rolls once again, openly complimenting Ezra on his inventions and expressing their excitement over what he might create next. Ezra politely returned every greeting. Although, inside, he already wanted to leave the council hall. As for Vera, despite the intimidating reputation she carried, many people still approached her. That contradiction remained one of the greatest mysteries surrounding her. People feared talking to her, yet they still wanted to. "Ezra." Veda suddenly waved while jogging toward him. Ezra turned. His eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the rushing young lord. Every noble standing nearby immediately bowed once Veda approached. "Please." Veda placed both hands together. "Come with me." His unusually polite tone caused several nobles to exchange strange glances. After all, it was already rare enough for someone of Veda's status to politely request anything from another noble. But speaking like this, to a lowline, would normally be unimaginable. Except, Ezra was no longer merely a lowline. He had become a lowline personally acknowledged by the Duke himself. "Okay," Ezra replied in his usual flat tone. Without wasting another moment, Veda turned around and led the way. Ezra quietly followed behind him, weaving through the crowd of nobles who were still discussing the presentations amongst themselves. Not far away, Vera silently watched Ezra's back as his figure gradually disappeared into the moving crowd. She tilted her head ever so slightly before calmly turning her attention elsewhere, showing no intention of following them. The two walked through several stone corridors connected to the council hall. Servants and guards respectfully stepped aside whenever they saw Veda approaching, lowering their heads before continuing with their duties once the two had passed. The atmosphere gradually became quieter as they moved farther away from the crowd. "You seem rather eager, young lord." Ezra finally spoke while looking ahead at Veda's back. Veda scratched the side of his cheek. "Well, I don't really know how important this is to you." He laughed awkwardly. "But for some reason, I feel like you would want this more than I do." His words carried uncertainty. Even he wasn't completely sure why he felt that way. However, Ezra could clearly see the seriousness hidden beneath Veda's awkward smile. It has something to do with her family, Ezra said plainly. Veda stopped walking for a brief second. He turned around. You guessed that quickly? His eyes widened slightly. The surprise on his face was genuine. A moment later, he couldn't help laughing. You really are something. He shook his head with a helpless smile. I don't think there is anything else. Ezra continued calmly. That would make you this eager to bring me somewhere immediately after today's presentation. His black eyes remained as calm as ever, especially when you didn't explain anything beforehand. I guess you're right. Veda smiled softly. The two resumed walking. After several minutes, they arrived at a quiet inner courtyard hidden behind the council hall. Unlike the bustling corridors outside, this place was peaceful. Stone pathways divided a neatly maintained garden. Tall trees stretched above the courtyard, allowing sunlight to filter gently through the leaves. A small fountain stood quietly at the center, its flowing water becoming the only sound breaking the silence. There were 4 people waiting there. The moment they noticed Veda approaching, the middle-aged noble man immediately bowed. His wife and the 2 young men standing beside him quickly followed. Young lord, they greeted respectfully. You may rise. Veda replied with a gentle smile while lightly raising his hand. The family straightened themselves. Only then did Veda turn toward Ezra. Ezra. He pointed toward the family. This is Aaliyah's family. Then he looked toward the couple. Mr. and Mrs. Ashenlocke. This is Ezra. Ezra stepped forward. Greetings, sir. Greetings, ma'am. He bowed politely. Before anyone else could speak, one of the young men folded his arms. So, you're the one who witnessed my stupid sister's final moments. His tone carried obvious dissatisfaction. Watch your mouth. Their mother immediately scolded him. Don't speak about your sister like that. Tisk. The young man clicked his tongue. Without saying another word, he turned away. His shoulders remained tense as he walked toward the opposite side of the courtyard. It was obvious he didn't trust himself to stay any longer. The father let out a tired sigh. I'm sorry about that. He looked at Ezra apologetically. He's still trying to accept what happened till now. It's fine, Ezra answered calmly. His expression didn't change. I heard you wanted to meet me. He spoke directly. His straightforward nature caused Veda to unconsciously grow nervous. Knowing Ezra, he wasn't trying to be rude. But people unfamiliar with him could easily misunderstand that emotionless way of speaking, especially a family still grieving the loss of their daughter. The father slowly nodded. Yes. He answered quietly. I wanted to meet the person who was with my only daughter during her final moments. His voice sounded exhausted. It wasn't physical exhaustion. It was the kind that settled deep inside someone's heart. Beside him, his wife unconsciously tightened both fists. Her fingers trembled slightly, and her eyes remained swollen from crying. Even now, fresh tears still quietly gathered around the corners of her eyes. She had clearly cried so much over the past months that even speaking had become difficult. She still hasn't accepted Aaliyah's death. Ezra silently observed the family. Looking at the woman, he could immediately see where Aaliyah had inherited her appearance. The resemblance between mother and daughter was unmistakable. Then his gaze shifted toward the brother who had walked away earlier. The stubbornness, the straightforward personality, even that reminded him of Aaliyah. Although, unlike Aaliyah, his emotions were much harder to suppress. The atmosphere surrounding the family felt incredibly heavy. Grief lingered around them like a shadow that refused to leave. Another young man suddenly stepped forward. Unlike his brother, his expression carried a faint smile. You really are as handsome as my sister described. He chuckled softly while walking around Ezra once before stopping in front of him. He looked Ezra up and down with obvious curiosity. The young lord already explained everything that happened during the trial. His voice remained calm. He told us that my sister chose to protect you. He lowered his head slightly. Honestly, I can't blame you. It was her own decision. He paused for a few moments. His fists slowly clenched. There was a time when I wanted to. He laughed bitterly. I kept wondering, what would I do if I ever met the person who survived while my little sister didn't? His breathing gradually became heavier. Even after learning that Sir Felix was the one truly responsible, I still wanted to rush straight to the main family estate and demand someone's blood. His fists tightened until his knuckles turned white. The trembling in his hands betrayed the emotions he had desperately been trying to keep under control. His voice slowly cracked. Because no matter how many times I tell myself the truth, it still hurts. The courtyard fell silent. Only the sound of the fountain continued flowing quietly between them. Even the wind seemed to have slowed. No one interrupted him. No one knew what words could possibly comfort a brother who had lost his dearest sister whom he loved. Chapter 247. Meeting the family of a blown ash. He looked at Ezra before lowering his gaze to the stone floor beneath his feet. His fists tightened more. I wanted to blame the family itself. His voice became heavier. For creating such a stupid trial in the first place. He gritted his teeth. I wanted to blame everyone. He slowly raised his head, his eyes carrying emotions he had been suppressing for a long time. I wanted to blame every single person who could still smile and celebrate as though nothing had happened. While there are families like ours. He paused, still mourning. Silence settled over the courtyard. Even the gentle sound of the fountain seemed quieter than before. I hate all of it, he said through clenched teeth. After a long pause, he slowly exhaled. But there isn't anything I can do. His shoulders gradually relaxed. I can only accept reality. He stopped halfway. The words simply refused to come out. His father gently placed a hand on his shoulder. The simple gesture carried far more comfort than any words could. The middle-aged man looked at Ezra. Ezra, right? He asked quietly. I've read a lot about you in Aaliyah's diary. And young Lord Veda has also told us quite a few things about you. A small smile appeared on his face. Your personality really is. He searched for the proper words. Unique. He chuckled weakly. It's so calm that it's honestly infuriating. He lowered his head again. When I first heard about everything, I couldn't help feeling that you didn't care about her at all. That she died for absolutely nothing. His voice trembled slightly. He closed his eyes, then slowly shook his head. But I know it wasn't your fault. You've already suffered enough yourself. You even lost your own parents not long ago. I know, it wasn't your fault. He slowly brushed his hair backward before letting out another long breath. Ezra quietly listened until the man finished speaking. Only then did he answer. I'm sorry. His voice remained as plain as ever. Yet, for some reason, nobody felt those words lacked sincerity. The man slowly looked up. His eyes closed again for a brief moment before opening again. Ezra calmly continued. Your daughter was a proper noble lady. He paused. She might have been goofy and nosy. Veda blinked. Aaliyah's father slowly moved his head, looking at Ezra. Her mother, who had been desperately holding back her tears, looked directly at Ezra. Even her brother quietly stared at him. She was always trying to involve herself in things that had nothing to do with her. As Ezra spoke, scenes from the fourth trial quietly surfaced within his mind. The battles, the conversations, the countless moments they spent together. Everything appeared vividly before him. Perhaps it was because of his extraordinary memory. Every scene still felt as though it had happened only yesterday. She nagged a lot. He continued. But whenever the team needed someone, she was always ready to step forward. He looked toward Aaliyah's family. She dreamed of becoming someone capable of advancing her alchemy path. She even wanted to combine that dream with her mastery of the staff. He paused again. And she was surprisingly popular. The moment those words left his mouth, Aaliyah's father suddenly laughed. It wasn't loud, just a quiet laugh escaping before he could stop it. Her remaining brother laughed as well. Veda couldn't help smiling. That's definitely Aaliyah. He nodded. She somehow became friends with almost everyone, both lowlines and highlines. He folded his arms. Can you even imagine? She was actually two-timing me. He pouted dramatically. She kept telling me I was the only one she had eyes for, but then she somehow managed to fall head over heels for Ezra. I've never understood how her heart works. I can. Her mother laughed through her tears. While wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, she smiled warmly. That really does sound like Aaliyah. The atmosphere gradually became lighter. Not because everyone had forgotten their grief, but because, for the first time since arriving, they were remembering Aaliyah's life instead of only remembering her death. The remaining brother suddenly let out a long breath. He lightly slapped both of his cheeks. That's enough. He forced a brighter smile onto his face. We've met the person we wanted to meet. He looked toward his parents. And he's not a bad person. He gently placed both hands on their shoulders. We should move forward. He smiled. What would my other brothers say if they saw their parents looking like this? His attempt at cheering everyone up wasn't perfect. It was obvious he was forcing himself. Yet, that only made his smile feel more genuine. He slowly turned toward Ezra. Thank you. His voice carried none of the hostility from earlier. Thank you for remembering my sister, and for staying beside her until the very end. He lowered himself into a respectful bow. Thank you, Ezra. Seeing him bow, both his father and mother also bowed deeply. Ezra quietly narrowed his eyes. His blank black eyes rested upon the family. Then, he bowed as well. It's fine, he replied calmly. Your daughter saved my life. I owe your entire family a great debt. Beside him, Veda also lowered himself into a bow. I owe your family a debt as well. He spoke sincerely. I failed as a leader to properly protect everyone in my group, and it's my fault. The family immediately raised their heads. No, young lord. They hurriedly spoke. Panic filled their expressions. Veda slowly straightened himself before shaking his head. I insist. His gentle smile disappeared. It isn't only your family. I owe every family that lost a child during the trial. He looked toward the distant sky. I carry every one of those debts, and I'll spend my life repaying them. He bowed once again. This time, Aaliyah's family didn't try stopping him. Instead, all three of them smiled helplessly. Thank you. They spoke together. Young lord. Aaliyah's father smiled proudly. It truly is a blessing to have someone like you as the future head of this family. His gaze then shifted toward Ezra. And you, the young craftsman with incredible talent. He smiled warmly. It was good meeting you. He turned toward his family. Let's go. His wife and son nodded. The three of them walked away first to find the eldest son who had left earlier. Ezra and Veda quietly watched until their figures completely disappeared beyond the stone corridor. Only then did Veda finally speak. I honestly didn't expect you to say all of that. He continued staring in the direction they had left. Ezra also looked ahead. Do I really look like a wicked or heartless person? He asked plainly. Veda smiled. No, he answered softly. I guess I still have a long way to go before I completely understand you. Before Ezra could reply, ping, ping. A notification echoed from both of their devices. Ezra took out his Starlix 11. Veda took out his phone. Both quietly read their respective messages. Ezra immediately put his device away. I'm leaving. He casually waved. Veda smiled and returned the gesture. Okay. He quietly watched Ezra walk away before turning toward another corridor himself. The message Ezra received had come from Vera. She simply wrote, come back to the council hall. Elder Ivanhoe is looking for you. Jewel_of_Esh. When Ezra returned, the once crowded council hall had become much quieter. Most of the nobles had already left. Only Vera, Nina, Elder Ivanhoe, and several members of Ashcraft remained, discussing documents spread across a large table, which was where Vera's phone tablet was placed for the holographic presentation. Greetings, Elder. Ezra bowed politely. Ezra. Ivanhoe smiled broadly before placing a firm hand on Ezra's shoulder. The firearms were really outstanding. I have to say it again. He laughed heartily. Thank you. Ezra bowed once more. Ivanhoe sighed. Honestly, I'd rather keep you in Ashcraft permanently than let you disappear into the Royal Academy where all those monsters gather. He laughed again. But if I actually tried doing that, I'm certain several elders would skin me alive. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. Elder. Vera looked at him. I believe that wasn't merely a joke. Ivanhoe coughed awkwardly. I was only thinking about it, not planning it. He quickly corrected himself. Anyway, Vera has already transferred every document Ashcraft needs. The members of the Ashcraft packed the documents on the table together and placed them into their space bags. But, he pointed toward both of them. Like the Duke ordered, you'll still have to work alongside us during production. We'll also be documenting every stage before officially publishing the innovations across Britannia. A confident smile spread across his face. It'll let everyone know that the Ashenlocke family has returned. So, that means I have to stay here for a while longer. Ezra looked at Elder Ivanhoe with his usual blank expression. Exactly how long are we talking about? Although his tone remained flat as always, The reluctance in his voice was obvious enough that everyone present could hear it. Ivanhoe laughed heartily. Don't worry. He waved his hand with a bright smile. From today onward, you'll be staying in the best guest house inside the estate. He folded his arms proudly. The place has its own private training ground where you can exercise whenever you want. There are workshops, gardens, a quiet reading room, and plenty of other facilities meant to help people relax after training. He chuckled. So don't think of it as extra work. Think of it as another vacation. He pointed at Ezra with an amused smile. It'll make up for the vacation you missed. Ezra silently listened until Ivanhoe finished speaking. Then he nodded once. Now you have my full attention, Elder. He replied in his usual calm tone. Ivanhoe burst into laughter. I knew that would work. Shameless. Nina muttered while folding her arms. She looked at Ezra with obvious displeasure. You don't even try to hide it. Ezra glanced at her once. Then, he simply looked away. It was as though she hadn't spoken at all. That reaction made Nina click her tongue in annoyance. Humph, she muttered under her breath. Ivanhoe continued smiling. We should finish everything within a month. He turned toward the members of Ashcraft standing nearby. Everyone gather around. We'll begin preparing the production schedule immediately. The craftsmen quickly surrounded him, taking out jotters to take notes of his instructions, while discussions immediately began. Some started talking about material preparation. Others discussed production speed. Watching the busy scene before him, Ezra quietly lowered his eyes toward the polished tiled floor. I still have to trace the black market. And there are still many firearms I need to recreate before entering the Royal Academy. So, after this 1 month, I need to get back home to fully begin preparations. His thoughts slowly wandered. Time suddenly felt much shorter than before with the year counting down. We'll be working together again, inventor. Vera's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ezra slowly lifted his head. She was looking directly at him with those familiar blank black eyes. I'm certain you're excited. She spoke in her usual quick, yet perfectly calm manner. Aren't you? She tilted her head. Yes, you definitely are. Of course you are. Her face remained completely expressionless. There wasn't even the slightest hint that she was joking. Yet, that somehow made her words even more ridiculous. Ezra quietly stared at her, choosing not to answer. Silence became his response. Seeing that, Vera lightly nodded. I understand, she said as though she had received the answer she wanted. Well, I'm leaving. She casually turned around. After taking a few steps, she stopped. Without looking back. Greet your maid for me, inventor. I'll see you soon. She lazily raised one hand and waved before continuing toward the exit. Nina turned around halfway. She stretched out her tongue at Ezra. Humph. Only then did she quickly run after Vera. Zack simply glanced once toward Ezra, adjusting his glasses. Without saying a single word, he quietly followed the two girls. Soon, their figures disappeared beyond the large entrance of the council hall. Ezra remained standing for another moment. Only after the discussions behind him grew louder did he quietly leave as well. He walked through the nearly empty hall. Most of the nobles had already departed. Only servants remained, busily cleaning tables, organizing documents, and restoring the council hall to its usual state. After walking for a short while, Ezra finally found Lucy. She was sitting on a chair beside one of the pillars. No, she wasn't exactly sitting anymore. Her upper body completely collapsed onto the table before her. Her face rested against the wooden surface while both arms hung lifelessly to the sides. She looked as though every bit of energy had been drained from her body. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. Did you become lazy after enjoying too much free time? His calm voice reached her ears. Huh. Lucy slowly raised her head. Her eyes looked sleepy. She rubbed them several times before finally recognizing the person standing before her. Master, she yawned softly. The presentation is over already? How did it go? It went well. Ezra answered simply. We're heading back. Finally, Lucy smiled weakly. Her shoulders immediately slumped again. I'm so tired. She slowly stretched both arms above her head before letting them fall. I had so much work to do today. She sighed dramatically. I baked pastries. Even though I only recently learned how to bake, I'm not even perfect at it. She counted with her fingers. I also had to prepare drinks, help arrange the dining tables where we placed the snacks, and every single time someone walked across the section assigned to me. I had to clean the floor all over again. She puffed out her cheeks. I think I cleaned that same section more than 20 times today. She stretched again. Her whole body looked completely worn out. Master. She looked at Ezra with watery eyes. Please carry. Smack. Before she could finish speaking, Ezra flicked her forehead. A crisp sound echoed through the quiet hallway. Ouch. Lucy immediately jumped to her feet. Both hands quickly covered her forehead. She looked at Ezra with teary eyes. That hurts. Ezra remained completely unmoved. I'm leaving. He calmly turned around. Without waiting, he began walking away. Master. Lucy hurriedly grabbed her space bag before chasing after him. Wait for me. She quickly caught up beside him. At least indulge me this once. She pouted while lightly rubbing the sore spot on her forehead. I really worked hard today. Ezra continued walking. He didn't answer. Not even a single word. Lucy stared at him for several seconds. Oh. She let out a long sigh. The silent treatment again. She smiled helplessly before quietly following beside him. I really did work hard, though. She mumbled to herself. Even so, she never once slowed her footsteps. She already knew her master well enough. Even if he refused to answer, he was still listening. Chapter 248, Production Days in the Ashenlocke Estate. The next morning arrived quietly. Unlike the excitement surrounding the presentations from the previous day, today's work began almost immediately. Once Ezra woke up, he freshened himself up without wasting much time before getting dressed and leaving for the Ashcraft Research and Development Facility located deep within the Ashenlocke Estate. Lucy couldn't accompany him. The research facility was one of the family's most restricted locations, and entry required an official invitation approved by Ashcraft itself. Besides, she had her own responsibilities waiting for her. Because of all the traveling and preparations surrounding Ezra's inventions, Lucy had missed several of the Maid Academy lessons she was required to attend. After collecting a temporary pass from the servant's office, she now had to retake every class she had missed. The two separated early that morning. One headed toward research. The other returned to training. The journey toward the Ashcraft Research and Development Base was surprisingly long. However, Ezra wasn't surprised. After spending more time inside the estate, he had gradually realized just how enormous the Ashenlocke family truly was. If someone ignored the surrounding forests, mountains, lakes, and hunting grounds, the estate alone could easily be mistaken for a town. If those natural lands were included, it was already approaching the scale of a small city. Several hours quietly passed. Ezra remained seated inside the mini steam carriage, silently watching the scenery beyond the window. Large training grounds occasionally appeared. Weapon warehouses, blacksmith workshops, guard patrols, small residential districts belonging to family workers. Everything passed by one after another before disappearing into the distance. Finally, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Ezra stepped outside. His eyes immediately swept across the enormous parking area before him. Numerous military steam carriages had been neatly arranged in organized rows. Most were heavy utility models designed for transporting ore, equipment, and materials. Among them, several weaponized steam carriages stood parked separately, their reinforced armor and mounted weapon platforms giving them an intimidating appearance. Unlike ordinary production facilities, the surroundings felt strangely quiet. There was no roaring machinery, no rhythmic hammering, no deafening sounds of metal being forged. The silence almost made the place resemble an expensive hotel rather than one of Britannia's greatest research facilities. Even the exterior architecture supported that illusion. The building stretched several stories into the air. Its polished stone walls, elegant crystal windows, and carefully designed entrance looked more suitable for hosting nobles than craftsmen. The reception hall inside only strengthened that impression. Luxurious decorations, crystal chandeliers, marble floors polished until they reflected light, comfortable waiting lounges. Everything radiated nobility. Very little immediately suggested craftsmanship. Before Ezra could enter, two guards of Ash stationed at the entrance respectfully stopped him, although both clearly recognized him. Protocol remained protocol. His invitation letter was carefully examined. His identity was confirmed. Only then did they step aside. Please proceed. One guard respectfully bowed. Ezra nodded politely before entering. The reception hall remained remarkably quiet. Only a handful of attendants quietly moved between reception desks. There weren't many visitors. Ezra calmly walked forward. His hands rested inside the pockets of his black cardigan. A white scarf hung loosely around his neck. The space bag at his side gently swayed with every step. His footsteps echoed softly across the polished marble floor. Upon reaching the reception desk, another confirmation was made regarding his appointment. Only after everything had been verified did one of the female attendants step forward. "This way, Mr. Ezra." She smiled professionally. Ezra bowed politely before following her. The two walked toward an enormous lift positioned near the far end of the reception hall. The attendant placed her thumb against the identification panel. A blue light scanned her fingerprint. Immediately, several mechanical gears shifted inside the wall. The doors of the lift opened up with faint steam flowing out. Then the two entered. She selected the lowest floor. The lift quietly began descending. Soft mechanical sounds echoed beneath their feet. Thin streams of steam escaped from hidden vents along the floor before quickly disappearing. Blue strips of light illuminated the edges of the lift cabin. Unlike the ordinary lifts used throughout Britannia, this one moved incredibly smoothly. Even so, Ezra could still faintly feel the movement beneath his feet. That sensation reminded him of something. In his previous life memories, the underground heavy artillery research department. The elevators there had felt remarkably similar, although not as elegant as this. Technology really does evolve toward the same destination, he quietly thought. Ding! A soft bell echoed through the cabin. "We've arrived." The attendant smiled before bowing. "I hope you have a productive day." Ezra returned the bow. "Thank you." The attendant once again placed her thumb against the scanner. Steam flowed outward as the doors slowly opened. The peaceful atmosphere disappeared instantly. Clang! Clang! Shhhhhh. Heavy machinery roared. Steam hissed. Metal collided against metal. The enormous workspace beyond the doors came alive before Ezra's eyes. Craftsmen hurried across different sections carrying crates filled with rare ores alongside ordinary metals. Several high-grade steam furnaces burned continuously. Bright sparks scattered through the air every few seconds as heated steel met forging hammers. Large mechanical arms slowly transported heavy components between different production stations. Some researchers stood around massive work tables covered with blueprints. Others adjusted complicated alchemy circles suspended above crystal projectors. The entire floor felt alive. This was truly a research and development facility. Ezra slowly stepped out of the lift. His calm black eyes quietly observed everything happening around him. Several craftsmen immediately recognized him. "Morning, Ezra." One waved enthusiastically. Others also greeted him with friendly smiles. Ezra politely nodded toward each of them. "Good morning," he calmly replied. Then, Ezra Ashenlocke, a young noble dressed in Ashcraft's black and white craftsman uniform, approached him. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s. A pair of protective goggles rested around his neck. His hands showed clear signs of long hours spent working with metal despite belonging to a noble family. "It's nice finally meeting a genius craftsman in person." He smiled before extending his hand. Ezra accepted the handshake. "The pleasure is mine," he answered plainly. The young noble laughed softly. "Elder Ivanhoe and Lady Vera have already arrived. They're waiting for you inside the research conference room." He pointed toward a corridor stretching deep into the facility. "This way." Without wasting time, he led the way. Ezra quietly followed behind him. As they approached the conference room, a lively discussion could already be heard through the closed doors. "The feeding mechanism is brilliant. No, look at this locking section. We should test another alloy." Ivanhoe's excited voice stood out among everyone else's. The young noble smiled before pushing open the door. "Our final guest has arrived." Everyone inside immediately looked toward the entrance. Ezra bought. Ivanhoe stood up almost instantly. His face carried an excitement that made him look years younger. "Greetings, Elder." Ezra bowed politely. His gaze quietly swept across the room. 5 Ashcraft craftsmen sat around the large conference table. Each carried themselves with the confidence expected of veteran craftsmen. The flow of cognitions surrounding them told Ezra they were all powerful craft-based alchemists. Then, His eyes moved toward the head seat. Vera lazily sat there while reading through several documents. She wore Ashcraft's official craftsman uniform. Her long black hair had been completely tucked beneath a black cap. A pair of glasses rested upon her nose. She looked less like a noble lady, and more like a researcher who hadn't slept while studying new inventions. Ezra politely bowed toward everyone present. "Greetings." Ivanhoe waved dismissively. "Forget all the greetings." He laughed. "In this facility, we only care about work." He returned to the long table covered with blueprints, documents, schematics, and research notes. Picking up one particular sheet, he proudly showed it to Ezra. After carefully studying the Colt's magazine design, he tapped the blueprint. "I realize this is actually the greatest innovation." His finger traced the feeding system. "The way you integrated the ammunition feed path with the cartridge arrangement." He shook his head in admiration. "It's truly inspiring." Ezra quietly examined the drawing. The other craftsmen nodded together. "I've already started getting ideas." The young noble who had guided Ezra inside rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A completely new novice-rank firearm, focused purely on increasing ammunition capacity. "I was thinking something similar." Another craftsman spoke excitedly. "What if we reduce the size of the ammunition itself? We already manufacture different bullet types. So, if we redesign the dimensions, we could fit significantly more rounds." Several others nodded. The suggestion made perfect sense. Another member quickly joined the discussion. "I've actually been wondering, what if we use spherical ammunition with this box magazine? I wonder how many rounds we could fit." The room gradually filled with discussion. Everyone enthusiastically exchanged one idea after another. "Humph." Ivanhoe folded both arms proudly. "I've already designed a new magazine." He smirked. "I based it entirely on Ezra's Colt magazine layout, but I added a new detail." He pointed toward another blueprint. "What about extending the magazine itself?" The instant those words left his mouth, both Ezra and Vera quietly glanced at each other. "He's talking about an extended magazine." The exact same thought appeared in both of their minds. "What do you two think?" Ivanhoe asked with obvious anticipation. The 6 craftsmen immediately gathered around the blueprint. "That's actually brilliant." As expected of Elder Ivanhoe. "Why didn't I think of that?" The room filled with praise. Vera quietly ignored all the noise. She simply looked toward Ezra. "We thought the same thing, didn't we?" She tilted her head slightly. Ezra didn't answer. Instead, he calmly walked toward one of the empty chairs. "Elder Ivanhoe," he called. Ivanhoe immediately blinked. "Ah, my manners." He awkwardly coughed. "Let's focus on today's work first." He laughed. "We can leave the improved versions and future firearm designs for later. This time, our priority is completing these 2 weapons." He sat down. His cheerful expression gradually became more serious. "Ezra, since today is your first day here, I'll explain exactly what this facility does." He leaned back slightly. "This place is where every invention and idea created by Ashcraft is tested, improved, and developed." He spread both hands. "Every firearm, every innovation, every production method that leaves Ashcraft begins right here." Ezra quietly listened. "At the moment," Ivanhoe continued, "the craft-based alchemists specializing in alchemy circle conversion are simplifying the alchemy circles used to create the Colt 1911, the EV-26 MK.2, and the Colt's magazine." He rested both hands upon the table. "The goal is reducing cognus consumption while maintaining performance." He pointed toward another stack of documents. "At the same time, they are also working on making some of the more complicated components mold castings with alchemy for the manually produced for both the Colt 1911 and the EV-26 MK.2. Ivanhoe placed both of his hands together, resting them comfortably on the table as he spoke. His voice remained calm, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Every time he mentioned the 2 firearms, his enthusiasm naturally surfaced. Vera and Ezra quietly listened. Their expressions remained as plain as ever, making it difficult for anyone unfamiliar with them to know what they were thinking. They want to reduce the cognus consumption. Ezra silently organized the information in his mind. That's actually a good direction for improving the 2 firearms. If the cognus cost can be reduced while maintaining the same performance, it would increase the 2 guns' battle efficiency. His thoughts continued. It also makes me realize I really need to learn more about alchemy circle conversion. Until now, he had focused mainly on designing efficient alchemy circles based on his own understanding from the alchemy circle conversation books he had read in the trial-based library and previous life's engineering knowledge. However, the specialists here weren't trying to create entirely new circles. They were refining existing ones, making them consume less cognizance, making them easier to construct, and making them more practical for large-scale production. That alone was already a field worth studying more. Ezra lowered his eyes toward the documents spread across the table. His gaze lingered there for barely half a second before he looked back at Ivanhoe. The remaining components that require mold castings are already being produced manually. Ivanhoe continued his explanation while opening another document. Several sketches of firearm components appeared on the paper. At the same time, he tapped one section of the blueprint. We're experimenting with different combinations of metals. His finger moved across several material names written beside the firearm schematic. We want to determine which materials will raise the overall grade of the firearm without increasing production difficulty too much. One of the veteran craftsmen beside him nodded. Some alloys increase durability. Others improve pressure resistance, but they also increase cognizance consumption during creation. Another craftsman crossed his arms thoughtfully. We also have to consider compatibility with the alchemy circle. A stronger metal isn't always the better choice. It depends on how stable the alchemy responds to that material. The discussion naturally continued for a few moments. Ezra quietly listened to every opinion. Some of the ideas matched the conclusions he had already reached while designing the Colt. Others gave him entirely new ways of thinking about future improvements. The atmosphere inside the room gradually became more serious. The excitement from earlier discussions shifted toward focused research. Seeing everyone's attention settle, Ivanhoe smiled with satisfaction. So, he pointed toward both Ezra and Vera with both hands. This is where the two of you come in. His smile widened. You'll both be assisting every Ashcraft member involved in this production process. He looked directly at Ezra. After all, you understand these two firearms better than anyone else. His gaze then shifted toward Vera. And Vera has already spent yesterday night helping organize the presentation, studying the schematics, and reviewing every detail. He chuckled. Having both inventors present means we can solve problems immediately instead of wasting days making guesses. Several craftsmen nodded in agreement. The young noble who had guided Ezra into the room smiled brightly. Honestly, this is probably the first time Ashcraft has ever had the original inventor working side by side with the production team. Another older craftsman laughed. It'll save us countless headaches. Ivanhoe rubbed his hands together eagerly. Good. Then let's stop talking. He stood up from his chair with renewed energy. We've got a month's worth of work waiting for us, and I intend to make every single day count. The craftsman immediately began organizing the blueprints across the table. Documents were separated into different stacks. Research notes were handed around. Several members stood and headed toward different workshops inside the massive facility. The quiet meeting room quickly transformed into the command center of an enormous production project. Ezra watched the organized movements around him. Without saying another word, he silently stood up as well. The real work was finally about to begin. Chapter 249, We Should Get Percents. After the briefing regarding what the two of them would be doing inside the research and development facility ended, Ezra and Vera wasted no time before getting to work. The atmosphere inside the Ashcraft facility remained just as busy as ever. Researchers moved from one workstation to another with neatly arranged documents tucked beneath their arms. Craftsmen inspected newly forged components while the rhythmic sounds of hammers striking metal echoed from deeper inside the enormous workshop. Steam escaped from copper pipes fixed across the ceiling, producing a steady hiss that blended together with the turning gears of countless machines. No one remained idle. Everyone had a responsibility. Ezra quietly separated from Vera before heading toward the department he wanted to join first. Rather than immediately involving himself with the production side of the firearms, he joined the alchemy circle conversion team. He wanted to broaden his understanding of the field. Although Ezra possessed considerable knowledge compared to ordinary alchemists of his age, once he stood among the professionals inside the facility, He realized he was only around the early intermediate level in alchemy circle conversion. Still, there was one thing that made everyone inside the department look at him differently. Most of the researchers had graduated from famous academies or had spent years learning directly under experienced masters. Ezra was completely self-taught. When they learned that everything he knew had come from books, experimentation, and countless failures rather than proper teachers, even several veteran researchers couldn't hide their surprise. "You learned all of this yourself?" One elderly researcher adjusted his glasses before asking again, unable to believe it. "Yes," Ezra answered plainly. "I only had books." Silence briefly spread around the room. Several people exchanged glances. One younger researcher scratched the back of his head before laughing awkwardly. "I suddenly don't feel very talented anymore." The atmosphere eased with light laughter. Not many thought Ezra was boasting, especially since his expression never changed. That made his answer even more believable. While Ezra immersed himself in studying what he could gain from the alchemy circle conversion team, Vera headed toward the blacksmithing team. Unlike Ezra, her responsibility focused on supervising and assisting the craftsmen who were manually producing the easier mold casting components required for both the Colt 1911 and the EV-26 MK.2. She wore a pair of protective gloves before naturally joining their discussion as though she had been part of the workshop for years. Despite being a mainline noble lady, none of the craftsmen treated her differently. Likewise, Vera herself showed no concern about noble status. If a blueprint contained a mistake, she pointed it out immediately. If a measurement looked inaccurate, she calmly corrected it. Like that, days quietly passed. Then another week followed. The research and development facility slowly settled into a routine that everyone became accustomed to. Every morning, Ezra and Lucy would leave the guest house together before separating at the crossroads. Lucy headed toward her maid lessons. Ezra entered the Ashcraft facility. The days were busy enough that neither of them realized how quickly time flowed. Soon, the middle of the month arrived. That evening, Ezra remained awake even after another exhausting day inside the facility. Besides spending hours studying alchemy circle conversion with the researchers, he had also joined another lengthy discussion concerning which metallic properties best suited the three-layer barrel design of the EV-26 MK.2. Although the final structure had already been decided, the craftsmen were still trying to determine which combination of materials could further improve its durability while keeping production practical. Even Ezra found several of their ideas worth remembering. At the same time, Lucy wasn't having an easier time either. Her maid lessons had gradually become more demanding. Besides etiquette, cooking, cleaning, and proper servant conduct, she had now begun practical combat lessons under a combat servant who was an adept rank alchemist. Every lesson left her body aching. By the time she returned to the guest house each night, she often felt as though every muscle in her body had been squeezed dry. Knock, knock. She gently knocked before pushing the bedroom door open. Ezra was already lying on his bed. Both hands rested beneath his head as he quietly stared toward the ceiling above him. The crystal lamp illuminated the room with a warm glow, making the peaceful silence even more noticeable. The time is already 12 in the morning. Ezra slowly turned his head toward Lucy, his voice remaining as flat as ever. Lucy smiled softly after seeing him still awake. "Well, ping." Before she could continue, the Starlix 11 lying beside Ezra suddenly glowed. A notification echoed throughout the quiet room. Lucy paused. She watched Ezra lazily reach for the phone without showing the slightest curiosity. Then, ping. Another notification arrived. Ping. One more followed almost immediately. Ezra unlocked the screen while calmly looking at the growing list of messages. "You were about to say something." He spoke without looking away from the screen. "Yes." Lucy straightened her posture before smiling gently. "Happy birthday, Master." Her voice carried genuine happiness. Ezra finally looked at her properly. His expression remained unchanged. Then he lowered his gaze toward the messages. "Happy birthday, Ezra. Jewel_of_Esh. Did you think I wouldn't know your birth month, idiot? Jewel_of_Esh. Congratulations on finally becoming the same age as me. Jewel_of_Esh. Ezra narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. The corner of the screen reflected inside his calm black pupils. For several quiet seconds, He simply stared at the messages. Lucy remained standing near the door. The silence gradually made her nervous. So, today is my birthday. Ezra lowered his eyes toward the date displayed on the top corner of the Starlight screen. Only then did he realize he had completely forgotten about it himself. Thank you, he answered plainly. Lucy smiled even brighter. So, she clasped both hands together. What should we do today to celebrate? I'm sure there has to be somewhere interesting inside the estate. Her excitement couldn't be hidden. She had already begun thinking about several possibilities. Ezra looked back toward her. Don't you have made classes to attend? He asked in the same calm tone. Yes, I do. Lucy nodded immediately. But this is more important. She answered without hesitation. As your personal maid, I have to celebrate my master's birthday properly. I'm sure Head Maid Agata will understand. She raised her clenched fist confidently, as though she had already convinced herself. Not interested. Ezra replied casually. Telling me is enough. Lucy immediately shook her head. But you did much more for me during my missed birthday. She refused to back down. I have to do the same. Ezra quietly studied her determined face for several moments before finally speaking. We're both busy. He answered honestly. That's the main reason. He shifted slightly on the bed. Trust me, if I wasn't this busy, I would have treated myself properly. His tone remained plain. Yet Lucy could tell. He genuinely meant every word. A small laugh escaped her lips. Is that so? She smiled before pointing toward him. Fine. When you return from work tomorrow, I'll ask the chefs inside the guest house to prepare something much better. Her eyes sparkled with determination. I'll even ask Head Maid Agata to recommend luxurious cuisines. I'm sure there'll be something you won't refuse. I know. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. You know I don't eat much. So those luxurious cuisines are obviously for you. Lucy immediately placed a hand against her chest. What? She looked completely offended. Why would you think that? She tried maintaining an innocent face. Unfortunately, her guilty eyes had already betrayed her. Go to sleep. Ezra answered flatly. Lucy puffed out her cheeks. You always bully me. She turned around and slowly walked toward the door. Just before leaving, she leaned her head back inside through the half-open doorway. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she smiled. I'll still do it. After saying that, she quietly closed the door behind her. Ezra didn't respond. Instead, he lowered his attention back toward Vera's messages. He quietly typed, Thank you, Ezra Ashenlocke. The moment he pressed send, 3 small dots immediately appeared on the screen. She's really quick to reply? Ezra quietly looked at the screen of his Starlix, the corners of his eyes remaining as calm as ever. Although his expression didn't change, he couldn't help thinking that Vera's replies always arrived far faster than he expected. Almost as if she had been waiting for his message. You're really late at replying, huh? Jewel_of_Esh. Ezra had barely finished reading it when another message arrived. Idiot. Jewel_of_Esh. Then another one immediately followed. Big idiot. Jewel_of_Esh. Ezra silently watched the screen. Just as he expected, there was another notification. What do you want this lady to get you? You must answer. I'm not taking no for an answer. Unless you want me to bring something on my own accord. Jewel_of_Esh. Ezra quietly read through every message with his usual blank black eyes. He already knew Vera well enough. If he ignored the last message, she would undoubtedly come up with something unnecessarily elaborate. Knowing her personality, it would also be something extremely troublesome. He sighed inwardly before slowly typing his reply. I will appreciate gold coins, lady. Ezra Ashenlocke. He calmly pressed the send button. Almost immediately, the familiar 3 dots appeared again. She's typing already. Ezra waited patiently. A second later, the message appeared. Smooth idiot. Jewel_of_Esh. Before Ezra could reply, one final message arrived. Good night. See you tomorrow, Ezra. Jewel_of_Esh. Ezra looked at the screen for another brief moment before typing his response. Good night. Ezra Ashenlocke. He placed the Starlix beside his bed before reaching toward the crystal lamp. The warm light inside the room gradually dimmed before disappearing altogether. Darkness quietly settled over the room. As Ezra lay back on the bed, he couldn't help recalling Vera's final reply. For some reason, His instincts quietly warned him that something troublesome was waiting for him tomorrow. He stared at the dark ceiling for another few seconds. What exactly is she going to do tomorrow? He couldn't guess. Still, knowing Vera, it definitely wouldn't be something ordinary. She's definitely going to do something elaborate. Ezra let out a quiet sigh before slowly closing his eyes. Soon, the room became completely silent. Morning arrived. Soft snow drifted from the gray winter sky, gently covering the Ashenlocke estate with another fresh layer of white. Cold air swept across the courtyards while servants hurried between different buildings carrying their morning responsibilities. Like every other day, Ezra and Lucy finished breakfast before separating to attend their respective duties. Lucy headed toward her maid lessons. Ezra walked toward the Ashcraft Research and Development Facility. The moment he stepped through the large entrance, his uneasy feeling from the previous night immediately proved correct. Outside the facility, a noble steam carriage had already stopped. Standing beside it was Vera. She wore her usual composed expression while calmly waiting. Behind her, two servants carefully carried two enormous gold coins that were almost half the height of an adult. The polished surfaces reflected the morning sunlight, making them shine brilliantly despite the falling snow. Several researchers stopped walking. Craftsmen carrying blueprints also paused. Even the guards standing near the entrance couldn't stop themselves from looking over. Wow, that's a lot of gold coins. Yes, that's a huge bag I'm seeing. Quiet whispers spread through the entrance hall. Everyone looked from the massive gold coins to Ezra, then back to Vera again. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Ezra narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. I knew something uncomfortable was going to happen. He looked toward Vera. She simply stood there with her hands folded behind her back. Her face remained completely expressionless. Only the faint satisfaction hidden deep within her eyes betrayed her intentions. Without saying a single word, she lightly pointed toward the two enormous coins. They're yours. Her tone remained perfectly calm. You said you wanted gold coins. Several craftsmen blinked. One elderly researcher adjusted his glasses. He asked for gold coins from Lady Vera? Another researcher swallowed. And Lady Vera really brought them. But why? So, the rumors are true. Lady Vera and Ezra have something going on between them, right? I want a big bag like that. The atmosphere became even stranger. Ezra quietly looked at the oversized coins before looking back at Vera. She stared back without blinking. Neither of them spoke. For several seconds, the two simply looked at one another. Finally, Ezra walked forward. A faint forced smile appeared on his face. It was almost impossible to notice. Thank you. He calmly stored both giant gold coins inside his space bag. The enormous objects disappeared instantly. Many of the surrounding workers watched the entire exchange in complete silence. None of them understood what was really going on. Some thought it was a deal going on amongst the two. Others wondered whether the two young inventors had made some strange agreement. Only Vera quietly nodded to herself. Mission accomplished. She turned around as though nothing unusual had happened. Let's get to work. She spoke in her usual flat tone before walking into the facility. Ezra silently followed. The strange incident quickly became another topic of discussion among the workers. Work peacefully resumed. The research and development facility gradually returned to its usual lively atmosphere. The production of the two firearms resumed. The craftsmen worked together with the researchers while Ezra and Vera assisted each department whenever their expertise was required. As the days quietly passed, steady progress could be seen almost every single day. The Colt 1911 gradually reached the production standard Elder Ivanhoe wanted. The EV-26 Mk.2 also underwent its final series of inspections before entering the last stages of preparation. Without anyone truly noticing, several more weeks quietly slipped by. Soon, the final week arrived. That morning, a distinguished group entered the research and development facility. Leading them was the head of the financial corps, Elder Graham. Several senior aides from the financial department followed closely behind him, each carrying thick ledgers and financial reports. Their purpose today was simple: to evaluate the market value of both firearms before production officially began. Only after determining their value could proper selling prices be established for merchants, distributors, business partners, and the various companies responsible for transporting Ashenlocke firearms throughout Britannia. The firearms have actually been completed for quite some time now. Elder Ivanhoe spoke while walking beside Elder Graham. The two elderly men stood behind the testing area, quietly watching a live performance demonstration of the Colt 1911 and the EV-26 Mk.2. Every shot echoed sharply throughout the training grounds. Brass shell casings bounced across the stone floor. Researchers quickly recorded every result, while craftsmen carefully observed the condition of each firearm after repeated use. We were just playing around during the testing. Ivanhoe smiled as he looked toward the training ground. The repeated tests had produced results that exceeded even some of his own expectations, and the satisfaction on his face was difficult to hide. The Colt 1911 had performed almost flawlessly. Even after countless rounds were fired during the durability and pressure tests, the firearm still maintained its stability. The royal family is going to be drooling over this Colt 1911. Elder Graham replied with a relaxed expression. His eyes remained fixed on the firearm lying neatly on the inspection table, while another group of researchers recorded the latest testing results. But he slowly turned his head toward Ivanhoe. I'm sure Ashcraft is already working on an improved version of this firearm. A faint smile appeared on his face. He knew Ivanhoe too well. He would never stop after creating something successful. The moment one invention was completed, the next one had already entered development. Ivanhoe chuckled. You know us well. He folded his arms proudly. Trust Ashcraft. By next year, the Ashenlocke family will release an even greater firearm than this. His confidence wasn't empty boasting. Everyone standing there understood how terrifying the research and development facility had become during the past month. Almost every department had become livelier than before. Ideas flowed continuously. Researchers debated day and night. Craftsmen tested one improvement after another. The Colt 1911 had become more than just a successful invention. It had opened everyone's eyes. I certainly hope so. Elder Graham smiled before turning his attention back toward the testing area. Behind him, several members of the financial corps had already spread numerous documents across a portable table. Some carefully examined the Colt 1911. Others inspected the EV-26 Mk.2. Every component was measured. Every material was recorded. The amount of black steel, the silver platinum used, the labor required, the production hours, the cognate consumption. Nothing escaped their attention. Pens continuously moved across paper as calculations were made one after another. These records would determine the official manufacturing cost. Not long afterward, footsteps approached from behind. Greetings, elders. Ezra and Vera walked toward the group before politely bowing. Elder Graham casually waved his hand. The two of you have done well. A faint smile appeared again on his usually composed face. Although it wasn't particularly obvious, the pride in his voice couldn't be hidden. The financial corps is proud of both of you. Vera narrowed her dull eyes slightly. If you're truly proud. She spoke in her usual calm tone. Increase my pay. The surrounding researchers froze. Several members of the financial corps blinked. Only Ezra looked completely unsurprised. That sounded exactly like something Vera would say. Elder Graham's smile twitched. Before he could respond, Ezra calmly added another sentence. Speaking of increasing pay, his voice remained casual. Shouldn't we receive something for this work? He looked directly at Elder Graham. At least, some form of payment. The entire area suddenly became much quieter. Even Ivanhoe looked toward the two young inventors with interest. Elder Graham frowned slightly. After the reward the family had already gave the two of you? His brows furrowed together. Vera looked back at him without the slightest change in expression. I was ordered into seclusion, Elder. Her tone remained completely flat. So technically, I haven't really enjoyed that reward. She folded her arms before continuing. Our reward should be a percentage of the production profits from these firearms. She spoke as naturally as though she were discussing the weather. The surrounding craftsmen almost choked. Several researchers quietly looked at one another. A percentage of the production profits? That wasn't a small request. Elder Graham immediately shook his head. What exactly do you intend to use that much money for? He spoke with a firmer voice. And what do you mean by percentage? He pointed toward the Colt 1911 resting on the inspection table. You two presented these firearms for the benefit of the family. So, every profit earned from them should further strengthen the Ashenlocke family. His tone gradually became more serious. You two should focus on preparing for the Royal Academy, not on making money. The slight pressure in his voice naturally spread across the room. Ezra and Vera quietly looked back at him. Neither argued. Neither appeared intimidated. They simply listened. Now. Ivanhoe stepped forward with a helpless smile before gently placing a hand on Elder Graham's shoulder. Vera actually makes a reasonable point. He chuckled. Although, he looked toward Vera. The board would never approve a percentage-based agreement. She nodded once. I already expected that. Her expression remained unchanged. Ivanhoe then shifted his attention toward Ezra. However, I quite like Ezra's suggestion. He smiled warmly. I'll personally authorize a special reward. He raised one finger. Ezra will receive 20 million gold coins. Then he turned toward Vera. And Vera, you'll receive 15 million. The words had barely left his mouth when Vera tilted her head. Why 15? She asked plainly. The question came so naturally that several nearby craftsmen almost laughed. Ivanhoe pointed directly at her. Because we all know you don't actually need the money. He sighed before shaking his head. You're literally listed as Britannia's second richest mainline young noble lady among all the Duke families. His voice carried a mixture of amusement and helplessness. So don't try acting poor in front of me. Ezra blinked once. His expression remained as calm as always. But inwardly, he was genuinely surprised. He had always known Vera came from immense wealth. She never worried about expenses, and she spent money without hesitation. She was the one who bought the baking furnace for him, as well as the noble steam carriage he used for the creation of the Phantom Rolls. Even so, he hadn't expected her wealth to reach such an absurd level. Second richest. His eyes briefly moved toward Vera. She simply folded her arms. Her face remained almost bored, as though the title Elder Graham had just mentioned carried no importance whatsoever. Money, to her, seemed no more interesting than another ordinary number. Chapter 250, Back Home. Anything that adds to my wallet is only a pinch of salt, considering I barely spend my money anyway. Vera looked at Elder Ivanhoe with her usual dull eyes. Her expression remained as blank as ever, making it impossible to tell whether she was serious or joking. Then, I don't actually care. She lightly raised both hands. In fact, she turned toward Ezra. I can give you the money if you want it, Ezra. She deliberately dragged out the last part of his name in a teasing tone. Several craftsmen nearby quietly looked toward the two of them. Ezra met her gaze without changing his expression. I'll gladly take it. He replied in his usual flat voice. Like you said, it's still a positive plus. His blank black eyes calmly met hers. Silence filled their space with neither of them looking away. The two simply stared at each other without speaking another word. Gradually, the atmosphere inside the research and development facility became strangely awkward. Several researchers stopped organizing documents. A few craftsmen exchanged confused glances. Even some members of the financial corps instinctively slowed their work, feeling the odd tension between the two young inventors. Clap. The sudden sound broke the silence. Ivanhoe clapped his hands together with a helpless smile. I still have more to say, you two. He stepped forward, naturally placing himself between Ezra and Vera before either of them continued. Looking toward both of them, his smile became warmer. After the two firearms officially enter mass production, he paused for a brief moment. The first production profit, the two of you will each receive 10%. His words echoed clearly throughout the testing hall. The surrounding craftsmen immediately looked toward him in surprise. Ezra looked at Ivanhoe with his blank eyes. 10%, huh? Elder Graham immediately frowned. You're really giving them that much? He looked directly at Ivanhoe. You know the elders, the high board, and even the family head himself still have to approve something like this. His tone carried obvious concern. 10% wasn't a small number. If the Colt 1911 and the EV-26 Mk.2 performed in the market the way everyone expected, that amount of money would become astonishing. Elder. Several members of the financial corps walked over. The female officer who had spoken earlier adjusted her glasses before looking respectfully at Elder Graham. They deserve it. She spoke calmly. So let them have it. Her hand tightened slightly around the tablet version of her phone. The two of them created inventions capable of changing the future of Ashcraft. Compared to the profits the family will earn over the coming years, 10% from the first production isn't unreasonable. The surrounding finance core members quietly nodded in agreement. Even several craftsmen couldn't help agreeing inwardly. Of course, there were still people who found it overly absurd that Elder Ivanhoe wants to give them the first production profit and 10% of it at that. But, generally speaking, without Ezra, the cult wouldn't exist. And without Vera, the presentation, organization, and numerous improvements made during development wouldn't have progressed this smoothly. Graham quietly looked at every member standing behind him, knowing all of this. After several seconds, he let out a light sigh. All right. He waved one hand lazily. But don't celebrate yet. The others might still disagree. His tone remained realistic. Nothing inside the Ashenlocke family became official until the Duke, elders, and High Board approved it. Then he turned back toward his team. Are you finished with the pricing evaluation? He asked. Yes, Elder. Everyone answered together. The reports had already been completed. Every production cost, material expense, labor requirement, transportation estimate, and expected market value had all been carefully calculated. Good. Graham nodded. Let's go. His serious expression returned once again. The members of the financial core respectfully bowed toward Elder Ivanhoe before preparing to leave. Just before following Elder Graham, the female officer looked toward Vera. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Bye, Vera. She lightly waved. Vera quietly raised one hand. Bye. She answered plainly. Nothing more. Nothing less. Ivanhoe couldn't help chuckling. All right, everyone. He suddenly raised his voice while lifting one arm high into the air. Let's wrap everything up and properly say goodbye to our two young craftsmen. Immediately, cheers echoed throughout the testing area. Every craftsman, every researcher, every assistant raised their hands together. Yes. Laughter spread throughout the hall. The heavy atmosphere that had filled the room moments ago disappeared completely. Soon afterward, everyone returned to work one final time. All research documents concerning the Colt 1911 and the EV-26 MK.2 were carefully organized into sealed metal containers. The prototype firearms were inspected once again before being securely packed away. Not long afterward, a large military steam truck slowly entered the facility. Its reinforced cargo compartment had already been specially prepared, under the watchful eyes of numerous guards. Every document, every blueprint, every alchemy circle, every prototype was transported toward the main Ashcraft headquarters located in Adamaros. The month-long project had officially come to an end. The following morning, Ezra and Lucy were already seated inside a noble steam carriage arranged by Elder Ivanhoe. The carriage steadily traveled through the quiet streets toward the train station. Unlike the previous day, no messages arrived from Vera, because her seclusion had officially begun that same day. Every communication device connected to Skynet had been temporarily taken away from her. No letters, no messages, no calls. She couldn't even properly say goodbye. Of course, Ezra preferred it that way. Without Vera around, the journey home felt noticeably quieter. Soon, the two boarded the familiar senior first-class streamliner. The massive steam locomotive released a deep whistle before slowly pulling away from the station. Its steel wheels rolled smoothly along the railway tracks stretching across Britannia. The journey lasted 3 full days. Snow-covered mountains gradually disappeared behind them. Industrial cities became quiet countryside. Eventually, the familiar outline of Steelhaven finally appeared beyond the train windows. They had returned home, to the quiet place they now called home. The moment Lucy stepped inside the mansion, she immediately looked around. Dust had quietly gathered on several shelves and pieces of furniture during their long absence. Without wasting another second, she moved, passing cognus through her veins to her legs to increase her speed. Whoosh! Lucy darted from room to room with practiced speed, inspecting every corner while mentally organizing what needed cleaning first. Meanwhile, Ezra calmly unpacked everything Elder Ivanhoe had given him before leaving. Among the items was a heavy wooden crate filled with several rare ores, which weren't illegal to have privately. That was the reason why the elder gave him when he asked about it. However, they were still valuable enough that ordinary alchemists would rarely have the chance to own them. Elder Ivanhoe had personally approved Ezra's request before they departed. Besides the ores, Ezra also unpacked several neatly wrapped snacks. Head maid Agata had secretly prepared them after Lucy mentioned Ezra's birthday. Although she had jokingly told Lucy that she, herself, should be a birthday gift, she still insisted on sending additional presents. After freshening up, the two spent the remainder of the afternoon cleaning the mansion together. Dust disappeared. Furniture regained its shine. Windows were wiped spotless. By the time everything had finally been finished, the sun had already begun setting beyond the distant mountains. Lucy quietly prepared dinner, and the two ate together in the peaceful dining room. Afterward, exhaustion naturally caught up with them. Without discussing anything further, both quietly returned to their rooms. The mansion finally became peaceful once again. The following morning arrived quietly. A pale golden light stretched across the windows of the mansion as the early sun slowly climbed above the distant hills surrounding Steelhaven. The cold morning air drifted through the slightly opened windows, carrying with it the familiar scent of damp earth and pine trees. Outside, the neighborhood was still peaceful. Only the occasional chirping of birds and the distant whistles of steam carriages broke the silence. Just like every other morning, Ezra resumed his daily routine. He started with his physical exercises, moving through each motion with calm precision. His breathing remained steady as he repeated every movement that had long become second nature to him. Sweat gradually formed along his forehead, but his expression never changed. After completing his exercises, he immediately moved on to his center of gravity training. His feet shifted across the training platform in slow, measured movements while his body remained perfectly balanced. Every turn, every step, and every adjustment was performed with careful control, as though he were engraving each movement into his muscles. Only after finishing that did he sit cross-legged. His eyes slowly closed. A faint current of cognition quietly flowed throughout his body. For an entire hour, he continuously circulated the energy through every pathway, strengthening his body while allowing the cognition to settle more naturally within him. The peaceful silence inside the training room made the rhythmic circulation even clearer. When the session finally ended, Ezra slowly exhaled before opening his eyes. Then, he returned inside the mansion, took his bath to wash away the sweat from his training, changed into fresh clothes, and joined Lucy for breakfast. The meal itself wasn't particularly complicated. It was quiet and comfortable. After spending nearly a month constantly surrounded by craftsmen, researchers, and members of the Ashenlocke family, the peaceful atmosphere inside the mansion almost felt unfamiliar. Once breakfast was over, the two moved into the living room. Ezra calmly sat down on his usual couch, leaning back while quietly looking toward the ceiling for a brief moment. Lucy sat on the sofa opposite him. Unlike Ezra, she rested comfortably against the cushions, hugging one of the decorative pillows while watching him expectantly. "So, Master," she leaned forward slightly, "what is our next move?" Lucy asked with obvious curiosity. By now, she had already grown accustomed to Ezra constantly planning something new. Ever since they left the trial base, one journey always led to another, and one project naturally became the beginning of the next. Although she sometimes complained, she had also begun looking forward to those adventures. Ezra remained silent for a few seconds before answering. "I want to begin gathering the ingredients for some of the food recipes I mentioned before." His tone remained as calm and plain as always. Lucy's eyes immediately brightened. "Oh, really?" She straightened her posture, with the excitement on her face becoming impossible to hide. She still clearly remembered the detailed sketches Ezra had drawn for those strange dishes from another world. Some looked sweet. Some looked unbelievably rich. Others didn't even resemble anything she had ever seen in Britannia. Ever since then, she had secretly hoped they would eventually make them. Unfortunately, they had never found the time. First came the Phantom Rolls, then Northwick. After that, the Ashenlocke estate. The opportunity simply never appeared. But now, it finally had. A wide smile slowly spread across Lucy's face. Ezra continued speaking. "After that, I want to properly set up my training area. He rested one hand against his chin as he quietly organized his thoughts. Now that I have almost every ore I currently need, I also want to continue working on several firearms. His eyes remained thoughtful. Countless ideas had already begun taking shape inside his mind during the past month. Most involved firearms. Others were entirely different inventions. He paused. Then his calm black eyes shifted toward Lucy. There is one more thing. Lucy blinked. What is it, Master? Ezra answered without hesitation. We have to go to the black market. His voice remained completely flat. Lucy blinked twice. The sentence caught her completely off guard. She had totally forgotten about the black market with all the events and preparations that went by. Now, she tilted her head. So soon. We'll rest for 1 week. Ezra replied casually. After that, we'll leave. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his voice. His decision had clearly been made long before this conversation. Without saying anything else, he stood up. Turning around, he quietly headed toward his study. Lucy remained seated on the sofa. She watched his back disappear into the hallway while trying to process everything he had just said. We only just came back from being away for so long. She sighed deeply. And we're going to do the same thing all over again. Her shoulders dropped helplessly. A few seconds later, she rubbed the side of her forehead. I really should have kept my mouth shut. She laughed quietly to herself. Her eyes wandered toward the couch Ezra had been sitting on only moments ago. The empty seat somehow made the room feel even quieter. Another smile gradually appeared on her face. Another journey, she softly murmured. And this time, it's to the black market. Unlike before, instead of feeling worried, curiosity slowly won. I wonder what kind of place would the black market be? Would it really be filled with mysterious merchants? Like in those novels I have read. Rare treasures too? And dangerous people? Or would it look completely ordinary? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Lucy stood up and stretched both arms high above her head. I wonder how fun it'll be. Her cheerful voice echoed lightly through the living room. She then walked down the hallway toward Ezra's study. As usual, Ezra buried himself among stacks of books, quietly reading materials related to alchemy, metallurgy, engineering, and the history of Britannia. Lucy naturally settled into her favorite chair nearby. She picked up one of her novels. Before long, the study became completely silent once again. Only the occasional turning of pages could be heard as master and maid spent the peaceful afternoon side by side, each immersed in their own world of books, while unknowingly preparing for yet another journey that awaited them beyond the quiet streets of Steelhaven. As already explained before, ores were never resources that ordinary alchemists or craftsmen could simply purchase and keep for themselves whenever they wished. This rule became even stricter when it involved the rare varieties, as most of them were tightly controlled by the kingdom. Unless someone entered one of the great industries that legally possessed mining and manufacturing rights over those ores, seeing them was almost impossible. That was why Ezra had been able to properly study so many rare metals during his time inside the Ashcraft Research and Development Facility. The ore Ezra was searching for now belonged to that same category. Orichalcum, a rare bronze gold ore renowned throughout Britannia for its extraordinary cognate conductivity. Among all known metals, it was considered one of the finest conductors of cognate ever discovered. Whether it was used in advanced alchemy circles, precision machinery, or specially engineered weapons, orichalcum dramatically increased the efficiency of energy flow throughout the entire structure. For that reason, it had become the ideal material for creating non-alchemist weapons that relied on engraved cognate circuits. Its value didn't stop there. Even an alchemist who hadn't reached the rank of a full alchemist could still produce high-grade creations simply by incorporating orichalcum into the manufacturing process. It was a metal capable of raising the quality of an invention on its own. Naturally, such a resource couldn't be left circulating freely. The kingdom maintained strict control over every piece of orichalcum that entered the market. Only the royal family, the duke families, the count families, and a handful of specially titled alchemists possessed the authority to own or purchase the manufactured version of the ore. As for the raw ore itself, citizens never even caught a glimpse of it. It was therefore unsurprising that many mainline children from the Duke and Count families already wielded weapons forged with manufactured orichalcum. Ezra knew that very well. If he wanted to stand on equal footing with the talented young alchemists waiting inside the Royal Academy, he needed orichalcum. Without it, he would constantly begin every competition at a disadvantage. That alone made this journey worthwhile. It was precisely why traveling all the way to Velcrion had become one of his highest priorities. After enjoying a full week of rest, Master and Maid once again packed their belongings and began another journey. This time, the destination lay much farther away. During the trip, they boarded two separate senior first-class streamliners. The massive locomotives thundered across endless railway tracks, carrying them through towering mountain ranges, snow-covered forests, prosperous industrial cities, and peaceful countryside villages. 6 days quietly passed like that. Although the journey was long, neither of them complained. Ezra spent most of his time reading books related to alchemy, metallurgy, and Britannian history as always, while Lucy, on the other hand, either buried herself inside another adventure novel or stared excitedly through the train windows whenever they entered a new city. Every unfamiliar landscape became another story for her imagination. Finally, the enormous city of Velcrion appeared before them. Its skyline was filled with towering chimneys releasing steady streams of white steam into the cold sky, while countless elevated railways stretched between different districts like steel vines. The city bustled with movement. Steam carriages rolled through the streets one after another. Merchants loudly advertised their goods. Travelers from every corner of Britannia hurried toward their destinations. After leaving the station, Ezra and Lucy boarded a steam carriage that carried them toward the hotel they had already reserved. The hotel would serve as their temporary base while they searched for the mysterious black market hidden somewhere inside Croydon town. Once they finished settling into their room, Ezra immediately removed his Starlix from his space bag. The holographic map unfolded above the device. His calm eyes scanned the detailed map of Britannia before zooming into Velcrion and its surrounding districts. Croydon, he quietly muttered while studying the routes. Only after confirming the location did he finally look away from the screen. Lucy, his voice remained as calm as ever. Get dressed quickly. We're leaving now. Even while speaking, his eyes never completely left the floating map. I'm almost done. Lucy's cheerful voice echoed from the bathroom of the suite. She had already changed out of the clothes she wore during the journey. Since Croydon is a town filled with low-class citizens and commoners, they had to dress in an outfit that wouldn't catch any unnecessary attention. A few moments later, the bathroom door opened. Lucy stepped outside while smoothing the wrinkles from her sleeves. I'm ready. She smiled brightly. The excitement on her face couldn't be hidden. Ezra looked at her for a brief moment. You've really been looking forward to this black market. His blank eyes quietly rested on her. Aren't you getting too excited about everything? He raised one eyebrow ever so slightly. No. Lucy immediately shook her head before lifting her index finger. My excitement is completely justified. She confidently placed both hands on her waist. You see, from all the novels I've read. She raised one hand dramatically, as though she were giving an important lecture. Black market arcs always lead to a hidden organization or an evil villain suddenly appearing. Her eyes sparkled. So, she continued enthusiastically, there's a chance we'll end up fighting them. Or maybe we'll accidentally save an entire town. Or uncover some huge conspiracy. The possibilities are endless. Lucy nodded proudly, clearly satisfied with her own reasoning. Ezra silently stared at her. His narrowed black eyes carried a look that seemed to ask whether she had been reading far too many novels lately. After several quiet seconds, he finally spoke. Don't jinx us. His voice remained perfectly flat. Without waiting for her reply, he calmly picked up his space bag and slung it over his shoulder before walking toward the door. Lucy giggled softly behind him. Master, I still think it'd make a great story. Ezra didn't answer. He simply opened the door and stepped into the hallway. Lucy hurried after him, her footsteps echoing lightly against the polished wooden floor. Like that, Master and Maid officially began another journey together. This time, their destination wasn't a noble estate or a grand city. It was the mysterious black market of Britannia, a place hidden beneath the kingdom's ordinary world, where secrets, forbidden goods, and dangerous opportunities quietly waited for those bold enough to seek them.